Chapter 662. The battle on the Battle King platform finally came to an end amidst the exclamations of shock and admiration. That heavily damaged platform seemed to be a perfect example of the destructive power of that battle. However, the battle on the platform could only be described with the word bitter. A total of 2 moves, one was heavily injured, one suffered a backlash, and one was completely exhausted. It felt as though they were fighting with their lives on the line. However, this also caused the voices that doubted Yun Nuoxing's strength to vanish. There were many people who watched the battle that day. That astral sword beam was sufficient to blast a low-level deity into smithereens. The destruction of the Battle King platform was a very good example, shocking many people. Even those famous characters on the Devil rankings felt their hearts trembling. And on the other battle stage, Lin Sheng and Bai Yu had only exchanged 3 blows, but it had quietly ended amidst the resounding cheers. From today onwards, perhaps Lin Sheng and that nameless new student would gradually enter the sights of everyone in the Far Light Academy. A half-devil could forcefully resist 2 attacks from Bai Yu, who was on the 9 Seals devil path. In the end, he even unleashed a 9th-grade devil-ranked formation, causing both sides to be heavily injured, shocking everyone present. Such perverse strength caused everyone to silently applaud. For a half-devil to be able to achieve such a feat, it was truly inconceivable. With such strength, Bai Yu could even contend for a spot on the devil rankings. Naturally, Bai Yu was also a publicly acknowledged expert on the devil rankings. Although Lin Sheng did his best and caused both sides to be heavily injured, the former's strength was still stronger than the latter. There was no need to doubt this. However, Bai Yu was a senior after all. He had already cultivated in the Far Light Academy for a total of 5 years. Who knew if Lin Sheng would be able to surpass him in 5 more years? The ending of the battle brought about a long-lasting effect, far more far-reaching than the new student examination. Just like what Ding Mingyu and Yun Nuoxing said back then, he could no longer be a transparent person. Also, his fame would be much greater because of this. Regardless of whether he was willing or not, everything that happened here had already been engraved in the minds of everyone. In that case, Godchild used 2 moves, not 1 or 5 moves. How should we calculate this? Under a pine tree on a mountain peak, 2 young men were playing chess on a chessboard. One of them thought of a bet and couldn't help but chuckle. He casually placed a chess piece and said, "Let's call it a draw. Both of us will send a portion over." The other young man glanced at him and said, "Hee." Yan Feng suddenly flipped the chessboard over, causing 2 more veins to pop out on Bing's forehead. After that, he laughed. Godchild is already ranked number 4 on the devil rankings. Shouldn't we do something as well? Express my gratitude? What did it mean? What was the reward? The Son of God's divine weapons are better than ours. Even if we sell those high-level ones, we won't be able to get the same price. However, I can give you pills and magic circles as you wish. Bing Qing looked up, tidying up the chessboard, and said, "Hee, that's not it. Didn't you see that the Son of God became more active after the battle that day? In the past, he would hide in his palace and not go out. When he went out, he would run deep into the mountains and forests. Moreover, the moment he left the palace, he would put on a mask. Now, he doesn't even wear one anymore. It seems like he isn't hiding his identity anymore." Yan Feng smiled. The Son of God's identity was exposed once during the Taiyuan martial meeting. However, those who know about the Taiyuan martial meeting are all major powers and transcendental existences in the myriad gods world. How could those people send their disciples to this small divine great academy? Although some of the students in the academy have some background, they still won't be able to come in contact with people of that level. Perhaps they have heard of his name before, but they might not be able to recognize him. Bing rolled his eyes and then narrowed his eyes again. Speaking of which, what you said just now, is there any other meaning? Hea, his two younger sisters are here. The Son of God is running all over the place. Isn't it because of them? Do you think we should… Yen Feng blinked his eyes and smiled like an old fox. I asked around a little. I heard that he took a fancy to the Saint Devil chessboard. It's 23 million energy value. It's a strange item. Bing said indifferently. The fourth on the Devil ranking gives him 150,000 energy value every day. Those below 30 get 10,000 energy value. Even so, it will take a long time. That's why the Son of God has been busy these days. He entered the lava and went to do missions. The rank 9 war god order gave him a lot of space to do. Yen Feng sighed softly. After tidying up the chessboard, he began to play again. However, after 5 days, he only collected 3 million energy value. Some of the missions with high energy value are worth 1 million. With the Son of God's ability, it shouldn't be a problem for him to do 10 missions a day. Why? Bing was surprised. The method is wrong. Moreover, the missions with high energy value won't always be put out unless it's really difficult to complete. Yen Feng shook his head and said, "Let's wait and see. We can't interfere, as we wish. Although half of this academy belongs to the 9 divine temples, it doesn't completely belong to the 9 divine temples." After placing down a chess piece, Bing turned his head to look at the sky and said softly, "In the days after the battle, Yun Nuoshing had been running outside with Xian and the 2 girls. He wasn't injured in the battle, but he was exhausted. With his body's condition, it would take less than half an hour to recover. Although he knew that this battle would cause a big commotion, and his plan of being invisible would completely fail, Yuer had taken a fancy to the Saint Devil chessboard. Therefore, no matter what the commotion was, he would go out and cause a ruckus. Compared to Yun Nuoshing's ruckus, Lin Sheng and Yi Qinglian were very well behaved and hid in their own attic. After recuperating, they didn't go out and cause trouble. They cultivated quietly, and their strength seemed to have improved. When they had nothing to do, they would go to the former's palace. However, it was rare to see them. I'm saving up energy value to buy something. No more, no less. It's exactly 23 million. I've already saved up to 5 million. During this hurried meeting, Yun Nuoshing chatted with Lin Sheng and Yi Qinglian for a while. However, this sentence made the 2 of them a little speechless. However, they didn't ask what he wanted to buy. This amount of energy value was for beginner god level items. They just listened to him. "We have 2 million here. Look." Lin Sheng took out his token. The 7-digit red number on it looked quite imposing. Yi Qinglian also hurriedly took out her token. Their tokens added up to nearly 3 million, but most of them were obtained during the freshman assessment. Lin Sheng had obtained a 9th grade magic array from Yun Nuoshing. He had also borrowed the demigod level energy array and various other things for a long time. He felt that he owed him a lot and hoped that he could be of some help at this time. "TSK, TSK, TSK. Yun Nuoshing blinked. Then he looked at the 2 tokens with disdain and said disdainfully, 2 million energy value. You'll get it after doing a few missions. You can keep it to pay the rent." His current delicate appearance and actions made him look very playful. It made people unable to get angry. Lin Sheng and Yi Qinglian also looked at each other silently. They knew that Yun Nuoshing wouldn't want their energy value, nor did he need them to return the favor. However, even though they knew, they still felt a little apologetic. "Keep it and cultivate slowly. I have to go somewhere." After chatting for a while, Yun Nuoshing waved his hand and smiled faintly at the two of them. Then he left the palace with Xian and the other two girls and flew into the distance. This guy is also very busy. I suddenly have a very strong impulse. Looking in the direction Yun Nuoshing and the others disappeared, Lin Sheng sighed and couldn't help but laugh. Mei Mao raised her head slightly and glanced at him. She said mischievously, "What? Do you want to spar with him? Let me say this first. I won't help you heal." Forget it. We'll talk about it later. I'm going out too." Lin Sheng's smile froze. After a while, he let out a dry laugh and waved at Yi Qinglian. Then he quickly kissed her delicate face and rushed into the sky, leaving behind Yi Qinglian, who was stunned by his sneak attack. "Scoundrel!" Yi Qinglian's face was red with embarrassment. She couldn't help but caress her cheeks. Seeing him disappear from her sight, she sighed and slowly walked back to the pavilion. Outside a bamboo forest, in the academy, Yun Nuoshing and the other three landed. Outside the bamboo forest, a slender and alluring figure had her back against the bamboo. Her jade-like legs were bent as she stepped on the bamboo behind her. Her bright eyes would sweep across her surroundings from time to time. When she saw them appear, the fairy-like girl suddenly smiled. She put down her jade-like legs without leaving a trace. Her jade-like hands were crossed in front of her as she stood gracefully. "Luo Yi, is something the matter?" Yun Nuoshing looked at the girl, who was as beautiful as a priestess, and smiled faintly. The girl also smiled back at him. Jun Luo Yi smiled sweetly and didn't say anything. Mei Mao paused on Yun Nuoshing for a while. Then she turned around and walked into the bamboo forest. Although Yun Nuoshing was a little confused, she didn't ask anything. She waved her hand and led Xian and the others into the bamboo forest. They were very close to each other. It was the kind of distance between friends. They didn't have the slightest bit of defense. After walking for about 10 minutes in the quiet bamboo forest, a quiet house suddenly appeared. At this moment, there was a beautiful woman in a silver dress standing gracefully before the door to the house. Her ink-black hair fluttered with the wind, and her entire body emanated a chilly aura. She was like a snow lotus that stood proudly on a snowy mountain. "Senior Sister Mengyu." Jun Luo Yi called out softly to the girl in the silver dress. After a long while, Jun Luo Yi called out again. Only then did the woman slowly turn around. Under her silver dress, she wrapped her exquisite and voluptuous body. Her pretty face that was dyed with frost was currently somewhat indifferent. Although this was not the first time Yun Nuoshing had seen her, every time he saw her, he felt that this girl was truly too cold. No, it should be said that she was too indifferent. There was a feeling that she did not care about anything, which made him feel a sense of familiarity. However, he felt that it wasn't wrong to be cold. If this face could often smile, it would charm countless people to death. However, this pretty face didn't seem to know what a smile was, but this also had her unique flavor. It was indeed extremely beautiful. "Senior Sister Ding." Yun Nuoshing nodded towards the girl and said, "I heard that you are accumulating energy values. I have a God-level mission here. After completing it, there will be 12 million energy values. I need some manpower. Are you interested?" Ding Mengyu nodded indifferently and went straight to the point, as if she didn't even want to say anything. "What mission?" Yun Nuoshing was taken aback by this sudden serious talk, but he quickly composed himself. These past few days of crazily doing missions had given him some information. The Farlight Academy would release a large number of missions, so large that it was close to being endless. Every mission would be marked with a corresponding level of strength. Demigod level was a mission that required a demigod level expert or a demigod level expert to handle. If a demigod level expert wanted to accept a mission, they would basically need to form a team. As for God level, it required strength comparable to a demigod level expert. As for his rank 9 War God token, he could accept all kinds of missions. Even God level missions were no exception. Ding Mingyu cast her gaze towards Jun Luo Yi. The latter was slightly taken aback, but soon after, she nodded and said softly, "There is a huge underground maze under Sunrise City. It is said that this maze is endless and is as large as several cities. Moreover, its depth is immeasurable. There are also some terrifying things mixed within. The experts of Sunrise City and the surrounding cities have been exploring this underground maze for several tens of thousands of years without any clear progress. This God-level mission is to explore this underground maze." Yun Nuoshing raised his eyebrows and said, "Exploration-type mission? I have never done it before. How can this mission be considered complete?" "You have to explore an unknown area or discover something new in the maze." Jun Luo Yi smiled. Yun Nuoshing muttered to himself, "An underground maze? It sounded a little strange." Especially now, he still had some lingering fear towards this underground thing. However, when he thought of the 12 million energy values, if he completed it together with Xian, that would be 24 million energy values. It was enough to buy the Saint Demonic chessboard. 24 million energy values are equivalent to 40 advanced demonic level missions. A maze is a little traumatized. However, I have many ways to escape. A mission that can be done once and for all is not bad. Since that's the case, I don't care if it's the earth or the sky. Even if it's the void, I have to explore it. After pondering for a long time and pretending to count with his fingers, Yun Nuoshing raised his head and asked, "How many people do you need in total?" 8 people. Luo Yi, I, and the 3 people, Lin Gong. One more will be here soon. There are only 2 spots left, Ding Mingyu said indifferently. The size of a small team. Yun Nuoshing calculated the number of people and nodded casually. Seeing him nod, Ding Mingyu also nodded slightly. Just as she was about to say something, a soft sound came from outside the bamboo forest, causing everyone to turn their heads. Then they saw a young man slowly walking in from outside the bamboo forest on bamboo leaves. When they saw the person who had come, Yun Nuoshing and Xian were slightly startled. Why was it him? The person who had just walked in was also stunned when he saw the few pairs of eyes looking at him. Why is it you guys?" Chapter 663. The person who had arrived was a tall and slender young man with a head of black hair and 2 blue hair rings tied around his temples. He was a handsome young man. He looked like Lin Sheng, who had just parted with Yun Nuoshing and the others not long ago. "Why are you guys here? Could it be?" Lin Sheng looked at Ding Mingyu in surprise, then at Yun Nuoshing and the others. He let out a dry laugh. Ding Mingyu nodded slightly when she saw Lin Sheng. She then said softly, "I invited all of you here. It seems like you guys know each other. That's even more appropriate." Lin Sheng smiled bitterly when he saw this. Ding Mingyu had told him about the exploration mission not long after the battle. When he heard about the huge amount of energy required, he hesitated for a while before agreeing. Today, he had come to meet the other 2 people mentioned by Ding Mingyu. He hadn't expected it to be Yun Nuoshing and Xian. "I didn't expect it to be the 2 of you. I thought it would be the other seniors." "No, it's actually quite normal." Lin Sheng was stunned for a while. Then he couldn't help but laugh. Yun Nuoshing shrugged, helplessly. She then looked at Ding Mingyu and nodded. "Okay, when do we set off?" "Since you guys don't have any problems, it's decided. We'll set off tomorrow. We'll need 1 or 2 days to travel. The entrance is in the east of Shaguang City. We'll meet at the stone platform in front of the entrance. Ding Mingyu nodded gently. Yun Nuoxing, Lin Sheng, and the others nodded as well. This time, they had to leave the Highlight Academy. Yun Nuoxing felt a little relaxed, but not by much because there were still people from the academy following them. Lin Sheng, on the other hand, was a little curious. Ever since he entered the Highlight Academy, he had not left. He was very curious about what Xiaoguang City was like, and what was the difference between it and the small city back home. After chatting with Ding Mingyu for a while, other than the fact that Yun Nuoxing refused to say his name, no matter what, they were more familiar with each other. This quiet bamboo forest seemed to be her private place, and the few of them could not stay for long. They cupped their hands and bid farewell, and Jun Luo Yi also sent them to the door. Before leaving, Yun Nuoxing wrinkled her little nose, took a step forward, and pulled Jun Luo Yi, saying softly, "You didn't tell anyone about my identity, right? Does Mr. Yun not trust this little girl?" Jun Luo Yi smiled, quickly winking Mei Mao at him. Yun Nuoxing rolled her eyes. However, this smart woman also knew what to say and what not to say. He was just asking as usual to reassure her. "So, I'm afraid the reason you're looking for us isn't just for the mission, right?" Yun Nuoxing asked. Hearing this, Jun Luo Yi smiled sweetly. She put her hands behind her back, stood on her tiptoes, and drew a very slender curve with her delicate body. She moved closer to his ear and said with a smile, "It's because of the mission. Star Sovereign Nuoxing is very safe and reliable. Others may not know, but this little girl knows, Mr. Divine Physique." Yun Nuoxing's ears turned numb from the orchid fragrance. His body trembled slightly, and he rolled his eyes. He couldn't help but reach out and flick his finger on her smooth forehead. He snorted softly and said, "Stupid girl, if you dare to say it, I'll spank you." Mr. Yun really doesn't know how to be gentle with women. Jun Luo Yi rubbed her forehead and said, Jun Luo Yi rubbed her forehead and muttered. Her bright and beautiful eyes flashed with a hint of craftiness, causing Yun Nuoxing to laugh bitterly. Did this girl treat him as a protective talisman? Then it's settled. "Mr. Yun, you have to protect us well." Jun Luo Yi smiled sweetly. Her smile was somewhat gentle. It was completely different from the strong aura she had when Yun Nuoxing first met her. It seemed that after coming to this new world, they had also changed slightly. In the distance, Lin Sheng saw Yun Nuoxing and Jun Luo Yi talking very intimately. He also looked at them in surprise. Then he turned his head to look at Xian curiously. In the end, he only saw her looking at the former with a gentle expression. Her gentleness was like water. His heart was moved when he saw it. Wah, Big Brother is messing around again. Big Sister Z, Yen, aren't you going to go and take care of him? Little Yu Yu's hand hooked around Zi Yan's arm as she raised her head with a grin. She looked at the latter and said. Hearing this, Zi Yan gently smiled. Her jade-like hands rubbed Yun Nuoxing's head. Her beautiful eyes were still filled with tenderness and love as she looked at Yun Nuoxing. It was as if she did not care about his relationship with other girls. After a few minutes, Yun Nuoxing walked back. When he walked back, he was still muttering something. His expression was helpless and angry, as if he had been betrayed, and was counting the money for him. Brother Yun, I'll go back first. I have to say goodbye to Qing Lian. See you tomorrow, Lin Sheng said with a smile. Lin Sheng said with a smile. When Yun Nuoxing also smiled and nodded, he quickly rushed towards the dormitory area. Yun Nuoxing heaved a sigh of relief. He stomped his foot on the ground, and a formation suddenly opened. Then it disappeared. When they came back to their senses, the scene had changed. At this moment, they were already back in the palace. If he wasn't afraid of scaring Lin Sheng, he would have directly brought him back. It's about time to tell us what the Saint Demonic chessboard is, right? After brewing a pot of tea, Yun Nuoxing gulped down 2 mouthfuls. Then, he could not help but ask. He had been on the move for the past few days, and did not ask what the Saint Demonic chessboard, which was worth 23 million energy points, was. The Saint Demonic chessboard. It's the Saint Demonic chessboard. As for what it is, when Brother Yun gets his hands on it, Ewer will tell you in detail, because I'm not sure if the Saint Demonic chessboard is that thing. On the sofa, Ewer smiled gently. Then, she threw herself into Yun Nuoxing's arms and acted coquettishly. That soft and delicate body scurried around in Yun Nuoxing's arms, causing his eyes to flicker slightly. However, his mood did not change much. He was already used to it. At first, she was hugging little Ming, then Yi Shi. Now, yes, she was already a big girl, but she still liked to hug him. Was he a doll? Then you two will stay here obediently for the next few days? Or do you want me to send you back to Big Sister Jean? Yun Nuoxing rubbed Ewer in her arms. Then she looked up at Little Moon and smiled. Can't we go together? Little Moon winked at Mei Mao. Then she smiled and sat down close to Yun Nuoxing. Yun Nuoxing shook her head and said, "It's not that you can't. Although the mission is limited to 8 people, you and Ewer are not students of the academy. It's not a big deal for you to come along. Anyway, I can protect you. I'm just afraid that you two will be afraid of the underground or something. It's probably dark there." "It's not fun," Yun Nuoxing said with a smile. "Big Brother is the sun. What's there to be afraid of?" Little Moon chuckled and leaned her head on Yun Nuoxing's right shoulder. Xian also chuckled and sat down, leaning on Yun Nuoxing's left shoulder. Ewer curled up into a small ball and sat on Yun Nuoxing's lap. She chuckled at him. "Say, what do you take me for?" Seeing the 3 girls sitting in such a strange position, Yun Nuoxing's heartbeat quickened. She could not help but laugh bitterly. What was this? Were they trying to seduce him? Xian, Ewer, and Little Moon looked at each other. Then they laughed in unison and said, "Doll, very good. You won. I lost." Yun Nuoxing's cheeks twitched. At night, Yen Feng and Bing came to the palace and gave him a large pile of bottles. Inside the bottles were pills that were full of spirituality, and their grades were not low. At the very least, they were all above the immortal grade. The divinity elixir can help you increase the success rate of breaking through to the initial god level by 30%. The light source elixir can purify divinity. The 100 transformations spiritual light elixir can be used on elements and can give them a strong spirituality. As for what element it is, you have to choose it yourself. The vast divine elixir can be used to save a person's last breath. However, that being said, it probably doesn't have much of an effect on experts above the King of Hell. The extreme divine elixir can condense divinity. Yen Feng placed a bunch of things in Yun Nuoxing's hands. At the same time, he introduced them to her. Then he smiled and said, "Originally, we wanted to celebrate the godchild's ranking as the 4th on the devil rankings. However, there's nothing to celebrate, so we found these things. Actually, these are the things that I lost to being in the bet." Ha ha ha. Hearing that laughter, Yun Nuoxing could not help but roll her eyes. After chatting for a while, Yen Feng also left something for Little Moon and Binger before leaving. The next day, Lin Sheng climbed out of bed at dawn. He quickly tidied himself up and stood at the top of the pavilion. Beside him, the girl was slim and elegant. Her clear eyes looked at him peacefully. Last night, Lin Sheng had already told Yi Qinglian that he was going to Ding Mingyu and Yun Nuoxing to do the mission. Although Yi Qinglian knew, she was reluctant to part with them for a period of time. "I'm leaving," Wait for me at home obediently. Lin Sheng walked to the girl and gently stroked her hair with a smile. Yi Qinglian softly acknowledged. She reached out her hand and helped Lin Sheng tidy up his clothes. The girl was as gentle as a little wife, causing Lin Sheng's eyes to be filled with affection. When I'm not around, remember to rest on time. Eat meat when you're hungry and wear more clothes when you're cold. Don't torture yourself. Lin Sheng reached out and scratched her little nose as he gently said, I know. Stop being so wishy-washy. Yi Qinglian wrinkled her little nose and coquettishly complained. Seeing this, Lin Sheng smiled and did not say anything else. With a wave of his hand, his figure flew towards the center of the Highlight Academy under Yi Qinglian's gaze. The Highlight Academy was very big. According to the speed of an ordinary Devil class expert, it would take him half a day to fly out. Perhaps because of this factor, there were a few small teleportation doors in the center of the academy. One of them led to the huge stone platform at the entrance. However, it still took Lin Sheng 2 hours to fly from the dormitory to the center. At this time, the sky was already completely bright, and many people were slowly waking up from the night. After arriving at the center, Lin Sheng saw the teleportation doors. He took out his token and found the one at the entrance. He chuckled and walked in. When Lin Sheng entered the teleportation door and arrived at the 10,000 feet tall stone platform, Ding Mingyu and Jun Luo Yi had already arrived. There were also 3 unfamiliar figures. These 3 people were 2 men and 1 woman. One of the men was abnormally strong. His body was as huge as a gorilla. Even his face was incomparably resolute. He had a sinister but bright smile on his face. There was also a scar on his right cheek. His short hair was like a hedgehog, and he looked very valiant. The other man, on the other hand, was gentle and elegant. His expression was calm, and there was a mysterious smile on his handsome face. There was a scholarly smell coming from him. If he wore a pair of glasses and held a book in his hand, Lin Sheng had no doubt that he would be a scholar. The woman was wearing a tight blue robe. She was tall, and her ink-black hair had a natural curve on her shoulders and fell to her waist. The ends of her hair were slightly curled to the sides. There was a hint of coldness in her clear and bright Maymao. Her thin lips were as delicate and alluring as soft petals. Different from Ding Mingyu's indifferent coldness, this woman's coldness belonged to the coldness on her face. Her clear Maymao contained a faint warmth. When Lin Sheng saw the 3 of them, he understood. They must be the other 3 people that Ding Mingyu had mentioned. Lin Ran, Chuan Mu, and Zhong Songling. When Ding Mingyu saw Lin Sheng, she nodded slightly and introduced the 2 parties. When he heard Lin Sheng's name, Chuan Mu could not help but laugh. It was as deafening as thunder. Fortunately, there was no one on the stone platform early in the morning. Otherwise, it would have attracted a lot of attention. Lin Sheng? Of course I've heard of you. I was watching on the Battle King platform the other day. The counterattack of the array at the end was really eye-opening. Well done. Chuan Mu laughed and patted Lin Sheng on the shoulder. Lin Sheng liked his candid and natural personality. Hee, since you're a array master, there will be many things that we can use you for along the way. We are companions for this mission. We must trust and help each other. Chuan Mu put his arm around Lin Sheng's shoulder and said with a smile. Seeing the 2-meter-tall, burly man holding him in his arms, Lin Sheng immediately felt that he was very small and exquisite. His cheeks could not help but twitch. He laughed dryly and said, Then I'll have to trouble Senior Chuan Mu to take care of me. Generally speaking, he had a good impression of this burly man with a hedgehog head. He also knew that Chuanmu was once the 8th on the devil rankings. He was also at the peak of the devil rank. However, because of Yun Nuoxing's sudden rise, he was pushed to the 9th place. Zhong Songling also regretfully dropped out of the top 10. However, she did not particularly care. While the few of them were conversing, the space in front of them rippled again. Soon after, 4 figures appeared in unison. Lin Sheng smiled slightly when he saw the 2 people at the front. These 2 fellows were the last to arrive. Sorry. I slept late. A head of colorful hair fluttered in the wind like the most mysterious color in the world. That pretty face that was prettier than a girl had a light and bright smile. A black windbreaker was tightly wrapped around his body. That appearance was naturally Yun Nuoxing. Behind him were Zian and the other 2. There's no hurry. The timing is just right. Jun Luo covered her mouth and smiled. After that, she looked behind him. Mei Mao's eyes flickered as she asked, "Are you bringing along your 2 sisters?" Hearing this, Yun Nuoxing shrugged and sighed. The 2 girls refused to stay behind no matter what. In any case, they are not students of the Farlight Academy. Moreover, they are only at the immortal rank. There won't be any problems with the rules. There won't be any problems on the journey. I'm here. Ding Minyu looked at this scene. A faint smile flashed past Mei Mao's eyes. She nodded at him and then smiled at Little Moon, who was waving at her. I didn't expect that the last 2 would be the 2 of you. Hee, junior brother. Your current devil rankings is even higher than ours. Chuan Mu released Lin Sheng and walked towards Yun Nuoxing with a smile. His palm, which was the size of a praying mat, patted Yun Nuoxing's back and laughed. Yun Nuoxing bitterly smiled and shook his head. He clasped his hands and said, "Senior brother, senior sister, I'm sorry. I pushed you guys down by 1. We don't mind. However, Songling has been mumbling for a long time. She seems to be a little resentful." Lin Sheng smiled. After that, he glanced at Zhong Songling, who was at the side. "How can I be resentful? I'm not mumbling. If I'm pushed down, so be it. Who asked me to be weaker than them?" Zhong Songling rolled her eyes at him. After that, she smiled at Yun Nuoxing and Zian. Compared to the coldness on her face, her smile was extremely beautiful. Even her willowy eyebrows were slightly raised. Ding Minyu smiled faintly and said, "All right, it's about time. Let's head out. We will talk about this mission in detail on the way." Yun Nuoxing, Lin Sheng, Chuan Mu, and the others also nodded, indicating that they had no objections. Chapter 664. In the extreme northwest of Shaguang City stood the 2 supreme academies of the city. Although they had always stood quietly in a corner, ignoring the hundreds of thousands of square kilometers of Shaguang City, no one dared to underestimate the strength of these 2 academies, especially the Farlight Academy. In the beginning, only the Farlight Academy existed. Later on, a huge city slowly grew around the academy, which was Sunrise City. It was extremely famous in the southern region of the Taiyuan region. At this moment, on the Farlight Academy's stone platform, the space suddenly rippled like the surface of a lake. Then, one figure after another slowly walked out. When they saw the outside world, they couldn't help but gasp lightly. Yun Nuoxing turned around. Although she could still see the Farlight Academy, there was a strange barrier not far in front of her. The barrier seemed to have split the stone platform into 2 regions. The platform in the Farlight Academy was tens of thousands of meters tall, but when she walked out of that region and arrived at Sunrise City, the stone platform was only hundreds of meters tall. It was as if there was a gap in space. "So this is Sunrise City. It's so big." Lin Sheng looked out from the platform. He could not help but sigh when he saw the boundless city that contained mountains, rivers, and rivers. It was like a miniature world. A city is a world. To ordinary people, a complete city is where they live for the rest of their lives. There are mountains and rivers. It's like a miniature world. Even cultivators with lower cultivation can cross 2 or 3 cities. The higher their cultivation, the greater the places they can reach. They can cross the Taiyuan region, the Divine Land, and even other places. Yun Nuoxing chuckled when she saw him sigh. There are also barren areas in the huge city. They're also split into 5 regions: east, west, north, south, and center. It's just like how the Taiyuan region is split into 9 regions. Isn't it very similar? Yun Nuoxing continued. The Farlight Academy is in the northwest of Sunrise City. The entrance to the labyrinth is in the east of Sunrise City. It'll take at least 2 days to cross it. If we get delayed on the way, it might take 4 or 5 days, Ding Minyu said indifferently. She agreed with Yun Nuoxing's words. The Taiyuan region stage is too big. Setting us aside, even Sunrise City is extremely vast. Although our Farlight Academy and the Remote Ocean Academy are not located at the center, we're still the strongest forces in Sunrise City. Ding Minyu's voice was very indifferent, but there was a special attraction to it. However, even if that's the case, the students who go out for training will not have a smooth journey. Our 2 factions are not the only factions in Xiaoguang City. Junior brother Yun is right. A huge city is a miniature version of the world. Sunrise City is also filled with crouching tigers and hidden dragons. Its territory spans hundreds of thousands of miles, and it has a population of several billion. The forces there are as many as the stars in the sky. There's a mix of good and bad. Who knows how many powerful characters there are? Even God-level powerhouses are not in the minority. The students who leave the Farlight Academy can only rely on themselves. Once a student dies, the Academy's elders will conduct a thorough investigation. If the culprit is found, they'll issue a hunting mission. Even so, the students who go out for training every year will meet with mishaps due to various reasons. The Farlight Academy might be able to avenge a portion of them, but the rest can only disappear in vain. At this point, Senior Ding's cold and pretty face fluctuated a little. Soon after, she sighed. Once we leave the academy, it will be a battlefield. The outside world is no longer our ivory tower. There are only cruel iron rules. No one will even remember the death of the weak. Everyone nodded slightly. Lin Sheng also sighed. Stepping out of the Farlight Academy meant that they would lose all their protection. There would no longer be the Academy's rules that restricted the students. Instead, they would be replaced by the most primitive law of the jungle. If they wanted to survive, they could only become stronger. Everything depended on their own ability. What the Academy could provide was a stable and quiet place to cultivate. Once they left the Academy, what was left was a battlefield where they constantly rolled in iron and blood, where they were constantly being tempered. It was also like the path of cultivation. On this battlefield, only by advancing courageously and not retreating could one truly embark on the path of the strong. Lin Sheng exhaled softly in his heart. The ripples in his heart slowly subsided. The gentle smile on his handsome face disappeared and was replaced by a mountain-like calmness. It was as if he had become a different person. Even his temperament had changed. That feeling was as if the fangs that had been hidden for a long time had opened once again. Although this slight change was small, it was still noticed by Ding Mingyu, Lin Ran, Chuan Mu, and the others. Surprise flashed across their eyes. That blade-like gaze was like that of an assassin who had walked on the edge of a knife for many years. Then they turned their heads and looked at Yun Nuashing. Their gazes could not help but pause. At this moment, Yun Nuashing had unbuttoned the tight buttons of her windbreaker. The wide black windbreaker fluttered in the wind. She looked very free and easy. There was a mysterious and arrogant smile on her delicate face. Her colorful eyes emitted an extremely terrifying sense of danger, causing people to tremble slightly when they looked at her. If Lin Sheng was an outstanding assassin, then Yun Nuashing was a monster that had been released from a cage. That terrifying sense of oppression caused even their hearts to palpitate. These two juniors are quite powerful. Some thoughts flashed across their minds. Ding Mingyu regained her senses and looked into the distance. She said softly, "Let's go. Let's hurry to the east of Shaguang City." At this moment, they did not know that Yun Nuashing's smile was because he was very excited. After leaving Longguang Academy, he felt as if he had escaped from a cage and was once again soaring under the completely free sky. He was like a light that had broken free from its shackles. He was like a ferocious beast that had been trapped for a long time that had finally broken free of its cage and released the little monster in its heart. In this world where it could freely soar, he could do whatever he wanted. The underground labyrinth was a vast world hidden under Shaguang City. It was said that it was as large as several cities and was filled with many strange things. There were strange formations and talismans that were unfolding. It was said that this was an underground world created by a high-level god, and that treasures were buried in the deepest part of the labyrinth. The first person to discover this underground labyrinth was an elder of Longguang Academy who cultivated the earth element. It was said that when he broke through to the nether god realm, his mental strength and soul strength expanded and detected something strange underground. Then he spread the news of the underground world. It had been more than 100,000 years since then, and the exploration had been going on for tens of thousands of years. However, no one had completely explored this underground world. The unknown and curiosity were always the best motivators for people to move forward. In this underground labyrinth, who knew how many experts had lost their way because they could not find the right direction and ended up being trapped underground. However, this did not stop the footsteps of those who came after. Every year, there would still be many people exploring the underground labyrinth. Some of the luckier ones would find some strange things inside and think that it was an inheritance or an artifact left behind by the master of the underground labyrinth. This filled people with even more enthusiasm as they surged towards the underground labyrinth, treating it as the tomb of an ancient expert. As these matters spread, the underground labyrinth of Shaguang City became slightly more famous. Even some of the surrounding cities sent people to explore this place. Although it was not enough to shake the entire Source Peak region, it was still a very popular place. At this moment, several figures were rapidly flying through the sky in Shaguang City. They quickly streaked across the sky and flew towards a distant place, passing by countless houses along the way. This direction. Little Moon suddenly cried out in surprise as they flew towards a distant place, causing everyone to turn their heads and look at her curiously. Little Moon pulled her hand and smiled at Yun Nuashing. "Big brother, if we fly in this direction for a while, we'll reach our residence in Shaguang City. Big Sister Jean and the others are also there. You haven't been there yet." Yun Nuashing was stunned and blinked. When he left, he did not look for a place to stay, so he did not know where Little Moon and the others lived. Thinking of this, he suddenly wanted to go and take a look. However, he cast his gaze towards Ding Mingyu, as if asking for her opinion. Ding Mingyu saw his gaze and pondered for a moment. Then she nodded and said, "Go quickly and come back quickly." Yun Nuashing also smiled brightly when he heard this. "Thank you." 10 minutes later, Little Moon pulled Yun Nuashing to a stop. Everyone else also slowly stopped and lowered their heads. When they saw the enormous residence, they could not help but be stunned. However, Yun Nuoshing had already pulled the three girls down, slowly. After descending to a certain point, a huge and extremely complicated formation suddenly rushed out of the void, startling Ding Mingyu and the others. However, Yun Nuoshing only smiled and waved his hand. Then, he pulled the three girls towards the formation and merged into it. This formation was clearly Yishi's masterpiece. He had seen it before and knew how to enter. Hence, it did not take much effort for him to enter. That formation is definitely the undulations of a divine-level formation. When Lin Sheng saw the huge formation, a serious look appeared in his eyes. His gaze swept across the interior of the residence, and he thought to himself, as expected, they could not see anything inside from the outside. There was a huge, high-level formation here that prevented outsiders from prying into it. Even mental energy and soul power could not penetrate it. Everyone also recognized that the formation was not simple. They looked at each other, but did not think much of it. They quietly floated in the sky and waited for Yun Nuoshing and the others to come out. In the courtyard of the residence, Princess Jean, who was reading in the pavilion, suddenly raised her head. Then, she saw a group of figures appear in the sky not far away. When she saw the leader, Mei Mao paused for a moment. When she saw them land in front of her, she could not help but smile faintly. She pulled Yun Nuoshing over and rubbed his head with her jade-like hands. "Why are you back, Sister Jean?" Caught off guard, Yun Nuoshing was stunned. When he returned to his senses, he felt a soft hand rubbing his head vigorously. He smiled bitterly and said, "Isn't there an underground labyrinth in the east of Xiaoguang City? The Academy has a mission to explore the labyrinth. I just happened to get bored of staying here, so I came out for a walk." "Oh." Princess Jean nodded. She had heard about the underground labyrinth during the past few days in Xiaoguang City, so she did not doubt him. A while later, Mei Mao paused. She held Yun Nuoshing's face with her jade-like hands. Mei Mao stared at him closely and asked in confusion, "Little star, how did you become a girl?" "Buffed." With that, Xian and Little Moon burst into laughter. Yun Nuoshing's face twitched violently. He smiled bitterly for a long time before telling them about the seven-color Aurora celestial pond. Princess Jean was also stunned. She did not expect him to encounter such a thing. "Is that your classmate? Looks like you've completed the mission I gave you." Princess Jean raised her head and saw Ding Mingyu and the others outside. She could not help but smile. "I'll give you a reward when you come back from the labyrinth." Speaking of rewards, Yun Nuoshing smiled bitterly. He had not even finished digesting the things he was given that day. What reward? After chatting and laughing for a while, the Golden Crown Princess seemed to have suddenly become naughty. She smiled slyly and took out a pair of purple gemstone earrings from her earrings. She looked at Yun Nuoshing and smiled mischievously. Yun Nuoshing was stunned. Before he could react, Princess Jean suddenly pulled him into her embrace. At this moment, he felt extremely uneasy, but before he could struggle, Princess Jean held him down tightly. Her jade-like hands pinched the amethyst earrings and gently pinched them under his earlobe. "Damn. Sister, what are you doing? This is better for Xian than for me. Why can't I take it off?" Yun Nuoshing's pretty face instantly flushed red after being pinched by the 2 strings of earrings. She hurriedly reached out to pull them away. However, the earrings that seemed to be gently pinching his earlobe seemed to be tightly clasped there, as if a needle had pierced through his earlobe and was hanging there, unable to be pulled out even if she wanted to. Ha! Not bad. They're pretty. All right, hurry up and get out. Don't let your classmate wait for too long. Princess Jean nodded in satisfaction when she saw his expression. She could not help but laugh. But, Xian, drag him out. Don't dawdle. Yun Nuoshing wanted to say something, but Princess Jean snapped her fingers and looked at Xian. Xian also smiled sweetly. He and Little Moon each held one arm and flew up into the sky. Yun Nuoshing was so shocked that he screamed in fear. How the hell am I supposed to meet people like this? Chapter 665. Outside the barrier, Ding Mingyu and the others waited quietly for Yun Nuoshing and the others. However, not long after, the space started to wriggle again, and a magic array quietly appeared. Then, like a door opening, Yun Nuoshing and the others were released. Ding Mingyu and the others also turned their gazes, and they could not help but be stunned. The two purple gemstone pendants that the Golden Princess hung on Yun Nuoshing's earlobes were neither too small nor too big. It was just enough to be seen clearly without being too much of an eyesore. Therefore, Ding Mingyu and the others immediately saw the two beautiful pendants under his ears. Today's weather is not bad. Lin Sheng laughed dryly and quickly turned his gaze away. However, he still accidentally turned back to look at Yun Nuoshing from time to time. He had completely turned into a girl. In the past, he could still comfort himself that he was a cute boy, but now Chuan Mu and Lin Ren could not help but cover their eyes. This scene, the corners of Ding Mingyu's eyes twitched. Mei Mao looked curiously at Yun Nuoshing. What happened in less than 10 minutes? I'm going to go back and fight with her. Seeing everyone's strange expressions, Yun Nuoshing suddenly roared and turned to rush in. Xian saw this and quickly hugged him to stop. He smiled bitterly and said, "Little star, calm down. You can't beat Sister Jean either." "I can't beat her. I can't beat her. I can't beat her. Damn it." When Yun Nuoshing heard this, he was stunned for a moment. Then he became angrier. After roaring for a while, he felt that it made sense. "I think it's quite nice. Sister Jean would not give you a pair of pendants for no reason. Perhaps it has some special use." Xian smiled and rubbed his head. Special use? Yun Nuoshing's cheeks twitched. However, when he thought about it, the Golden Princess would not tease him for no reason. However, when he thought about her expression when she put the pendants on him, he kicked this thought out of his head. There was nothing but embarrassment and anger on his face. After a while, Yun Nuoshing accepted this strange setting. He smiled bitterly and comforted himself. Forget it. Anyway, these two pendants do not look like ordinary items. Let's just treat them as special items. Let's go. Yun Nuoshing's cheeks trembled. He shook his head helplessly and smiled at Ding Mingyu and the others. However, his smile was forced. Upon seeing this, Ding Mingyu indifferently glanced at him with her beautiful eyes. There seemed to be a trace of a smile in the depths of her eyes. Nodding her head, her delicate body moved and continued to fly towards the east. Behind her, Lin Sheng, Lin Kuei, and the rest, who had been holding back their laughter, hurriedly chased after her. Yun Nuoshing also followed with a bitter face. Time flew by quickly. Although Yun Nuoshing could cover this distance very quickly with his speed, it was not convenient for him to tell Ding Mingyu and the others. He could only obediently follow behind them. With everyone's speed, 3 days was enough to cross a huge city. After passing through this desolate area, we'll arrive at a small city at the entrance of the maze. Although it's very far away, we're still in Shaguang City. The small city in the east seems to be called Maze City. This place is the center of the maze's entrance. Because there are too many experts, there aren't any powerful experts guarding this place. Thus, this place has always been ungoverned. If we were to walk around here, we might accidentally bump into a god expert. Even if you are an expert, you will encounter divine experts. A miniature of a small town rose from the horizon. The group sped toward the small city. Ding Menyu's light voice also echoed in the ears of Yun Nuoxing and the others. After muttering to herself for a while, Ding Menyu said, "Let's settle down first and gather some information. We'll see how the underground labyrinth is recently and whether it's suitable for us to enter." Yun Nuoxing and the others nodded. Ding Menyu was the one who knew the most about the mission, so they naturally had no objections to her suggestion. Ding Menyu gently nodded when she saw this. Her delicate figure moved, and she slowly descended towards the entrance of the small town. Yun Nuoxing and the rest quickly followed. This small town was located in Shaguang City. It did not have any city walls, and was merely a small city that had been established in a relatively empty area. However, even though it was small, it still had everything it needed. At a glance, one could see that this small city was quite complete. As soon as they landed, Yun Nuoxing's body trembled violently. The tremor was so great that even Ding Menyu saw it. Then she heard him open his mouth in astonishment, and his pupils slightly shrank. Yun Nuoxing involuntarily clenched his fists. He had a slightly puzzled expression on his face. Several divine tools in his body were gently trembling, especially the divine radiance mirror. Xian smiled apologetically at Ding Menyu and the others. Pulling Yun Nuoxing to the side, he asked softly, "What's wrong?" "The divine radiance mirror is trembling. A few of my weapons also seem to have sensed something." Forcefully suppressing the trembling of the weapons in his body, Yun Nuoxing took a deep breath and exhaled. After a while, he said solemnly, "If I'm not wrong, there's something in the underground labyrinth." Raising his head to look at the entrance of the small town, he saw that it was bustling with activity. Even a small town in the east of Shaguang City couldn't stop countless people from gathering here. After taking a deep breath, Yun Nuoxing turned his head and smiled at Ding Menyu and the others. "Let's go in as well. Are you all right?" Ding Menyu's eyebrows twitched as she stared closely at Yun Nuoxing. They had all clearly seen the tremor just now. "I'm fine. If there's anything, it'll be in the underground labyrinth." Yun Nuoxing smiled faintly and waved his hand. The feeling of being filled with secrets made them feel helpless. However, they didn't ask too much. Who didn't have their own little secrets? Ding Menyu nodded and waved her hand gently. She took the lead and walked into the small town. Yun Nuoxing and the others followed closely behind. After entering the small town in the east, they could feel the surging popularity. The noise made Yun Nuoxing feel as if the top of his head was about to be blown off by the loud noise. "Let's find a place to rest and recuperate first. Then we'll go to the places where people gather to gather and gather information. Which one do you think is a good place?" Ding Menyu turned his head and asked casually. Then he pointed at the places where people gathered. "Restaurants. There are many people there and many people chatting. You can also see some experts gathered there. You can come in contact with more superficial information. As for more in-depth information, even if it's somewhere else, it won't be revealed unless it's mentioned," Yun Nuoxing said faintly. Then he raised his hand at Lin Sheng and said, "Next." Lin Sheng was stunned. He smiled bitterly and nodded. After thinking for a while, he said, "Why don't we go to a place like the trading area? Information is most circulated there. If we need to purchase any exploration materials, we can also find the corresponding goods there." After saying that, he looked at Chuan Mu and the others and smiled. "Senior, it's your turn. If it's me, I'll go to the place where the missions are issued. If the missions are all related to the maze, I'll be able to find information about the maze from the missions." Chuan Mu scratched his head and smiled honestly, making his scarred face look even more ferocious. Ding Menyu nodded slightly and thought for a while. After a while, she said, "Let's go to all three places. First, we'll rest in the restaurant. Then, we'll go to the trading area in the city and see if there's anything we need to prepare. Finally, we'll go to the place where the missions are issued. If there are no accidents, we'll enter the maze tomorrow." Yun Nuoxing shrugged and expressed that he had no objections. Lin Sheng and the others also nodded. When Ding Mingyu saw this, she led Yun Nuoxing and the others to walk around the city. They found a restaurant that looked pretty good. As soon as they entered, they were met with all kinds of gazes. Yun Nuoxing and the others' hearts skipped a beat. Moreover, he felt that many of these gazes were on him and the girls beside him. Lin Sheng also looked at Yun Nuoxing helplessly. These gazes had nothing to do with him and Chuan Mu. They were completely attracted by the faces of Ding Mingyu, Jun Luo Yi, Xian, and Little Moon. However, this also seemed to include Yun Nuoxing. After all, at first glance, no one would think that Yun Nuoxing was a man. Yun Nuoxing rolled his eyes. He had felt such gazes countless times. He never thought that one day such gazes would also land on him. He casually took out a gold card from his ring and handed it to the waitress. Then, he found an extra-large seat on the 4th floor of the restaurant and sat down. This seat was well hidden. There was an empty space in the middle of the floor. From the 4th floor, one could see what was happening on the ground floor. At a glance, one could see the situation below. As soon as Little Moon sat down, Mei Mao flapped her wings and looked down. Her soul power wanted to come out from between her eyebrows. However, Yun Nuoxing, who was the closest to her, pressed her little head with his hand before her soul power could come out. He said softly, "There are many experts in the restaurant. From what I can sense, there are at least 10 middle-level god experts. 1 is on our floor, 5 are on the 3rd floor, 3 are on the 2nd floor, and 1 is playing the guqin over there." Yun Nuoxing pointed to a high platform on the 1st floor. There were green screens with pictures of mountains and rivers. They were all about 10 feet high and surrounded the platform tightly. However, the sound of guqin could be heard. It was ethereal and untouchable. It was as if it was close at hand, but also as far away as the horizon. He could open his evil spirit eye and see the situation inside clearly. However, he did not act rashly. It would not be fun if he stirred up a hornet's nest. In this restaurant, there were high-level gods. Hearing his words, Ding Mingyu and the others looked at him in surprise. They did not expect him to be able to sense the presence of god experts. Moreover, he could recognize which level they were at. Yun Nuoxing stretched his ears to listen to what was happening in the restaurant. He heard something that had happened some time ago. He could not help but be curious. He looked at Ding Mingyu and the others and asked, "Did you all participate in the Taiyuan Grand Meeting?" Everyone had also heard the people downstairs talking about the Taiyuan Grand Meeting. However, they did not expect him to ask such a question. They all shook their heads. "I know about the Taiyuan Grand Meeting, but we do not have the qualifications to participate. Those who went were all transcendental forces and famous forces in the god world. Although our academy is a god-great academy, we can't even pass the threshold of the Taiyuan Grand Meeting. However, the upper house of Yuanguang Academy, 9-deity temple, will definitely be able to participate," Chuan Mu said softly. Among the people who went, there were also powerful disciples from those big forces. Gods and goddesses will definitely be there. Those people are probably the strongest of the younger generation in the god world. Lin Kuang said, "Strong of the younger generation." When Lin Sheng heard this, his heart surged. Although he had not participated in the Taiyuan Grand Meeting, he had heard some rumors. He also knew that on the day of the Taiyuan Grand Meeting, the scene would be unprecedentedly grand. Countless strong experts and gods would gather, which made him yearn for it. Spirit receiving godly body. Suddenly, a voice came from downstairs. Yun, Nuwashing, Zian, Little Moon, and you are all shuddered violently. They quickly turned their gazes and scanned their surroundings in a panic. However, they did not meet anyone's gaze. After listening calmly for a while, they realized that the person had unintentionally mentioned the spirit receiving godly body that had appeared at the Taiyuan Grand meeting. Ding Mingyu and the others seemed to have heard these words as well. Their eyes flashed with amazement. Spirit receiving godly body, he is recognized as a monstrous expert of the younger generation. It is said that he is tall and strong, with broad shoulders and a round waist. He is like a humanoid monster. His entire body emits an evil and dark aura. He controls the light element and countless divine weapons. I wonder if he is ugly. I really want to see him. Chuanmu suddenly smacked his lips and chuckled. There was a hint of battle intent in his eyes. It seemed that he wanted to fight with the legendary divine physique of receiving spirit. When Yun, Nuwashing, Ziyan, and the other two women heard this, they were speechless. The three women looked at him with their beautiful eyes and looked him up and down. They couldn't help but smile bitterly. How did such a beautiful blue boy become a dark monster that was neither human nor ghost? Who made up the rumor? Tell me, and I will definitely applaud. Yun, Nuwashing, smiled bitterly and transmitted a message to the three girls. This rumor was too ridiculous. However, this was also good. He could avoid being recognized. Chapter 666. After talking about the Taiyuan Grand meeting for a while more, everyone changed the topic. A topic of this level was still too far away from them, so there was no point in discussing it too much. One day, I still hope to see this spirit receiving divine physique. Mei Mao's eyes flickered as she cast a crafty gaze at Yun Nuwashing. That flickering look made her look like a little fox. Yun Nuwashing ground his teeth and mouthed, "Lass, if you dare to say anything, I'll spank you." Jun Luo understood what he meant and blushed slightly. She rolled her eyes at him and lowered her head, muttering something under her breath. Ding Mingyu's gaze swept the area below and seemed to have discovered something. Mei Mao's eyes flickered slightly, but she didn't say anything. She was a little apprehensive. After resting in the restaurant for 2 hours, they also heard some news about the maze. It was said that a huge riot had happened in the maze a few days ago, and it had slowly calmed down over the past few days. Those talismans, spell formations, and all sorts of mechanisms had slowly quieted down. The maze was relatively safe, and it was a good opportunity to explore deeper. Many experts were planning to explore the depths of the maze in one go in the next 2 days. After gathering this information, Ding Mingyu, Yun Nuwashing, and the others looked at each other and nodded. If there was a large group going deep, it wouldn't be a bad choice for them to follow behind. There were experts at the front, so they only needed to act according to the circumstances. After sitting for a while and not hearing any more useful information, they left and headed toward the center of the maze city. This area was considered the place with the most people in the city. Because it was adjacent to the entrance of the maze, there were many experts coming and going, and the quality of the items on display wouldn't be low. Therefore, this place might be even more prosperous than the 2 academies in Shaguang City. There were all sorts of high-grade weapons, profound arts, and mental cultivation methods. There were only things that couldn't be bought. Initial god-level experts often come and go from the entrance of the maze. This place can be considered the preparation of the market before entering the maze. The items on display are rarely substandard. This is also a typical place developed because of experts. There's also a high-grade auction house. We can go there and take a look later. Most people with strength will go there. We can also see how many experts have come to the maze city. This time, the maze is quiet, and many experts are thinking of going deeper. Ding Mingyu said softly, "Senior Sister Ding, could it be that you've come to the maze many times?" Yun Nuoxing asked curiously. "The Academy has issued more than one mission to explore the maze, and I've accepted it several times. However, the difficulty wasn't high in the past, and it was always a two-person operation. This time, the exploration mission requires us to go to a place that has never been before. The difficulty is very high, which is why I've gathered you all together." Ding Mingyu nodded and said softly. Mei Mao glanced at Yun Nuoxing, who seemed to want to say something but hesitated. In the end, he sighed as if it didn't matter. Ding Mingyu's bright eyes flashed with some confusion, but she still probed. The maze is filled with many mechanisms, formations, talismans, battle puppets, and many other inexplicable powers. These layers of protection seem to prevent anyone from entering. This is also the reason why some people have guessed that this is a mausoleum. However, this maze is too big, far beyond anyone's imagination. Moreover, they haven't found anything particularly valuable, so no experts have come to explore the maze. Yun Nuoxing pondered for a moment, then nodded. He wasn't worried about anything. As long as this so-called underground maze didn't trap the power of space, he would have a way to escape. When they arrived at the trading area, Little Moon and Yor were a little excited when they saw the dazzling array of shiny things. Looking at the two girls' excited expressions, Yun Nuoxing suddenly thought of Ming. His bright eyes couldn't help but narrow slightly, and he sighed inwardly. Now that this matter is over, let's go back and take a look. He hadn't seen little Ming and little Purple Soul for many years. The two girls had been sleeping all this time. Although the God King of Wood said that they were fine, he was still very worried. After a while, the two girls grabbed Yun Nuoxing and began to shop around the stalls. They weren't slow at all. Ding Mingyu and the others hurriedly followed after seeing this. There were many gadgets for self-defense, and there were also many tools used to break formations in these stalls. They were obviously used to counter the formations and talismans in the maze, but their grades weren't particularly high. Spell-breaking needle. I reckon it's at least a 9th grade demon level. It can break a 9th grade demon level formation. Silence Talisman Stone. It can silence talismans and make them unable to be activated. This is only useful before it's officially activated. Although it's a demigod level talisman, it's not very useful. Spirit Exorcism Talisman. Is this maze haunted? Yun Nuoxing looked at the dazzling array of items, and a hint of disappointment appeared in his eyes. Were the so-called decent items these useless things used to make up the numbers? However, while he was looking down on the items, Ding Mingyu and the others behind him couldn't help but feel a little speechless. These items were considered quite high grade. There were demigod level and god level items, but Yun Nuoxing couldn't be blamed. He had a lot of valuable items on him, and he probably wouldn't be interested in anything that wasn't at the holy level, peerless level, level 8, or level 9. On the other hand, Little Moon and Little Moon were very happy looking at the items, but they actually didn't want to buy anything. Most of them just took a few glances, sighed, and then left, leaving the stall owner smiling helplessly. Perhaps it was because he had followed Yun Nuoxing for a period of time that his horizons had broadened. Yun Nuoxing let out a long yawn. The corner of his eyes caught sight of something, and he could not help but be startled. And this startling caused even some of the weapons in his body to tremble, and after a moment, he hesitantly turned his gaze, looking at a certain stall. On the ground of the stall, there were many weapons, talismans, small accessories, and some stones. Among them, one of them was extremely inconspicuous. It felt like a piece of leftover from a crystal stone. It was dark and ugly. No one patronized it at all. The stall owner was a middle-aged man, about 30 years old. He was sitting on a chair with his legs crossed. He was wearing a golden crown. His face was deep, and his face was unshaven. He didn't care about his appearance, but there was a strange sense of neatness. He was holding a book in his hand and reading it carefully. At this moment, the stall owner also saw Yun Nuwashing. He stopped in front of her and closed the book in his left hand. He raised his head and looked at Yun Nuwashing's face. Then he chuckled and said, "What's the matter, miss? Have you taken a fancy to something?" Hearing this, Yun Nuwashing's face darkened. Zian, Dingmingyu, and the others behind her also turned around awkwardly. They were trying their best to hold back their laughter, and their expressions were very funny. If you want to laugh, then laugh. Hold it in. Yun Nuwashing turned around and rolled her eyes at everyone. Then she squatted down and looked at the stones in front of her. After thinking for a while, she tilted her head and pretended to be very innocent. She said, "Uncle, is there anything in these crystals?" "I don't know. I can't see inside." The stall owner squatted down with a smile and patted the 1-foot-long stones in front of him. He said, "These stones were dug out from a dragon vein. I heard that some good things were cut out from the other stones, but their value is not very high. I guess these stones are also smelly stones." Yun Nuwashing smiled faintly. The stone hunters called the stones that didn't have anything good as smelly stones. This also meant that this transaction was very smelly and they didn't have any luck. However, what surprised her was that this uncle was undermining her. Did he still want to do business? "I don't want to cheat you little fellows, but the things placed in this position can't be that expensive. So it doesn't matter if I cheat you or not." The middle-aged man seemed to have seen through his thoughts. He smiled and said. Yun Nuwashing heard this and couldn't help but look at the other stalls. Indeed, the quality of the goods nearby was a grade lower than those they saw when they first came in. "Uncle, I want to buy a few stones." Yun Nuwashing chuckled. Her delicate face was charming. When the middle-aged man saw her like this, he also smiled faintly. He thought that she was a girl and didn't suspect anything. He also smiled faintly and said, "Look around. These stones are not valuable. 20 kilograms of fine glazed crystals will do." Yun Nuwashing secretly glanced at them with his evil spirit eye. However, he indeed found that there was nothing good in them. They were all fine glazed crystals, and the quality was not very pure. After knowing the result, he would feel that 20 kilograms of fine glazed crystals was actually a little expensive. However, he still smiled sweetly and pretended to be very happy. Then he hurriedly took out 50 kilograms of fine glazed crystals from his ring. It was the size of a wash basin. Then he said with a smile, "Uncle, I want all 5 stones." The middle-aged man smiled faintly and pushed a few stones that were about 10 feet long forward. Among them, there was a very ugly and inconspicuous scrap. Then he grabbed the wash basin-sized fine glazed crystal and weighed it in his hand. Then he smiled and nodded. Yun Nuwashing also happily put it away. He stood up and clasped his hands in obeisance. Then he walked toward Zian and the others. "What a lively little girl. You are all students of the Yuanguang Academy." The middle-aged man looked at the group of young boys and girls and chuckled softly. Then he sat on the chair again and opened the book to read. Yun Nuwashing pulled the crowd and walked quickly. He even walked out of the city. Ding Mingyu and the others were a little confused. They wanted to ask, but when they saw his serious face, they could only hold it in. "Little star, is there something strange about that stone?" When they arrived outside of Micheng, Ziyan curiously asked, looking at Yun Nuwashing's hurried appearance. Ziyan also felt that it was somewhat inconceivable. It had been a long time since he had seen Yun Nuwashing with such a hurried expression. Ding Mingyu and the others also looked at Yun Nuwashing in surprise. They saw him take out the black scrap stone that was about 10 feet long. The surface of the stone was bumpy, as if it had been eaten by worms. I don't know. It's just a guess. Moreover, I want to see it now. Yun Nuoshing laughed. Then he took out a heavy hammer from his body. The handle of the hammer was about 10 feet long, and the head of the hammer was about 10 feet wide. The entire body of the hammer was covered in a mysterious black color with flashes of gold. It was very mysterious and gave off a very heavy feeling. When he lightly stomped on the ground around him shook. He didn't know how heavy it was. Move aside. Yun Nuoshing took a deep breath. He lifted the huge black hammer with his right hand easily and waved it twice. There was a series of explosions in the air. The huge force frightened everyone, and they quickly retreated. Yun Nuoshing let out a long breath. His eyes focused, and then he slammed the heavy hammer in his hand down. Clang! An earth-shattering explosion spread out like a shockwave. The surrounding small trees were snapped in half by this extremely powerful force. Even the ground sank dozens of meters deep because of this hammer. It was as if a huge pit had been smashed into it, forming a small basin. Thick cracks spread out like a spider web into the distance. The loud sound was like a thunderclap. It was so loud that Ding Mingyu and the others quickly covered their ears. Even though they had retreated hundreds of feet away, they still felt their ears buzzing. After a long while, when the sound and movement had calmed down, Ding Mingyu and the others opened their eyes. Looking at the several hundred feet wide basin that had been blasted out and sunk dozens of meters, they could not help but gasp. Then, with a slight movement of their bodies, they hurriedly landed beside him and asked, "How is it?" Yun Nuoshing put the hammer aside and squatted down. On the ground, there was a pure black stone with specks of starlight. It was like the color of a star field. On the surface, there was a faint transparent air current flowing on the surface, as if the star field was leaking air. The black stone was shattered by the hammer. This was its original appearance. "This is a starstone." Xian looked at the black star field-colored stone and said with some surprise, "That rank 7 material, starstone?" Hearing this name, Ding Mingyu and the others were startled. Weapons forged from 7th rank materials were all divine artifacts, and were already divine rank weapons. Could a stone randomly picked up from this stall be a 7th rank material? Yun Nuoshing frowned slightly. He seemed to think of something. With a wave of his hand, he took out a starstone. The starstone in his hand had some black air flowing on its surface. He got it at the trade fair outside Lihuan City. He spent 300 kilograms of celestial-grade glazed crystals. After buying it, he didn't pay much attention to it. Now he took it out and compared it. He also frowned. This starstone seemed to contain something. Moreover, it was resonating with the black stone in front of him. He smashed the starstone into pieces. The black stone fragments fell down, revealing a black stone that was also dyed with the color of the star field. Specks of starlight twinkled, and there was some transparent white air flowing on its surface. It looked the same as the stone lying on the ground. "It's not a starstone." Suddenly, Yun Nuoshing sucked in a breath of cold air. His colorful eyes were filled with astonishment. This is Star Soul, iron." Ziyen, Little Yaya, and Little Yaya's beautiful eyes widened. They were extremely astonished. That 12th level material, Star Soul Iron, and Starstone are very similar. It's easy to mistake them. Not all Star Soul Iron will be like these two, spitting out soul aura. If it's younger, its aura will be completely contained in the stone. Then it will be no different from a star stone. Yun Nuoshing rubbed the Star Soul Iron in his hand and sighed deeply. He waved his hand and kept it. He also kept the piece on the ground. Then he turned his gaze to Ding Mingyu. However, he was stunned when he saw that they were still in a daze. That Star Soul Iron, what is it? Lin Sheng raised his hand weakly. He glanced at Yun Nuoshing and smiled awkwardly. Yun Nuoshing and Xian were stunned. Immediately, black lines appeared on the former's forehead. Compared to that black and swarthy thing, I care more about this thing. Ah. Chuanmu tried his best to pull out the huge black hammer. His face was red from holding back. He used all his strength, and even the ground was crushed by his feet. However, he couldn't lift the hammer at all. Don't waste your energy. That hammer weighs 18 million kilograms. Unless you carry it yourself, others will have to bear the weight of 18 million kilograms. Seeing that he was struggling to pull out the hammer, Yun Nuoshing sighed deeply. She reached out and grabbed the handle of the hammer. Then she lifted it gently. Hearing the frightening weight, everyone's cheeks twitched. With that kind of weight, one swing of the hammer would be enough to smash through the ground. Let's go. Although I don't know what the Star Soul Iron is, it seems like we have a good harvest even before we enter the auction house. Ding Mingyu smiled gently. Then she waved her hand and walked slowly toward Mi Chung. Aren't you guys curious about what the so-called Star Soul Iron is? Yun Nuoshing was stunned. Shouldn't this be the time to display the nature of a good student? Never heard of it. Don't know. Not interested. We're not blacksmiths. It's useless even if we know. It doesn't matter if we don't know. Lin Sheng, Chuanmu, and the others spread their hands and joked. That's not right. Shouldn't I be the one to reveal the truth so that you guys can be surprised and sell Yen Yi? Yun Nuoshing was shocked and quickly followed. Hurry up. If you want to sell Yen Yi, sell it yourself. I can even introduce you to a stall. Hey, you little girl. Chapter 667. They spent some time outside the city, but it didn't take up too much time. Even Yun Nuoshing's heavy hammer didn't attract anyone, and the group returned to the trading area without a hitch. In the trading area, the middle-aged man was still sitting there, reading a book quietly. Yun Nuoshing felt a little guilty when he saw him. After all, he had taken advantage of him. However, this kind of transaction was consensual, so he couldn't blame him for not recognizing him. Therefore, he took a detour and walked away confidently. Not long after, a group of 10 people quickly passed through the trading area. In the deepest part of the trading area, there was a golden hall standing tall. The entire hall was emitting a golden luster, as if it was a hall made of gold. At the entrance of the hall, there was an endless stream of people coming and going. Even if they were standing at the entrance, when they saw the decorations inside, they felt that it was incomparably luxurious. It was so luxurious that it shocked everyone. Yun Nuoshing was also stunned for a long time. However, he was not stunned because of how high-end and classy this hall was. Instead, it was because of the 3 large words hanging at the top of the hall, Golden Palace. Yun Nuoshing's cheeks twitched. He still remembered that there was a golden palace in the Divine Sky City, and Jin Heng, the divine son of the Golden Divine Palace, was in charge there. Little star, this is the Golden Divine Palaces. Xian was also surprised when he saw the name, and then he whispered to Yun Nuoshing. Yun Nuoshing nodded with a wry smile. It was true that he could meet the forces of the 9 divine palaces everywhere, including the Yuanguang College and the Golden Palace. In such an expensive and high-end place, anyone who came in and out was a person from a big force. However, this was the Taiyuan territory, not the center of the divine land, so it was not that exaggerated. However, most of the people who came to Maze City were here for the maze, and none of them were simple. After walking into the main hall, along the orderly flow of people, Yun Nuoshing saw a super long corridor. In this corridor, there were several huge doors with numbers hanging beside them. Obviously, they were the serial numbers of the auction house. In front of those doors, there were several well-equipped guards. Hidden under their helmets, their eagle-like eyes constantly scanned the visitors of Golden Jade Palace, alerting them to the visitors. Among these guards, Yun Nuoshing saw a few guards in golden robes. When the eagle eyes swept over him, Yun Nuoshing clearly saw the palms of these two guards tremble slightly. This movement was very slight, and if not for Yun Nuoshing's extraordinary eyesight, he would not have noticed it. He was instantly stunned. Was this recognized? In the time it took for him to think, one of the two guards in golden robes suddenly left. The remaining one looked at Yun Nuoshing with a hint of reverence in his eyes, and was no longer as cold as before. This caused him to be unable to help but smile bitterly. He had been recognized just like that. Raising his head to look at Ding Mingyu, Yun Nuoshing's eyes rotated. Immediately, he nodded his head and walked forward. In a soft voice, he said, "Senior Ding, let's split up here. If there is anything that catches your eye in the auction later, we can take care of each other." Hearing this, Ding Mingyu, Lin Sheng, and the others thought it made sense, and then nodded. Ding Mingyu turned back and whispered, "Be careful. Let's go in first." Yun Nuoshing nodded with a smile, then pulled Xian and the other two girls to the side. After watching Ding Mingyu and the others enter the #1 auction house, he turned back and walked to a more remote place with fewer people before stopping. Little Star. Xian was a little puzzled when he saw Yun Nuoshing walk to a more remote place that was not easy to be discovered. Yun Nuoshing shook his head helplessly and sighed, "You'll know later." Not long after he finished speaking, he saw a figure in golden robes running quickly from the corridor in the distance. Yun Nuoshing looked curiously at the aura of the newcomer, then smiled bitterly. This was an expert above the divine underworld level. He was probably an expert directly under the Golden Temple. Perhaps he was the manager of this auction house. Divine Son. The figure in golden robes was a young man in his mid-20s. He stood straight like a spear in front of Yun Nuoshing. His expression was solemn and respectful. He placed his right hand on his left chest and bowed respectfully at a 90-degree angle. This made Yun Nuoshing smile bitterly. He quickly waved his hand and helped him up. He smiled bitterly and said, "Why did people recognize me when I walked into the forces under the 9 divine temples?" Yes, the characteristics of the Divine Son have long been known to the entire 9 divine temples, as well as the direct subordinates of the forces under the 9 divine temples. Although the identity of the Divine Son has not been made public, there are people in all the forces under the 9 divine temples in the divine world who know about the Divine Son. Your arrival brings light to our humble dwelling." The young man said respectfully. Yun Nuoshing smiled bitterly and shook his head. What was this? Although Big Sister Jean had told him that he would take over the 9 divine temples sooner or later, which meant that he would one day become the great hall master of the 9 divine temples, the other side of the 8 characters had not been set yet. There was no need to be so abnormal. Had the succession ceremony been prepared? "I'm Jean Huan. Since the Divine Son has come here, you must be planning to explore the maze. There's still some time before the auction starts, and I've already made arrangements for your friend. With the remaining time, please allow me to explain the situation in the maze in detail," Jean Huan said respectfully. Yun Nuoshing smiled bitterly and waved his hand quickly. He said, "Uncle Huan, just call me Little Star. Don't call me sir. Just be normal." "All right." Jean Huan smiled faintly, then began to talk about the maze in a soft voice. "So far, our progress in exploring the maze has not been very good. The entire maze is a huge house of mechanisms, and every corner is filled with mechanisms, formations, and charms. The levels range from the 9th grade of the magic rank all the way to the 7th grade of the divine rank, and there are also many dangerous elemental creatures. However, this maze should be divided into many levels. According to speculation, there should be 20 levels, and every 3 levels will lead to a larger underground hollow world. It's like a small world, and that's a relatively safe area. At this moment, the 15th level is the limit of our exploration. Recently, the formations and charms operating in the maze have been activated, and it's followed by a period of relative quietness. In the next 2 days, there will be a large-scale exploration, and they will go all the way down from the 15th level. Upon hearing this, Yun Nuoxing's eyes narrowed slightly. 20 levels. If they explored the 15th level, they would have to go to the 16th level, at least. Uncle Huan, do you know when this maze was formed? And can you deduce what's in the maze? What's the meaning of the maze's existence? Yun Nuoxing asked softly. Hearing this, Jin Huan shook his head slightly and said, I only know that this maze has existed for a very long time, and it might even be left behind from the previous era. The elemental creatures inside are derived from the formations, and there are endless numbers of them. Moreover, the formations of the entire maze are connected. In other words, if we want to break the formations of the maze, we have to break all the other formations of the maze together. The creator of this maze might be a Grandmaster Formation Master. As for what's below, we haven't found anything special that's worth mentioning. Perhaps the answer we want is at the bottom. After hearing this information, Yun Nuoxing frowned slightly. The mission issued by the Academy was to explore an area that had never been seen before. Could it be that they had to go to the 16th level? This seemed a little difficult. He had to carry 4 or 5 eternal weapons and 2 great divine weapons to protect everyone through a grade 7 divine level formation. What about the creator of the maze, the Grandmaster? Yun Nuoxing smiled bitterly. Divine level formation masters were Grandmasters, and grade 8 divine level formation masters, and above were Grandmasters. Yishi happened to be at this level. Her method of setting up formations was amazing, and a mere formation master like him could only kneel before her. I have a complete set of equipment here. Divine Son, if you need it. Jin Huan took out a golden pearl the size of a fist and handed it to Yun Nuoxing. When Yun Nuoxing heard this, he wanted to refuse directly. With his methods, he could even block a grade 9 divine level formation. Back in the secret realm of the group of mountains, when the divine spirit palace descended, he also used the whirlpool zither to block the pressure of the divine spirit. However, if he was forced to that step, his identity would be exposed. After hesitating for a while, Yun Nuoxing still took the pearl. His soul went into it to take a look, and some surprise appeared on his face. The pearl contained many small tools that could counter formations, and their grades were very high. Among them, there was a realm-breaking pearl that could at least break a grade 7 divine level formation. Compared to those sold outside, it was of a much higher grade. Thank you, Uncle Huan. The situation requires it, so I won't be unreasonable. Yun Nuoxing solemnly put it into his ring, nodded at Jin Huan, and smiled. Jin Huan also smiled and said, You are the person that the 9 Deities Temple has been waiting for many years. Everyone in the 9 Deities Temple is waiting for your growth. Everyone is looking forward to you. If you are the Divine Son, you will definitely reach unprecedented heights. Perhaps you will be able to stand shoulder to shoulder with the ancestors. May the spirits of the 9 deities in heaven protect you. Jin Huan bowed deeply. Yun Nuoxing took a deep breath, and his expression was slightly solemn. He cupped his hands and said softly, May the spirits protect all living beings. You or wanted to laugh when she saw this scene, but for some reason, she couldn't laugh. She felt a very ancient and solemn aura, as if it had been passed down from a long time ago, and was still being passed down to this day. After chatting for a while, Jean Huan respectfully escorted him to the first auction house. His seat was in the row of boxes on the second floor, and it was at the side. Although those who could go up to the second floor were all people of high status, the corner seats were not so conspicuous. Of course, this was at Yun Nuoxing's request. She originally wanted to send him to the most luxurious box in the center. After Yun Nuoxing and Xian sat down, they glanced around and couldn't help but be stunned. Ding Mingyu and the others happened to be just below them. They were only about 10 feet away, so they could see them from the side. He also smiled and sent a voice transmission to them. The others were a little surprised to see them in the box, but they didn't ask much and just nodded. The appearance of Yun Nuoxing and the others attracted many people's attention, especially the people in the other boxes. Pairs of eyes carefully observed them, trying to see who the newcomers were from their appearance. However, Yun Nuoxing's characteristics were not recognized by many people except for those who were familiar with him and the people of the Nine Deities Temple. Yun Nuoxing also turned his gaze and looked faintly at the boxes. However, what made him feel awkward was that he didn't know any of them. However, although he didn't know them, he could sense a relatively strong aura from those people. Although not every box had strong gods, there were still some beginner-level gods. The more strong people gathered, the more helpful it would be for them to explore the maze. When the time came, it would be good for them to follow behind. He didn't need to do anything, and it would also save him the danger of exposing his identity. Ding Mingyu, Chuan Mu, Lin Sheng, and the others also stared at the boxes above. After a while, they all smiled faintly. Obviously, they were thinking the same thing as Yun Nuoxing. However, a group of beginner-level gods have gathered here. Could it be that there's something in this auction? Yun Nuoxing rested his chin on his palm and saw that those people were staring at the auction stage attentively. There was some light and greed in their eyes, which made Yun Nuoxing a little interested. Chapter 668. Ding! The clear sound of the bell suddenly reverberated within the enormous auction ground. Immediately, the numerous figures within the auction ground stopped their conversations. Their eyes were fiery hot as they looked towards the enormous auction stage. The auction had finally begun. Compared to the enthusiasm of these people, the color-haired young man in the corner box was clearly not interested in these things. He closed his eyes and started to cultivate. When Lin Sheng and the others heard the sound of the bell, they sat up slightly and looked at the stage with interest. Under the attentive gazes of countless people, the curtain on the spacious auction stage was slowly pulled up, and a young man in golden clothes appeared before everyone's eyes. Seeing this person's appearance, a wave of astonished whispers resounded in the auction hall, as though everyone was surprised by the appearance of this young man in golden clothes. After the young man in golden clothes appeared, he cupped his hands and said with a smile, "This old man is Jean Huan, the manager and chief auctioneer of the Golden Divine Palace's Golden Jade Palace's auction hall in Xiaoguang City. Today's situation is special, so this old man will host the auction. First, I would like to thank everyone for coming. Golden Jade Palace, Golden Divine Palace." When Chuan Mu heard these names, a serious look flashed across his eyes. The Golden Divine Palace's Golden Jade Palace has branches all over the divine realm, especially in large cities. In those places, the Golden Jade Palace is the best auction hall. Yun Nuoxing secretly transmitted her voice to Lin Sheng and the others. Then, she looked at the stage with surprise. She did not expect Jean Huan to personally host the auction. Lin Sheng and the others suddenly understood. However, a moment later, they looked at Yun Nuoxing strangely. At this moment, the latter was lazily lying on the chair with her eyes closed, as if she did not care about anything. They could not figure out what was going on. Haha, Elder Jean, you're too polite. What's so important that you have to personally come to the stage? Faint laughter came from one of the boxes. There was a hint of mockery in the voice, but it was mostly due to respect and fear. On the stage, Jean Huan smiled and did not reply. With a wave of his hand, the empty ground beside him suddenly split open. Then, a black iron cage rose from the ground. On the surface of the black cage, there were powerful energy runes surging and sealing power spreading out. The black iron cage was several thousand feet in size and was sealed by a powerful sealing power. Inside the cage, a red-black dragon was curled up. The dragon's entire body was red-black, and its hard scales shone with a tenacious light. As if it had sensed something, its huge eyes that had been closed for a long time suddenly opened. The dragon's eyes were faintly dark red. Just its eyes alone were dozens of times larger than an ordinary person's. When it saw that many people in the auction house were curiously sizing it up, anger flashed across the dragon's eyes. It suddenly stretched its body and roared angrily. Its huge dragon claws violently smashed the iron cage. However, the seal in the iron cage was too strong. No matter how it attacked, it was unable to spread even the slightest bit of its power. Yun Nuoshing was originally recuperating with his eyes closed. When he suddenly heard the dragon's roar, he suddenly became alert. He opened his eyes and saw the 10,000 feet large giant dragon on the auction stage. It was unwillingly attacking the metal cage. Its roar was filled with unwillingness and anger. Big guy, ugh, I really want to chop off my hand. When Yun Nuoshing saw the huge dragon, she suddenly became alert. It was as if she had been injected with chicken blood. Her hands trembled uncontrollably. Her dream was to ride a huge dragon and roam freely in this vast and boundless world. However, after traveling for so many years, she had only obtained 2 dragon eggs. Moreover, they were 2 half-dead dragon eggs. Little star, calm down, calm down. You're drooling. When Xian saw Yun Nuoshing's excited appearance, she smiled helplessly. She hurriedly took out a soft silk handkerchief from her ring and wiped the saliva from the corner of Yun Nuoshing's mouth. Little Moon and Yu also giggled as they played with Yun Nuoshing's long hair. They all knew that Yun Nuoshing's dream was to have a dragon. According to the old rules, the first auction house will only have 3 heavy auctions. The rest will not be as exciting. However, I believe that these 3 auctions will not disappoint everyone. Jin Huan smiled faintly. He gently patted the iron cage and said, "This is the first heavy auction item of today. It's a Shunming scarlet dragon. It has been captured in the endless mountains outside Xiaoguang City. The auctioneer is a high-rank spirit beast master. If there's a need, he can help tame it or form a contract with it. Even an ordinary person can possess it. Moreover, this huge dragon is still in its infancy. It has unlimited room for growth. If it's properly nurtured, it might even grow into a heavenly monster, monster king, or monster emperor." An uproar rang out in the auction house. If they could buy it, wouldn't that be equivalent to having another Shunming scarlet dragon? Moreover, it was a Shunming scarlet dragon that could grow. The starting price is 1 billion. Of course, as long as it's an item of equal value, it can also be exchanged. Hearing this relatively expensive price, the auction house immediately quieted down. A moment later, this silence was broken by voices from every corner. A huge dragon in its infancy that could rival a Shunming scarlet dragon had unlimited growth potential. If they were willing, they could even turn it into a monster emperor-level existence. This kind of temptation Just hearing the starting price made Lin Sheng want to spit out blood. 1 billion. All his assets added together did not exceed 3 million. In fact, this was not a small sum. However, in front of him, there were still several zeros missing. A Shunming scarlet dragon is only worth 1 billion? I feel like my cultivation has been wasted. At this moment, Chuan Mu could not help but smile bitterly, making Ding Mingyu and the others speechless. The value of a Shunming scarlet dragon could not be calculated like this. It was only for the auction that the price was clearly marked. This is the first heavy auction item. I really want to know what the second and third items are. Lin Sheng smiled. His eyes were filled with anticipation as he looked at the auction stage. Even if he could not afford it, he could at least take a look. 12 billion. The bidding in the auction house continued for a long time. Suddenly, a bid rang out above Lin Sheng and the others, causing them to be stunned. When they raised their heads, they were stunned to see that the person who had bid just now seemed to be Yun Nuoshing. Junior brother has also taken a fancy to that huge dragon. When Chuan Mu heard Yun Nuoshing bid, he was also a little stunned. However, he was even more stunned when he heard the terrifying price. This price was frightening. When we were chatting by chance, I heard Brother Yun say that he wanted a dragon. I did not expect him to be serious. Lin Sheng scratched his head and smiled bitterly. Although he was a little shocked that Yun Nuoshing had shouted such a high price, he had long tacitly agreed that Yun Nuoshing had some special background. He was not suspicious, but he was a little worried. There were also people in the other boxes in this auction house who were not simple. 15 billion. Sure enough, just as Lin Sheng's thoughts settled, a bid rang out, causing everyone to turn their gazes. They were surprised to see that in box number 5, in the middle, a white-clothed young man stood up from the sofa. His face was filled with arrogance as he looked down at the entire auction house. Finally, he looked provocatively at Yun Nuoshing and smiled evilly. His eyes were green, as if there was another meaning behind it. Beside the white-clothed young man sat a middle-aged man. From the beginning to the end, he was indifferent. However, Yun Nuoshing could sense his aura. He was a Shunming expert. Oh, although my net worth is measured in trillions, shouting 10 billion feels like losing flesh. Yun Nuoshing sat quietly on the sofa and ignored the white-clothed young man's provocative gaze. He took a sip of tea and was a little hesitant. Although the Shunming Red Lotus Dragon was good, and he really liked it, he felt that it was not worth it to have two great divine beasts. At this moment, Yun Nuoshing was a little worried. On one hand, he had the phoenix and the white tiger. No matter how much this Red Lotus Dragon advanced, it would not be able to compare to them. On the other hand, owning a dragon was his dream. As for Jin Huan on the stage, when he heard Yun Nuoshing bid, he was also stunned for a moment. Then, he could not help but smile. When he saw Jin Huan frown, the smile in his heart became even wider. He could not help but say to himself in his heart, could it be that the divine son likes dragons? After hesitating for a while, Yun Nuoshing sighed softly, put down his teacup, and said indifferently, 30 billion. Hearing such a high price, the cheeks of the people in the auction house could not help but twitch. They all looked curiously at the rainbow-haired girl. They did not know which great power she belonged to. She actually spoke so boldly. Hee, a stubborn woman. Interesting. I like it. When the white-clothed young man heard Yun Nuoshing bid again, he was not angry. Instead, he chuckled and waved his hand. He smiled evilly and said, 32 billion. This Red Lotus Dragon. I'm definitely going to eat it today. Hearing the first sentence, Yun Nuoshing's forehead suddenly darkened. He could not help but crush the teacup in his hand. Lin Sheng, Zian, and the others tried their best to hold back their laughter. It was obvious that the white-clothed young man's first sentence was directed at Yun Nuoxing. He also mistook the former's gender. When Jin Huan heard this, although he also wanted to laugh, his gaze towards the white-clothed young man became a bit colder. However, this was hidden very deeply and did not show on his face. As expected of a rich person, his increments are in the billions. When the white-clothed young man shouted this price, the auction house was in an uproar for a while. This price was enough to invite a god, or god. Was it worth it to buy a red lotus dragon that was only at the god or underworld level? The gazes of the people in the auction house swept over Yun Nuoxing and the white-clothed young man. After seeing the latter staring at the former with a burning gaze, they seemed to understand something and were speechless. Did the white-clothed young man take a fancy to this girl? Yun Nuoxing's face darkened. He took a deep breath and cursed in his heart. If I lose some meat, then so be it. For my dream, I'll eat it. 35 billion. Yun Nuoxing changed his cup of tea and took a sip. Then he slowly stood up. A pair of colorful eyes surged with a sharp and substantial light. His tall body, and this action gave him a somewhat mysterious and awe-inspiring feeling. The people in the other boxes also turned their gazes in surprise and looked at Yun Nuoxing and the others. Even a few god-level experts turned their gazes. Then, their gazes became slightly focused, and some surprise flashed across their eyes. They actually could not see through Yun Nuoxing's strength. They only felt that he was a little strange. The middle-aged man beside the white-clothed young man also slowly opened his eyes. His gaze fell directly on Yun Nuoxing, and he frowned slightly. He also could not see through the latter's strength. However, this did not make them very vigilant. They guessed that Yun Nuoxing had some treasure that could block detection. They also did not sense any danger from Yun Nuoxing's body. After watching for a while, the people in the auction house could not help but chuckle softly. Those gazes, which were like watching a good show, made the white-clothed young man's face turn gloomy. He took a deep breath and opened his mouth to bid again. 340 billion. However, before he could bid, Yun Nuoxing immediately interrupted him and increased the price. Her colorful eyes were slightly raised, as if she was looking down on him. The corners of her mouth also cracked into a devilish smile, which made everyone feel that she was very stunning and had a wild beauty. What an arrogant woman! The white-clothed young man was furious. Just as he was about to speak, the middle-aged man beside him suddenly pulled his sleeve. His calm eyes glanced at Yun Nuoxing indifferently. Then he shook his head gently and said, "There's no need." When the white-clothed young man heard this, his expression changed slightly. He did not expect Yun Nuoxing to be so unyielding. However, since the middle-aged man had said so, he could only give up unwillingly. He would still listen to the middle-aged man, but he did not feel very comfortable in his heart. When Yun Nuoxing saw that he was being suppressed, she could not help but twitch her mouth. Her heart was bleeding. She sighed and slowly sat down. 45 billion. Just as she sat down and took a sip of tea, another voice sounded in the auction house. It shocked Yun Nuoxing so much that she spat out the tea in her mouth. She coughed twice and raised her head speechlessly. She looked in the direction of the voice, and her cheeks twitched slightly. There was a young man's figure in box number 1 opposite her. The young man was wearing a green robe. His left hand was behind his back, and his right hand was holding a small folding fan, which he gently fanned in his hand. When one's gaze moved up, one would see a face with a gentle smile. There were 2 small dimples on his cheeks, and his pale green eyes were clear and bright. He seemed to be a very simple young man. His gentle expression moved the hearts of everyone in the auction house. Chapter 669. His simple green robe was unique but not extravagant. There were a few suns embroidered on his sleeves. He gave off a warm and sunny aura, as if he was the son of the sun. 7 sons. He's from the Seven Glories Mansion. The young master of the Seven Glories Mansion, Qi Yao, actually came all the way here from Xingming City. Is he also interested in the maze? Most of the people present were from the Taiyuan region. Furthermore, they were familiar with some of the major forces in the Taiyuan region. Therefore, when they saw the green-robed young man, they quickly recognized his identity and were a little surprised. The Seven Glories Mansion was a major force in Xingming City. Its young master was the successor of the Mansion Master. His status was obvious. Yun Nuoxing frowned slightly when he heard those voices. He originally thought that 40 billion was already high enough. He didn't expect that someone would come out of nowhere and mess up his budget. He had enough money to buy dozens of cities, but that didn't mean that he could spend it willfully. For example, the price in front of him had already exceeded his expectations by nearly double, so should I take it or not? Yun Nuoxing let out a long sigh. He raised his head and looked at Qi Yao. The latter was also staring straight at him. When he saw that Yun Nuoxing was looking at him, he smiled gently. 2 small dimples appeared on his face. He was a cute young man with a hint of childishness. 50 billion. Yun Nuoxing gritted his teeth and once again called out a price that made everyone's cheeks twitch. This price was already crazily attacking his bottom line. Qi Yao smiled faintly. He closed the folding fan in his hand and gently pointed it forward. He smiled and said, 52 billion. At this moment, the discussion in the auction house had almost turned the sky upside down. Many people were looking at the 2 people excitedly. Both of them were prodigals. They didn't even blink when they raised the price. This price was many times higher than Qi Lianlong's. No matter how much potential he had, it wasn't worth it. Lin Sheng, Ding Mingyu, and the rest were also shocked. This price was too terrifying. Was there a need to go to this extent? Lin Sheng turned around and saw Yun Nuoxing's extremely ugly and unhappy expression. He couldn't help but smile bitterly. He wanted to persuade him, but didn't know what to say. 55 billion. Yun Nuoxing was trembling all over as she clenched her fists and said those words. Her eyes were tightly shut because of anger. Little star, forget it. Although you're rich, this price is a waste of money. There's no need to do this. Besides, with Feng, and the others around, you won't have to worry about not being able to find a better dragon in the future. Xian gently held his hand and advised him softly. I know. Yun Nuoxing nodded with a bitter smile. He knew, but knowing and doing were 2 different things. If he bought it at such a price, he would definitely suffer a huge loss. However, he could still accept a small loss. Even if it was 10 times the value, he could still swallow it. However, at this moment, he felt that this bone was a little hard to chew. His evil spirit eye slowly opened. Yun Nuoxing couldn't help but look at Qi Yao. Although it wasn't good to peek into other people's thoughts, he still couldn't help but want to take a look. However, his heart suddenly sank when he saw this, and even his face darkened, because he noticed that Qi Yao had no intention of buying Qi Lianlong at all. In other words, Qi Yao had been constantly trying to cheat him and raise the price at will. You're good. You're very good. You tricked me. I didn't provoke you, right? However, I'll remember this. You guys also have to walk through the maze. Suddenly, Yun Nuoxing's face became very gloomy. However, it returned to normal in an instant. His soft whisper carried a cold feeling as if it came from the depths of hell. Xian, who heard it, trembled slightly. Then, Mei Mao looked at Qi Yao with some annoyance. She also didn't understand why Qi Yao would act like this. They didn't know him. At this moment, Qi Yao naturally didn't know that Yun Nuoxing already had the idea of eating him alive. Just as Yun Nuoxing saw, he indeed had no intention of buying the Red Lotus dragon. He only raised the price because he felt that it was fun. He would also let go when he felt that it was appropriate and let Yun Nuoxing buy it. However, this caused the Shunming powerhouse beside him to involuntarily smile bitterly. The young master always did things that others couldn't see through or understand. That young girl also didn't seem like a simple character. If she knew that the young master was shouting for fun, she would probably have the heart to tear him apart alive. Qi Yao looked at Yun Nuoxing, who suddenly calmed down and was slightly stunned. Then he couldn't help but chuckle. He opened the folding fan in his hand and waved it gently. He said, 57 billion. This young man must be crazy. Even if 7 Luminaries Mansion is rich, 50 billion isn't a small number. How many kilograms of celestial crystals can he buy with this amount? What a prodigal son! When the people in the auction house heard this voice that didn't have a trace of trembling, they were also shocked. With this amount of money, he could cultivate several high-level gods. Then, everyone turned their eyes to Yun Nuoxing. They wanted to see how he was going to deal with this. Was he going to play along or stop? When Yun Nuoxing heard Qi Yao's bid, he suddenly smiled and sighed softly. If he didn't see through his evil spirit just now, he might have gritted his teeth and raised the price to 60 billion. Unfortunately, he had seen through Qi Yao's thoughts. Qi Yao liked to play so much, then let him play by himself. Forgive me for not playing along. Just as Xian said, it wasn't worth it to spend so much money to buy a celestial dragon. He might as well think of a way to hatch the ice snow holy dragon's egg. Yun Nuoxing sighed softly. Some helplessness flashed across his face. Under the gaze of countless people, he slowly sat down and shook his head. Looking at his posture, it seemed that he had given up. Why didn't you raise the price? When Qi Yao saw Yun Nuoxing sit down, he was stunned. He was very surprised. He saw the expectation and calmness on Yun Nuoxing's face. He was sure that he would buy the Red Lotus dragon, so he raised the price again. But why did he give up just like that? The price is too high. You don't care about the money you earned, but I want to vomit blood. With this money, I might as well ask Sister Jean to take me to the Demon God Mountain to find a demon emperor. If you want it, then I'll give it to you. I won't play along. Yun Nuoxing played with a strand of his colorful hair in boredom and sighed softly. Then he immediately sent a message to Jean Huan. Uncle Huan, Qi Yao raised the price to trick me. I won't compete with him. Let him shoot himself in the foot. When Jean Huan heard this, he was slightly stunned. Then he understood. This kind of thing wasn't rare in auctions, but most of the time it happened between two rivals. This was also a kind of tightrope action. Once the person who really wanted the item gave up bidding, the person who raised the price would suffer. Maybe he would even have to spend a lot of money to buy back the item that he didn't want. 57 billion going once, 57 billion going twice, 57 billion going thrice. Congratulations to the guest in the first box for winning the first auction item today. Jean Huan suddenly shouted after he understood. Moreover, his speed was so fast that no one could react. Even Qi Yao didn't understand what was going on. Jean Huan slammed the gavel in his hand. No, but When Qi Yao realized that things had gone out of control, it was already too late. The gentle smile on his face disappeared and was replaced by panic. Just as everyone thought, 7 Luminaries Palace couldn't take out 50 billion just because they wanted it. Moreover, they didn't come for the Red Lotus dragon this time. Although Shunming's baby dragon was very valuable, it wasn't to the point where they had to get it. Next, the second auction item, However, Jin Huan didn't give Qi Yao any time to speak. He suddenly swapped the metal cage and took out the other auction item. This caused Qi Yao's face to slowly turn bitter. A pair of childish clear eyes looked at Yun Nuoxing in confusion. He couldn't understand why Qi Yao would suddenly give up. The auction continued. After the first auction item, Yun Nuoxing didn't find anything that moved his heart. He only glanced at the second auction item and skipped it. Although it was a divine grade item, he didn't need it. However, it didn't mean that the people in the other boxes didn't want it. The second auction item was bid by the white-clothed young man, and Qi Yao until the sky broke. 3 million. While Yun Nuoxing was resting with his eyes closed, he suddenly heard a bid that was very close to him. He couldn't help but turn his gaze and look down. He saw Lin Sheng raising his hand. Naturally, the bid of 3 million was called by him. Yun Nuoxing glanced at the stage. On the auction table beside Jin Huan's hand, there was a scroll floating in the air. A unique aura spread out from the scroll. It was a little like the fluctuation of a magic array. Moreover, its grade was estimated to be at the 7th or 8th grade of the magic rank. 4 million. Just as Lin Sheng's voice faded, the white-clothed young man in the 5th box also shouted the same price. However, this price was clearly much lower than the first time he competed with Yun Nuoxing. The wealth of the white-clothed young man wasn't something that Lin Sheng could compete with. Lin Sheng raised his head. When he saw the white-clothed young man also shouting a bid, he couldn't help but sigh and shake his head. He couldn't compete with the white-clothed young man. After all, the latter was a rich man with a powerful force behind him. When the people in the auction heard the white-clothed young man shouting a bid, they also turned their gazes. When they saw the fervent gaze in his eyes, they looked at Lin Sheng and the others in astonishment. When they saw the 3 beautiful girls, Ding Mingyu, Jun Luoyi, and Zhong Songling, who were beside the white-clothed young man, they understood something. It seemed that this guy couldn't afford to provoke the guests in the 9th box and changed his target. Zhong Songling frowned slightly. She was angry when she saw the white-clothed young man's gaze. However, she couldn't compete with him. Their group was probably not enough to fill the gaps between the white-clothed young man's teeth. "Uncle Huan, what's that?" Yun Nuoxing asked quietly through voice transmission. "It's a magic formation scroll. However, this magic formation is incomplete. It was copied from a high-level magic formation. However, this incomplete magic formation scroll has the power of a 7th grade magic formation. If you can find a complete one, it might be a 5th grade or 6th grade magic formation." Jin Huan glanced at Lin Sheng and smiled as he replied through voice transmission. 6 million. Just as Lin Sheng was feeling depressed, another voice came from upstairs. He smiled bitterly. This was Yun Nuoxing shouting a bid. "You." When the white-clothed young man saw Yun Nuoxing shouting a bid again, he was furious. He couldn't help but shout angrily. The middle-aged man beside him sighed and reached out to hold him down again. He shook his head gently. "You're good." After being held down by the middle-aged man, the expression on the white-clothed young man's face changed a few times. In the end, he glared fiercely at Yun Nuoxing and said some harsh words. Then he sat down angrily. Everyone in the auction house couldn't help but smile bitterly. Everything had its vanquisher. The white-clothed young man was suppressing Lin Sheng and the others just now. Now, he was being suppressed by Yun Nuoxing. "This price is a little high." Lin Sheng smiled helplessly. He coveted that magic formation scroll that was comparable to a 7th grade magic formation. However, it was only an incomplete magic formation. Although a complete one had the appearance of a 5th grade or 6th grade magic formation, it was still a complete one. This was just an incomplete one. "It doesn't matter." There's no harm in having too much money. It's a waste not to spend it. Yun Nuoshing supported her chin with her palm and said softly through voice transmission. Lin Sheng, Ding Mingyu, and the others laughed bitterly. This was a rich man. They had forgotten that he didn't even blink when he shouted 10 billion. This million wouldn't even hurt him. Chapter 670. As the auction gradually came to an end, the fiery atmosphere became increasingly intense, other than the three so-called heavyweight items. The other items were also of a certain level. Many people were bidding for them, and even the people in the private rooms would bid for one or two items from time to time. However, once it was their turn to bid, the entire place would become silent. This was because everyone knew that they could not compete with the big shots in the private rooms. The last item of today is also the third heavyweight item. Jin Huan smiled mysteriously. He glanced at the private rooms on the second floor without anyone noticing. Then, he slowly took out an item from his thumb ring. Before the item completely appeared, Yun Nuoshing saw that the people in the other private rooms had suddenly sat up straight. Their eyes were surging with radiance. Even the middle-aged man beside the white-clothed young man turned his gaze over, a fierce glint surging in his eyes. Lin Sheng and the others looked over as well. They saw that the light in Jin Huan's hand had slightly dissipated. A 2-foot-long yellow object had appeared. It was engraved with profound divine runes, and it looked like a sword hilt. Sand flowed down from the two ends of the sword frame, as if it had just been fished out of the desert and had not been cleaned. However, no sand could be seen on the sword hilt and sword frame. Instead, some fine sand could be seen flowing down and disappearing into the air. Ding! As soon as this hilt-like object appeared, a clear ringing sound rang out. Faint yellow rings of light rippled like water and slowly spread in the air. As the ripples spread, countless people in the auction house were stunned. Those who were carrying weapons felt that their weapons were showing signs of going out of control. Images involuntarily appeared in their minds. Yellow sand filled the sky, a rolling sandstorm, a deep yellow river flowing in the sky, and the sun and moon could not be seen. The images lasted for a moment before disappearing. What followed was a terrifying pressure that caused countless people's faces to turn pale. They felt as if the energy in their bodies had been frozen. That pressure made them feel fear from the bottom of their hearts. What is that? Just a sword hilt has such a great pressure. Could it be an eternal divine weapon? All sorts of exclamations rang out in the auction house. Countless people looked at the deep yellow sword hilt in shock. Their pupils had shrunk to the size of a needle. Was this the final item of this auction? The third heavyweight item? What is that? Lin Sheng and the rest also looked over curiously. In this auction, the three heavy items had shocked them. This last item had caused an earth-shattering commotion. I'm afraid it's something left behind by a strong god. However, ordinary gods don't seem to have this kind of pressure. Ding Mingyu and Mei Mao looked at the dark yellow sword hilt and said softly, maybe it belongs to a high-level god. A high-level god. Upon hearing this, Lin Sheng, Chuan Mu, and the rest were slightly shocked. High-level gods. Wouldn't that mean that they were at least left behind by strong netherworld kings? At this time, Yun Nuoshing also stood up suddenly. His colorful eyes widened. His left and right arms shrunk under his windbreaker and glowed faintly. There was also a bit of heat. The netherworld sword and Ling Hong's sword inside were restless. The two god weapons had such a reaction. If he still did not know what the sword hilt was, then his brain would be damaged. Dark yellow sword hilt, flowing sand, the river of time, the barrier of time. Yun Nuoshing sighed softly. He had also seen the images. Combining these characteristics, he naturally recognized what it was. The Sword of Time, ranked fourth in the God weapon ranking, the Divine Sword Record. Ranked fourth. Xian also repeated softly. She bit her red lips and raised her head to look at Yun Nuoshing. Seeing his sparkling eyes, she knew that he would definitely obtain this divine sword, even if it was just a broken sword hilt. Ha! Everyone, this broken sword hilt was found during the last large-scale exploration of the maze. It was buried in the depths of the 14th floor. After our appraisal, this broken sword hilt is very likely to be the sword hilt of a level 12 eternal divine weapon. However, we have not found the sword hilt yet. Perhaps it is below the 15th floor. Huan gently stroked the dark yellow sword hilt with both hands and chuckled softly. Eternal divine weapon. The auction house was in an uproar. Countless people's eyes turned red. Everyone knew that weapons that surpassed level 9 were called eternal divine weapons. Level 12 eternal divine weapons were infinitely close to the level of God weapons. In the entire divine world, there were certainly many eternal divine weapons. However, the number of level 12 eternal divine weapons could be counted on one's fingers. This was because only gods could forge level 12 weapons. Recently, the maze has calmed down. I think everyone knows that this is a very good opportunity to explore. Perhaps the sword hilt of this eternal divine weapon is hidden in the deepest part of the maze. Huan threw out another big bomb. The atmosphere in the auction house was instantly stirred up. Countless people's breaths became heavier. If this sword could be restored, it would definitely be a level 12 eternal divine weapon. If they could obtain it, they would definitely be able to establish a transcendental force. A level 12 eternal divine weapon. Chuan Mu was stunned when he heard this information. He felt a little dizzy. He had never even heard of such a divine object, let alone seen one. However, at this moment, the hilt of an eternal divine weapon was being auctioned on the auction stage. Sigh, such a divine object. Let's just look at it. It's not up to us to compete. I think Brother Yun is also... Lin Sheng sighed and shook his head. Then he raised his head and was stunned. This was because he saw Yun Nuoshing's blazing eyes and unwavering determination. Ding Mingyu could not help but turn her gaze when she heard that he did not finish his sentence. When she saw him looking at the ceiling in shock, she also raised her head. Then they saw Yun Nuoshing's burning determination. What do you think? Ding Mingyu lowered her head and looked at Lin Sheng. She could see that Lin Sheng was very experienced in doing things. He was like a person who often walked on the edge of a cliff. He was dangerous and deep. Let's wait and see. However, Brother Yun seems to have other plans. We will act according to the circumstances, Lin Sheng said after pondering for a moment. Chuan Mu and the others nodded, looking at Yun Nuoshing. It seemed that she was determined to get it. That thing was also a hot potato. If she got it, she would definitely attract attention. She might be targeted by the experts of the major forces. Trouble would follow. It seems that Uncle Huan did not recognize the fourth sword of the Divine Sword Record, the Sand Sword. After all, only the hilt is left. This is good too. Yun Nuoshing nodded gently. Since no one recognized it, it could not be better. As for the so-called trouble, would he care? If he was really annoyed, he could just call Sister Jean and the others over, although this would expose his identity. The fourth sword of the Divine Sword Record was worth a try. Compared to this, exposing his identity was nothing. In the auction house, many people's eyes were burning with greed. If they could get their hands on an eternal divine weapon, their strength would definitely skyrocket. They would not have any objections, even if they wanted to establish a transcendental force. As long as they could get their hands on it, there would definitely be a place for them in the divine world. Ha! This broken sword hilt is the last item to be auctioned. We will start the auction now. The starting price is 30 billion. Anything of the same value will be accepted. Jin Huan waved his hand and slowly raised the dark yellow sword hilt in his hand. A faint circle of light swept out, as if a circle of yellow sand had enveloped the entire auction house. The faintly discernible power of the divine weapon caused the time in the auction house to almost stop. 35 billion. Chi Yao, who was dressed in green, was the first to wave his folding fan. His childlike eyes were filled with determination. It seemed that the Seven Luminaries mansion was determined to get this item. 40 billion. The young man in white also stood up abruptly and glared at Chi Yao with eyes as cold as a blade. When Chi Yao saw this, he furrowed his delicate eyebrows and glanced at the white-clothed youth. He ignored the white-clothed youth's gaze and stared at the broken sword hilt. Just as he was about to call out a price, a gloomy and cold laughter sounded from another room. 45 billion. Beside the young man in white, an old man in yellow robes in box number 6 laughed mischievously. He could not hide the greed in his eyes as he stared at the sword hilt. In the auction house, when the crowd saw the lineup in the 3 boxes, they immediately smiled bitterly and shook their heads. They wanted to compete with the wealthy people in the boxes, but it was obviously like an ant trying to shake a tree. Suddenly, a clear snap of fingers rang out in the auction house. Then, a calm and somewhat cold voice slowly rang out as the crowd was stunned. 80 billion. Everyone suddenly turned their heads, wanting to see who had nearly doubled the price. Then, they saw that in box number 9, the rainbow-haired young lady was quietly staring at the sword hilt. There was only a deep calmness in her eyes that was like the sea. It was impossible to guess what she was thinking. Brother Yun, that thing is a hot potato. You. Lin Sheng was also slightly stunned. Then, he could not help but smile bitterly as he transmitted his voice. I know. It's fine. Don't worry. Yun Nuoshing nodded. Her calm words caused Ding Mingyu and the rest to smile bitterly. Was this the 9 words mantra? However, Lin Sheng still felt that something was wrong. Although he knew that the former's background was very big, there were quite a number of people who had noticed the sword hilt. If they were targeted, trouble would definitely come one after another. Ding Mingyu and the rest originally had the attitude of watching a good show. However, now that Yun Nuoshing had bid, they could no longer remain calm. At this moment, they were also paying attention to the people in the auction house. If Yun Nuoshing was really lucky enough to win the bid, they would not be unaware of the biggest threat to them. Jin Huan was also stunned as he held the sword hilt. Then, he could not help but smile bitterly. I was too excited about the auction. I forgot that this is an eternal weapon. The divine sun will definitely be interested in it. I should have kept it. After smiling bitterly for a moment, he calmed down. At this moment, the arrow was already on the bow. There was no other way. They could only rely on the divine sun. After all, if he did not have enough money in the end, there was still them. They were the ones who found it. It did not matter how much Yun Nuoshing bid. If he wanted it, they would give it to him. Yun Nuoshing did not know what Jin Huan was thinking at this moment. If she knew, she would definitely raise the price in one go. At this moment, the price of the sand sword hilt had been raised to 100 billion by the young man in white. This price was not low. It was close to 10% of the annual income of a large city. 150 billion. When the price soared to 100 billion, Yun Nuoshing took a deep breath. The number in her heart was soaring rapidly. Her eyes flickered for a moment before she said in a low voice, raising the price by 50%. In an instant, many people in the auction house spat out a mouthful of water when they heard this price. It seemed like this young lady with colorful hair had a great background. Even Chi Yao, the white-clothed young man, and the number 6 yellow-robed elder were silent for a moment after the price of 150 billion was announced. A moment later, the white-clothed young man laughed sinisterly and said in a cold voice, "How bold! However, we won't admit defeat so quickly." The young man in white sneered and said, "The mysterious moon sect bids 160 billion. Yun Nuoshing frowned slightly when she heard this price. Then Chi Yao smiled faintly. It seems like the mysterious moon sect is very confident. Then the 7 luminaries palace will also join in. Chi Yao smiled faintly and clenched his folding fan tightly. He chuckled and said, 170 billion. If you have the ability, then surpass this price. We don't want it any more. The entire auction house fell silent for a moment. Then there was a burst of exclamations, as expected of a major force in Xingming City. To think that they could call out such a price. You guys have forgotten about me. Yun Nuoshing glanced at them and sighed softly. Then she shouted, 200 billion. Come, continue to bid. If you can, then I'll admit defeat. 200 billion was equivalent to half a year's income in Xiaoguang City. Not to mention that the sword hilt was still broken. It was still a problem whether it could be returned to its original position. Of course, how would they know that this was the sword hilt of the Time Sand Sword, the 4th item of the divine sword record? A divine weapon was a priceless treasure. Yun Nuoshing wouldn't feel any heartache, even if she threw away a peerless, mysterious crystal. This damned woman. The young man in white smacked his lips. His expression was getting uglier by the moment. Lin Sheng and the others were already numb to this bidding. Every time they heard Yun Nuoshing's price increase by tens of billions, they felt their hearts stop beating. They looked at each other and couldn't help but smile bitterly. This was really inhumane. When the immortals fought, the mortals would retreat. They didn't understand the world of the rich. 20 billion. The young man in white suddenly stood up and smashed the wine cup in his hand. His shout caused everyone to suck in a breath of cold air. Did the young master of the Xianin sect have to risk his life to spend 220 billion to buy an incomplete item? Yun Nuoshing's face twitched. This bastard was really difficult to deal with. He had already thrown out such a high price. The clue to the Time Sand Sword is here. I can't lose it no matter what. A thought flashed through her mind. Yun Nuoshing gritted her teeth and nodded heavily. Then she suddenly stretched out a finger. Everyone was stunned. What was the meaning of this? 500 grams of peerless, mysterious crystal. Come on, follow me again. If you follow me again, I'll lose. After Yun Nuoshing's dark and cold voice sounded, the entire auction ground became dead silent. Even the white-clothed young man and Chi Yao from the 7-star mansion stopped bidding. She had even bid for a peerless grade, mysterious crystal. That kind of price was not something that they could afford. Moreover, the determination of the color-haired young lady made them understand that they would not be able to compete with her, the legendary peerless, mysterious crystal. It is said that 500 grams of peerless, mysterious crystal is equivalent to 1,500 grams of saint-grade mysterious crystal. 500 grams of saint-grade mysterious crystal is even more valuable than 2,500 grams of immortal-grade mysterious crystal. The immortal-grade mysterious crystal circulating in the market now costs 100,000 gold coins per gram. There was a weak voice calculating in the auction house. Then, everyone silently calculated. Based on this calculation, wouldn't 500 grams of peerless, mysterious crystal be equivalent to 750 billion? What was even more shocking was that peerless, mysterious crystal was a priceless item on the market. Not everyone could take it out. Usually, those who could take out a divine item, like the peerless, mysterious crystal, were the top forces. Moreover, they were pitifully rare. Those who calculated peerless, mysterious crystal were basically calculating it by gram. Yet, he had bid 500 grams. On the auction stage, Jin Huan smiled as he watched this scene. He waited for a moment to get used to it. Then, he raised the small wooden mallet and shouted 3 times before slamming it down heavily. When the auction mallet slammed down, everyone understood that the broken sword hilt had finally landed in the hands of the unknown young girl. Ha! Congratulations to Miss for winning the bid for the treasure. Qi Yao smiled faintly as he glanced at Yun Nuoxing. There was a complicated look in his eyes. Then he waved his hand and left with his people. The young man in white also glared fiercely at Yun Nuoxing. After gritting his teeth for a while, he said to the middle-aged man behind him, "Elder Hun, find out which force this guy is from. See if we can touch him. If we can—" As he spoke, the young man in white stretched out his hand and gently drew a line in front of him. There was no need to explain what he meant. The middle-aged man nodded slightly. This young girl was very unfamiliar. However, from the looks of it, she seemed to be going to the maze as well. It was indeed necessary to investigate her. "Let's go too," Ding Mingyu said to Lin Sheng and the rest. Mei Mao looked at the box. Yun Nuoxing and the rest had already left. Chapter 671. In the special area of the Golden Jade Palace, Jin Huan was standing respectfully like a long spear. The door in front of him was slowly pushed open, and Yun Nuoxing and the other 3 appeared. Seeing his formal appearance, Yun Nuoxing could not help but smile bitterly and waved her hand quickly. Jin Huan smiled for a while and took out the broken sword hilt. Then he took out the broken magic formation scroll and handed it to Yun Nuoxing respectfully. If someone saw this scene, they would be scared witless. The manager of the Golden Jade Palace was so respectful in front of Yun Nuoxing that he did not even say much. Yun Nuoxing grabbed the sword hilt, looked at it casually, and then asked Jin Huan, "Was this found in the maze?" "Yes, it's in a very dangerous area on the 14th floor. It's placed in the center of a large formation. We spent a lot of effort to retrieve it, but we still couldn't figure it out. It's probably a high-grade weapon, even among the 12th level Eternal Divine Weapons," Jin Huan said softly. "Eternal magic weapon?" When Yun Nuoxing heard this, he could not help but burst into laughter, causing Jin Huan to be stunned. Could it be that there was something wrong? "Uncle Huan, this is not an eternal magic weapon. This is the hilt of the Sword of Time, the 4th item of the Divine Sword Record." Yun Nuoxing stroked the sword hilt and laughed lightly. Jin Huan's body stiffened, and his eyes were full of disbelief. "I see. No wonder it has such a strong suppression on weapons. It turns out that it is a magic weapon." At this time, Jin Huan also recalled the strangeness of the sword hilt when he was studying it. If it was a magic weapon, then it made sense. A magic weapon was the king of weapons, and its innate power could suppress all the weapons in the world. What the Divine Sun said, is it true? Jin Huan found it hard to believe. He did not dare to think in this way. After all, it was a magic weapon, an existence that surpassed the eternal magic weapon. "Uncle Huan, have you forgotten my constitution? I still have 2 divine weapons in my body. The moment the sword hilt appeared, they reacted violently. I can't be wrong." Yun Nuoxing nodded with a smile. "If that's the case," Jin Huan nodded stiffly. After pondering for a while, he said, "We haven't found the body of the sword either. Maybe it's under the maze, or maybe it's in a corner of the god's realm. In any case, I'll report this to the Golden Temple and the other Golden Jade Palaces and ask them to help find the body of the Sword of Time." "Yes, Uncle Huan. Sorry to trouble you." Yun Nuoxing nodded. This was the 4th-ranked divine sword, so he didn't say anything to decline. The realm of the gods was so vast that it was boundless. With his strength alone, it was indeed very difficult to find it. It would be fine if it was in the maze, but if it was elsewhere, it would be very troublesome. After talking for a while, Yun Nuoshing took out a sparkling golden crystal from his ring. It weighed exactly more than 500 grams. Then he threw it to Jean Huan casually. Jean Huan was stunned for a moment. Then he hurriedly took the crystal. As soon as the crystal was placed in his palm, an extremely large amount of pure metal elemental energy rushed into his body, giving him the urge to refine it in one go. Divine Son, this is too precious. I can't accept it. Without needing Yun Nuoshing to say more, Jean Huan knew what it was. It must be the superb grade-glazed crystal that the former had bid in the auction house. He rarely came into contact with this kind of resource, so he knew how valuable the superb grade-glazed crystal was. It couldn't be bought with money. Uncle Huan, take it. The value of what you're giving me is not worth half a kilogram of extreme-grade Xian crystals. Yun Nuoshing smiled and shook his head. Then, without waiting for Jean Huan to say anything, he ran out with Xian and the others. He hurriedly closed the door, leaving only one sentence echoing in the room. Anyway, I still have a lot with me. Hearing this, Jean Huan couldn't help but smile bitterly. Looking at the thumb-sized golden crystal lying in his palm, he sighed and cupped his hands in obeisance to the closed door. After a while, he raised his head and shouted to the empty room, "Go! Beat up those people with bad intentions. Don't let them disturb the Divine Son and the others. If they do anything out of line." After a pause, Jean Huan took a deep breath. His palm suddenly cut through the air, cutting a huge hole in the space. Then his cold voice slowly sounded. "Then destroy them." After he finished speaking, there were many rustling sounds in the room. After a while, it returned to silence. Jean Huan's face also calmed down slowly. Then he scratched his head and smiled bitterly. "Let's report to the first elder first." After leaving the Golden Jade Palace, Yun Nuoshing sat in the hall of an attic. He took a breath and looked at Xian, who was sitting quietly on his left, and Little Moon on his right. Finally, he couldn't help but sigh. "I say, if you have something to say, just say it. Don't you feel uncomfortable holding it in?" Yun Nuoshing raised his head and looked at Ding Mingyu, Lin Sheng, and the others on the sofa opposite him. He couldn't help shaking his head. Since he and Xian came back, they had been like this. The latter and the others just stared at him without saying anything or responding, which made his hair stand on end. Hearing this, Chuan Mu, Lin Sheng, and the others laughed dryly. Then Chuan Mu coughed softly and pretended to be serious. "Little junior brother, you don't make friends carefully." Hearing this, Yun Nuoshing was a little confused. "What do you mean?" "Look, you know each of our names, but we only know your surname." Chuan Mu smiled and scratched his head. Although he wanted to smile, honestly, that scarred face looked too ferocious. Yun Nuoshing was stunned. He wanted to say that Luo Yi knew his name, but he thought that it wasn't appropriate. So he didn't say it. He rubbed his chin and sighed softly. "Although I really want to tell you who I am, you won't believe me even if I say it. Moreover, the name isn't important, right? It's just a code name." In the end, he added in his heart, "Even I don't know my real name, right? You don't believe me? Why don't you tell me about it? Could it be that your background is very mysterious? An outsider? Or a visitor from the lower realms?" Lin Ran raised his eyebrows and said with a chuckle, "Would you believe me if I said I was the godchild of the 9 divine palaces?" Yun Nuoshing took a sip of tea and said half jokingly and half seriously, "I've met the godchild of the Fire God Palace once. He's not like you." Ding Mingyu said indifferently. Yun Nuoshing revealed the fire element. So Ding Mingyu and the others also treated him as a possessor of the fire element. They didn't think too much about anything else, such as whether he had other elements or not. Hey, look, you guys won't believe me even if I tell you. Hearing this, Yun Nuoxing helplessly spread out his hands. He had indeed said it, so there was nothing he could do if they didn't believe him. Xian and the others had been holding back their laughter, because Yun Nuoxing had indeed revealed his identity, but perhaps this identity was too powerful. So Ding Mingyu and the others didn't dare to believe it. After all, in the eyes of ordinary people, the 9 divine palaces was an unreachable existence that had stood tall in the god realm for dozens of eras. Their identities were too prominent, so it was understandable that they wouldn't believe it if he said it rashly. However, in Yun Nuoxing's eyes, it was very funny because he was indeed the godchild of the 9 divine palaces recognized by the Golden Princess and the others. Yun Nuoxing didn't talk much about this topic. He threw the incomplete magic array scroll to Lin Sheng, then said, "You guys will know in the future." Then he brought Xian and the other 2 back to their room. Lin Sheng gently stroked the scroll in his hand, looking gratefully at Yun Nuoxing as she walked into the room. Only then did he let out a soft sigh. He also didn't dare to believe Yun Nuoxing's answer. Perhaps it was because there was no obvious evidence. Moreover, why would the godchild of the 9 divine palaces come to an academy to cultivate? Although Yun Nuoxing had said it was because of the spiritual light pagoda, he still found it hard to believe. The next day, when it was still early in the morning, Ding Mingyu, Yun Nuoxing, and the others rushed out of the attic and went straight to the center of the city. The entrance to the underground maze was located in the center of the city. There was a huge oval-shaped building in the center of the city, which looked like a huge egg. This was the entrance to the underground maze. Ding Mingyu and Yun Nuoxing's group separated into 2 groups. One group was Ding Mingyu, Lin Sheng, Chuan Mu, and the others, while the other group was Yun Nuoxing and the other 3. The auction yesterday had caused quite a stir in the city, especially the hilt of the Time Sand Sword. Although Jin Huan had only said that it was the hilt of a level 12 eternal weapon, and no one knew that it was the hilt of a divine weapon, just the description of the hilt was enough to make countless big forces go crazy. Fortunately, it was only the hilt. If it was the complete eternal weapon, there might already be people plotting to snatch it. The group flew at a constant speed about a kilometer away from each other. As the sky brightened, the vitality of the city slowly awakened. When they saw the huge oval-shaped building, they really felt how much popularity the maze had attracted. The roads leading to the oval-shaped building were almost completely occupied by large groups of people. Even in the sky, there were many people descending towards the building. When Yun Nuoxing and the others saw this scene, they were speechless. However, they also heaved a sigh of relief. The more people who explored the maze, the lower the difficulty. To them, who were only here to complete the mission, this could be said to be great news. There are so many people. I'm a little scared. Standing in the sky and looking at the constantly moving heads below, Yun Nuoxing felt a headache coming on. He had never expected the maze to be so popular. At a glance, he estimated that there were hundreds of thousands of people here. He turned his gaze slightly and looked at the huge oval-shaped building. The building was thousands of feet in size. There were many strange symbols carved on its surface. Below the building was a huge platform. On the platform, there was a spacious passage that seemed to lead to the interior of the building. That seemed to be a passage that led to the bottom. Yun Nuoxing frowned slightly and glanced around. The people passing by in the sky didn't stop. However, he still sensed that there was something unusual. It was the same when he came out of the loft. Lin Sheng, the token that I gave you contains a trace of my spiritual power. If you burn it, You can notify me. Also, we're being followed. We are all being followed. Yun Nuoshing withdrew his hands into his sleeves and took out a jade slip. He then whispered to Lin Sheng through voice transmission. Ding Mingyu, Lin Sheng, and the others raised their eyebrows when they heard this. They were being followed. Be careful. If anything happens, immediately burn my spiritual power. Don't delay. We will go down first to explore. We will leave some spiritual marks along the way. The token will be able to sense it. Yun Nuoshing continued to transmit his voice. You go first. Ding Mingyu was stunned for a moment. She wanted to refuse, but seeing the sea of people below and thinking of his mysterious identity, the resistance in her heart weakened slightly. Then she nodded gently and said, Okay, you guys be careful. Yun Nuoshing smiled and put away the token. Then he smiled at Xian, Little Moon, and Yor. He pulled the three of them with his hand and quickly flew down the oval-shaped building below. Under everyone's gaze, they rushed into the passage. The passage below the oval-shaped building was a huge platform. On the platform, there were rows of huge steps paved with blue stone that led straight down. Obviously, after going down, they would arrive at the so-called underground maze. At this time, many people were thinking about which passage to take. Many people didn't even think about it and walked down the steps as if they were old horses that knew the way. Yun Nuoshing thought for a while and swept his gaze across the dozens of steps. Finally, he fixed his gaze on the passage near the middle. He landed and left an imperceptible spiritual mark. Then he followed the crowd down. Chapter 672. As they walked down the bluestone stairs, a wide passageway gradually appeared in front of Yun Nuoshing and the others. Unlike what he had imagined, the passageway in this maze was not man-made. Instead, it was a natural earthen passageway. On the brown walls, there was a crystal lamp hanging at intervals, or a piece of crystal embedded in the ceiling. The edges and corners of the passageway were also emitting a faint glow. Even though they were underground, it was still very bright. The passageway was very wide. It would not be a problem for more than 10 people to walk side by side. Behind them, there was a continuous stream of people pouring in from the bluestone stairs, but they did not fill up the huge passageway. The huge stream of people dispersed in a bustling manner. It did not seem crowded at all. It seemed that no matter how many people there were, it would not be enough to fill up this underground world. Even though it's an underground maze, everyone seems to be walking with a purpose. Yun Nuoshing stopped and looked at the people walking with a strong sense of purpose. She could not help but smack her lips. That's because this is only the first level. Newcomers, after many years of exploring the maze, there is basically no danger before the 9th level. Even a little guy at the immortal level can roll around in there. A middle-aged man who also stopped beside her could not help but laugh when he heard Yun Nuoshing muttering to herself. He glanced at Yun Nuoshing and the others. Although he was a little curious about these 4 little girls, he also knew that the people who could come here were not simple characters. He only chuckled and said, However, there are unexplored areas on every level. In other words, places that have not been explored. There are no signs on the map. If you rashly barge in, you might get lost. Newcomers, be careful. It's best not to leave the marked areas. There are many things buried in every corner of the maze. Mysterious crystals are just one of them. However, most of the people who come in now are going after the 15th level of the maze. After all, it is rare for the maze to be quiet during this period of time. Thank you for the reminder. Yun Nuoshing smiled and cupped her hands. The middle-aged man also laughed and waved his hand. Then he led the few people beside him and walked into the maze with the crowd. There was only one path in front of them for the time being. Yun Nuoshing stood in place, looked at Xian, Little Moon, and Yor, and then walked towards the only path. The underground world was very spacious and empty. Glimmers of light filled every corner and illuminated the entire underground world. Yun Nuoshing and the others followed the huge crowd and walked aimlessly in the underground world. Occasionally, they would stop at a fork in the road and take a look at the map from their rings. Then, they would naturally leave a soul mark and head towards the second floor. At some point in time, Yun Nuo Planet suddenly noticed that the underground world had become much wider. It had changed from a tunnel that was more than 10 feet tall to an underground karst cave that was more than 1,000 feet tall. There were huge stalactites hanging down everywhere. There were also water droplets dripping from the tips of the stalactites. A clear echo echoed in the karst cave. Unknowingly, only a few dozen people were left out of the tens of thousands of people. Perhaps everyone had split up with different goals at the many forks in the road. The maze was very quiet. Occasionally, a magic array would appear, but only the magic array would appear. Strangely, it did not operate, which gave the few dozen experts in front a fright. This is the core of the magic array has stopped operating. Is it still? Yun Nuoshing looked at the magic array that appeared in surprise. This magic array was 1,000 feet in size and was right on the ground that they had to pass through. However, no matter how many people stepped on it, it did not operate. He could also see some clues from the magic array. Brother Yun, look at this. Yu's voice came from the side, causing Yun Nuoshing to turn around curiously. Then he was stunned. There was a huge hole in the stone wall at the side. It seemed to be another path, and in that tunnel stood a magical beast formed from earth. It was obviously an earth elemental creature. However, that magical beast only stood there quietly and did not react at all. Yor even poked and shook it with her little hand out of curiosity, but it did not react at all. Yun Nuoshing quickly pulled her back to his side and patted her head. He smiled bitterly and said, "Don't run around." Okay, Yor giggled and pursed her lips when she heard that. As for whether she took his advice seriously, it was unknown. Yun Nuoshing was speechless when he saw her indifferent and lively appearance. Yun Nuoshing frowned as she glanced at the indifferent earth elemental creature. This earth elemental creature should have been derived from the array. However, there was no movement from it. Perhaps the array that created this elemental creature had also stopped operating. They followed the group around and came to an entrance that looked like an underground cave. It was pitch black below, and nothing could be seen. However, everyone jumped down with ease. Yun Nuoshing heard the sound of clothes rubbing against each other and a series of collisions. It sounded like the sound of a body suddenly hitting the wall. This sound only subsided after 2 or 3 times. After listening to the people at the side, Yun Nuoshing realized that this was the shortcut to the second level. It could be considered a shortcut. The normal path to the second level is very long. There are many underground caves like this in the underground maze that can quickly and efficiently lead to the next level. However, you have to protect your body. When you jump down, you can't see anything inside. It won't look good if your face is scratched. The people at the side looked at Yun Nuoshing and the other girls and couldn't help but tease them while they were informing him. Yun Nuoshing rolled his eyes and didn't care about anything. It was fine as long as they didn't provoke him. After waiting for a while, when everyone had jumped down and only they were left, Yun Nuoshing thought for a while and lowered his head to look at Little Moon and Little Moon. After a while, he pulled the 2 girls into his arms and threw out a chain to tie Xian behind him. He propped up an energy barrier and jumped into the underground cave as well. After jumping into the underground cave, Yun Nuoxing finally understood why those people said that he had to protect his body. In a place where he couldn't even see his own fingers, he felt that the energy barrier had experienced more than 10 collisions in the narrow and dark tunnel in just 5 seconds. It was as if he was passing through an invisible tunnel full of obstacles. He bumped into things here and there, and if he didn't have the energy barrier to protect him, he might have a bloody nose and a swollen face. In the midst of the chaos, Yun Nuoxing felt his face and neck being nervously hugged by a few soft jade-like arms, and there were also 2 small and delicate bodies trembling in his embrace. That soft touch made his mind fly beyond the 9 heavens, and he hurriedly said in his heart, "Everything is fine. Everything is fine." 1 minute felt as long as a century. Finally, there was light in front of his eyes. Then Yun Nuoxing saw that they were sliding down a huge slope that was hundreds of meters long. The new place in front of him was hundreds of meters high and surrounded by very flat and huge stone walls. The glimmering light shone on this huge underground cave. After sliding down for a while, they finally reached the bottom of the slope. Yun Nuoxing stood up with the 3 girls in his arms. He only felt that his buttocks were close to the ground, and it was a little hot. This is the 2nd level? Standing at the bottom of the slope, Yun Nuoxing looked around. On the tall walls to the side, there were some high-grade, mysterious crystals inlaid. The surging light of energy was very dazzling. It's much bigger than the 1st floor. This underground world doesn't seem to be man-made, nor does it seem to be formed naturally. Ziyin also looked around this huge underground cavern. Her jade-like hand touched her perky, but without leaving a trace. Yun Nuoxing stood beside her and caught a glimpse of her movements. He couldn't help but blush slightly. He coughed dryly, then took a deep breath and looked around. There was no one at the bottom of the slope. Those who jumped down first seemed to have gone far away. However, Yun Nuoxing wasn't too worried about getting lost. The ring that Jin Huan gave him contained a map of this huge underground maze. However, what was drawn on it was only the known areas that had been explored. Waving his hand, Yun Nuoxing led Ziyin and the other 2 girls forward casually. After going deeper for a while, Yun Nuoxing stopped. He sat on the ground and started a small bonfire. He smiled and said, "Let's take a break for now. We'll move forward when Lin Sheng and the others come over." Ziyin smiled and nodded. Yun Nuoxing also smiled slightly. Then his smile suddenly disappeared, and he became calm. The former was slightly taken aback. "Then, friends who are following behind me, can you come out and say something? You're about to lose your patience, right?" Yun Nuoxing's indifferent voice made Ziyin and Mei Mao freeze slightly. Her jade-like hand grasped the Dragoncry sword in her hand like lightning. She pulled Little Moon and Ewer to her side. Mei Mao looked around vigilantly. Her sharp gaze swept across like a blade. Just as Yun Nuoxing finished speaking, there was suddenly the sound of rushing wind. A sharp gust of wind whistled through the air, creating an ear-piercing noise. The sand and stones on the ground were swept up. Yun Nuoxing's colorful eyes narrowed slightly. The figure that was sitting lazily on the ground didn't move. His eyes slightly raised, and an energy barrier rose from the ground. Faint purple flames lingered around it. Just as the flame barrier rose, a black arrow as thick as an arm ruthlessly shot through it. It rushed into the flame barrier, and the energy contained in it was completely devoured by the flames. After passing through the barrier, it lost its power and fell in front of Yun Nuoxing and the others. He picked up the arrow that had fallen in front of him with 2 fingers. Then he turned his head. There was also the sound of rushing wind behind him. Then 6 figures appeared on the boulder behind him. They leaned against the wall, and 6 pairs of eyes filled with killing intent locked onto them. 6 demigod experts. You're quite bold. Let me guess. Are you Qi Yao's men, or the idiotic young master of the Xianin sect? Or are you assassins that were hired to sell your lives? Oh, you didn't even carry out the assassination. You should be someone else's men. Yun Nuoxing's eyes narrowed slightly as he swept his indifferent gaze across the 6 figures. He was a little surprised as well. To be able to mobilize such a large force, they should not be ordinary people. He instantly thought of the 3 clans he had seen at the auction, 7 Luminaries Manor Black Moon sect, and the yellow-robed old man from another clan that he had not heard of. Among these 3 clans, he felt that the possibility of the former 2 clans being involved was higher. However, he could not rule out the possibility that others had their eyes on the hilt of the Time Sand Sword. Even so, he still felt that the former 2 clans were more likely. On the huge rock, the 6 silhouettes were leaning against the huge rock wall. Their entire bodies were wrapped in black robes, and even their faces couldn't be seen clearly. Only a pair of bright eyes were emitting a gloomy, killing intent. Astonishing energy fluctuations were rippling from the bodies of these 6 people. That level was stronger than Dingmingyu's, but weaker than initial god experts. Surprisingly, they were demigod experts. Faced with Yun Nuoxing's soft shout, the 6 figures acted as if they didn't hear it. However, the killing intent in their eyes became even more intense. You're not going to say it? Then just keep your words to yourself. Yun Nuoxing blinked and sighed softly. He didn't panic. He could even face a demon emperor expert with composure, let alone 6 demigod experts. Kill! Suddenly, a cold shout came from one of the black figures. Then, the 6 figures rushed out together. They clenched their fists, and black, flying knives appeared in their hands. Demonic aura surged. Then, the shadows of the knives swept out like a rain of knives, enveloping Yun Nuoxing and the other 3 from all directions. When Yun Nuoxing saw that the 6 people acted decisively, he sighed. He threw a wooden stick into the bonfire with his right hand. Then he raised it gently and snapped his fingers. He also shouted softly, "Explode!" The rising flame barrier suddenly exploded, transforming into a gigantic purple fire wave that surged towards the 6 people who did not even have time to stop. In an instant, they were engulfed. The flying daggers that covered the sky and covered the earth were completely incinerated by the extremely high temperature of the purple night dim flame, leaving not even ashes behind. In the purple sea of fire, a series of energy barriers rose up. However, the energy barriers that the 6 of them had just raised did not even last for 3 seconds before they collapsed under their astonished gazes. The blazing flames quickly engulfed their bodies, and a series of miserable cries rang out from the sea of fire. In this empty underground world, it was very horrifying, and Yun Nuoxing had goosebumps when he heard it. He rubbed his arms lightly and said in surprise, "So you guys are not mutes." After he finished speaking, he snapped his fingers again. The sea of fire that filled the sky suddenly shrank slightly and disappeared in a few breaths of time. Following the disappearance of the sea of fire, the 6 black-robed figures fell from it. However, the black robes that were wrapped around them were all burned. Their hands and feet were still wrapped in flame ropes, like 2 small snakes emitting blazing heat. Don't move. Otherwise, the slow rope will explode. You won't be able to keep your hands and feet. Yun Nuoxing's indifferent voice sounded, causing the 6 people who wanted to struggle to stiffen. They raised their heads with some difficulty. Under the black robes were 6 middle-aged faces. Their flesh and blood were badly burned by the purple night flame. Even though it was only for a while, it almost crippled them. Chapter 673. In the bright underground world, a ball of purple flames rose from Yun Nuoxing's palm. Her bright eyes were slightly cold as she looked at the six figures who were curled up like shrimps on the ground. There was an unconcealable chill in her eyes. Boom! The stone wall at the side suddenly exploded. Rocks were blasted to pieces and scattered all over the ground. An inconspicuous black shadow flashed out. It was just like a dagger in the pitch-black night that wanted to take one's life. It swiftly charged toward you, who was seated beside the bonfire. A monstrous, murderous intent surged out. You was shocked when the stone fragments exploded. When Mei Mao turned around, she saw the pitch-black dagger charging towards her. It was less than a foot away from her. The murderous intent was like 1,000 years of ice that licked her delicate face, making her smell the scent of death. You did not even have time to react to this lightning-fast attack. The demonic aura in her body surged out uncontrollably. She hurriedly folded her arms in front of her and closed her eyes tightly, waiting for the moment of intense pain to come. However, the black dagger and the figure that had charged out from the stone were now firmly pinned in the air. The figure in the black robe also widened his eyes in shock. At this distance, he only needed to move forward a little more to slay you, However, no matter how much power he channeled, he could not move an inch. It was as if he had turned into a statue and could not move at all. An assassination attempt against you. Yun Nuoxing gently turned her head. A golden array slowly appeared on the ground. It was the suppression array. When she had sat down, this array was constructed to guard against situations like this. You knew about it long ago? The black figure holding the dagger said in shock. The figure that was frozen in the air trembled continuously. His widened eyes were filled with disbelief. You nervously opened her arms to let go of Mei Mao. When she saw this scene, she quietly heaved a sigh of relief. Then she jumped up from the ground like a bird startled by the twang of a bough and threw herself into Yun Nuoxing's arms in panic. Her delicate body trembled slightly. Scared? Don't worry, I am here. Yun Nuoxing opened his arms and received you, in his embrace. He comforted her in a gentle voice. His hand also gently stroked her small head and pressed her face against his chest. After which, he lifted his head and looked at the black shadow sculpture that was frozen in space. He faintly said, I am just being paranoid. Or do you think that you can hide from me with this shoddy stalking? By the way, my soul force can fuse into the void. I've experienced assassination once, and I'm already afraid of it. Therefore, after coming out of the pavilion, my soul force has been spreading throughout the void. Where you think you're hiding? Yun Nuoxing laughed self-deprecatingly. He was referring to the time outside the Xian family in Starry Universe City. Then, his voice gradually turned cold. 7 people, 6 demigods will attack from the front, and 1 divine sun expert will be responsible for the assassination. 2 attacks. Tell me where you are from, and what is your objective? If your answer satisfies me, I can even let you die a quick death. Yun Nuoxing clenched his fists, and a cracking sound could be heard. He coldly smiled and said, Although my hands are very gentle, I can also do very cruel things. I advise you to tell me honestly. The 6 people that were bound by the fire rope groaned in pain. They felt that the fire rope that bound their limbs had become much hotter. The body of the black figure that was frozen was also trembling slightly. His eyes that were originally filled with baleful aura were now filled with shock and fear. He was an initial divine realm expert, but he was frozen in place just like that. The energy in his body couldn't move at all. The things that happened today had shocked him to the extreme. Who exactly are you? You are definitely not a student ranked 4th on the demonic ranking of the Long Guang Academy. The frozen black figure shouted with a trembling voice. Yun Nuoshing's eyebrows twitched. He was also somewhat astonished. He coldly stared at the person in front of him and coldly said, "From your words, it seems that you know quite a bit about our Longguang Academy. Could it be that you are a spy among the students? Or are you from some force in Sunglow City? Although this kind of information is very easy to find, you guys appeared today. It seems that the Seven Luminaries Palace and the Black Moon Sect can also do this." The frozen black figure was startled. This guy's guess. Damn it, I estimated the target's strength wrongly. This guy isn't a demonic ranking. He's a monster. The frozen black figure struggled with all his might, wanting to break free. However, Yun Nuoshing waved his hand, and the figure fell in front of him. He was like a dead fish, unable to move. A purplish-black greatsword appeared in Yun Nuoshing's hand. He calmly stared at the person and said, "It seems like you guys don't plan to speak." After saying that, he sighed. He stretched out his left hand and lightly snapped his fingers. A strange energy fluctuation quietly spread out. The six of them were shocked to discover that the fire ropes binding their limbs had suddenly become several times hotter. Moreover, there was an extremely terrifying energy condensing within them. Boom! The intense flame explosion caused the spacious underground world to shake a few times. The huge rocks by the side shook until they collapsed. Numerous huge cracks appeared on the ground, as though there was an earthquake. The solidified black figure turned its gaze in shock and looked at the spot where the flame had exploded behind Yun Nuoshing. Pa-da! All of a sudden, a blurry object landed in front of him, causing the deity's shadow to freeze for a moment. When he took a closer look, his heart trembled violently. That blurry object was a charred, broken palm. The broken part was as smooth as a mirror, and the entire hand had been burnt to the point where the skin and flesh were exposed. He could not help but swallow his saliva. You, close your eyes. You're not allowed to look." Yun Nuoshing hugged Yu tightly and pressed her cheeks against his chest. He then whispered to Little Moon, who was beside him. The two little girls hurriedly nodded and closed their May-Mau's eyes. They had always obeyed Yun Nuoshing's words unconditionally. The black figure trembled as he turned his gaze behind Yun Nuoshing. Huge cracks had appeared at the place where the explosion occurred. On the charred floor, he could see pieces of broken corpses, severed limbs, and half of a head. White brain matter had flowed all over the ground, as well as some charred internal organs. I rarely kill people because it would dirty my hands. However, I can be very cruel when I kill people, especially when I'm in a bad mood. I'll be even more cruel when I see the broken corpses and internal organs. The happier I am, the crueler I will be. For example, the scene behind me. I don't think you want to be one of them. Yun Nuoshing's face was dark and ferocious. That cruel smile made the powerful son of God tremble. You want to pry information out of me? Dream on. The black figure's body trembled, but his eyes were extremely sinister. He grinned and said, "Don't be so smug. None of you can escape. None of you can escape." Yun Nuoshing's eyes were cold. The netherworld runes, sword in her hand, slashed down and pierced through his stomach. Then she spun it around and smashed his internal organs into pieces. At the same time, she said coldly, "Girl, close your eyes too." Ziyin was shocked when she heard this, and her jade-like hands hurriedly covered her beautiful eyes. The darkness had just assaulted her when she heard a wave of shocking, painful roars. There was also a wave of the sound of a long sword entering and leaving flesh, and the sound of bones shattering. Those numerous sounds caused her delicate body to tremble slightly. Seeing that he was unwilling to say a word even in such a state, Yun Nuoshing frowned and sighed softly. She snapped her fingers, and the purple night flames erupted, swallowing the black figure and the scene behind him. Since she knew that he wouldn't reveal any information, there was no point in keeping him alive. Xian gently opened Mei Mao when she heard the sound of burning flames. She saw Yun Nuoxing looking indifferently at the flying flames. Her heart tightened when she thought of what he had just said. Seeing her look over, Yun Nuoxing also turned his gaze and gently put down Yu, who was tightly hugging him, after which he also sat down and smiled at the three women. He said, "Are you afraid? Me?" Those words weren't a joke. Sometimes I have such impulses. For example, when I see Chi Haoyu or Chiyu, I have such impulses. Yun Nuoxing hugged her knees and said calmly. She looked at the purple bonfire in front of her with a dazed expression. That was his dark side. Ever since he had fallen to the dark side for the first time in the spiritual light tower, his murderous thoughts had become even stronger. Although he had defended his mind and suppressed his demonic nature in the end, he could feel that his temperament had become slightly darker. Xian and Mei Mao were in a daze for a while, then sighed softly and nodded. This made Yun Nuoxing laugh at himself even more. Before he could say anything, he saw Xian suddenly move to his side. Then a pair of soft red lips came close and pressed against his lips, making him slightly stunned. Don't think too much. No matter what Little Star has become, she will always be the little fool I love. Their lips touched for a while, and then separated. Xian's sleep-talking whispers entered Yun Nuoxing's ears, causing her heart to beat slightly faster. A moment later, she smiled gently and nodded. Yor and Little Moon also came over from the side, sticking to Yun Nuoxing and laughing nonstop. They seemed to have forgotten what had just happened, causing the inexplicable emotions in his heart to slowly calm down. Schwa. A few minutes later, the sound of wind breaking suddenly came from the distance. Yun Nuoxing and the others also turned their gazes vigilantly, but soon they relaxed because they all saw Lin Sheng's figure. Brother Yun, Lin Sheng, Ding Mingyu, and the others landed in front of the open space. At a glance, they saw the charred ground and the broken traces. They were stunned and hurriedly ran over. "Are you okay?" Ding Mingyu asked softly. Yun Nuoxing smiled and waved her hand. "Before we entered the cave, we were intercepted by 2 demigod-level powerhouses. Although it was a little troublesome, it wasn't a big problem. Brother Yun, what happened to your side?" Lin Sheng also saw the charred ground and asked doubtfully, "2? What did they look like?" Yun Nuoxing asked. Their entire bodies were wrapped in black robes. I don't know what they looked like under the black robes, but they seemed to be a little familiar with our Far Light Academy and knew some information. Hearing this, Lin Sheng shook his head in distress. "Looks like it's the same group of people." Yun Nuoxing also scratched her head in confusion and sighed in confusion. Ding Mingyu stared at the 2 charred areas of the ground, her willowy eyebrows trembling slightly. Then she looked at Yun Nuoxing in shock and said, "That Son of God expert and 6 demigod experts were all killed by you?" Those 2 said, "There were 7 experts. They're all dead." Yun Nuoxing nodded calmly, as if the matter of killing those experts had nothing to do with him. He looked around and said, "Looks like the person who sent out the experts is very clear about the Far Light Academy. Otherwise, he wouldn't know that I'm also a student there." Ding Mingyu and the others nodded. If they were to talk about when other forces were involved, it would definitely be at the auction. However, they and Yun Nuoxing had acted separately, but at the same time, they were both involved. This made her feel that the possibility of it being the Xianin sect was very high. Mei Mao thought for a moment. Ding Mingyu smiled faintly and said, "Looks like it was the right choice to ask you to come with us this time. You killed a Son of God expert, just like that. This? Yun Nuoshing smiled bitterly and shook her head. She didn't say anything. Could it be that telling them to kill a low-level god was enough? A matter of snapping a few fingers? Chapter 674. In the depths of the maze, in the safe area of the 9th floor, a young man in white stood on a hill. At this time, his face was extremely gloomy. Beside him stood a middle-aged man, who also looked surprised and doubtful. All idiots, all good-for-nothings. 2 demigod-level experts couldn't deal with 4 demigod-level experts, and 1 demigod-level expert. That was fine. But 6 demigod-level experts and 1 Son of God couldn't even deal with those 4 demigod-level experts. A group of demigod-level experts lost to a group of inexperienced students. There were pieces of broken soul tablets at the feet of the young man in white. Obviously, the news of the assassins' deaths had been made known to them. Beside the young man in white, the middle-aged man in green also frowned and said, "Did the people of Golden Palace do it? They warned us yesterday." After the auction, there were often robberies on the way, but the Golden Palace had protective measures in this regard. There was a transmitting formation in the Golden Palace that could directly send people away. If a distinguished guest was killed, once the culprit was found out, he would be blacklisted by the Golden Palace. Then, the culprit would be hunted down until there was no door to heaven and no road to hell. Golden Palace belongs to Golden Palace. They have simple protective measures for the distinguished guests who complete the auction. Yesterday was just a warning. Who would know that we would kill them in the underground maze? In such a chaotic place, they can't find us. That's why we sent people to kill them, isn't it? The young man in white clenched his teeth. No matter how hard he racked his brains, he could not figure out how the people from Yun Nua planet had managed to kill a few demigod-level and divine-level powerhouses. The white-clothed young man's feet violently stomped on the shattered soul tablet on the ground. He grabbed his head in a ferocious manner. A moment later, the expression on his face suddenly disappeared, after which he let out a long sigh and coldly said, "Old Hun, let's continue moving forward. Let's not bother about those clowns for now. The maze's owner's biggest secret is hidden in the depths of the maze. As long as we know it, so what if it's Golden Palace? I'll pull down those high and mighty existences. On the altar, there was no distinction between day and night in the underground world. Numerous people were flashing by under the sparkling light. All of them were moving towards the deepest level of the maze. The deepest part of the maze hid the lifelong secrets of the maze owner. As the overwhelming flow of people passed by, the silent labyrinth seemed to have come to life slowly. Below the 9th floor, the magical arrays slowly recovered, and the elemental creatures that had been condensed gradually came to life. But in the face of the endless army, these things that had yet to fully recover obviously couldn't stop the group of greedy adventurers. Countless arrays and elemental creatures in the underground world were smashed to pieces by the energy. It could be said that no one had ever been so successful in exploring a maze before. This scene appeared in the entire underground world, making everyone's blood boil. Swish! In a forest on the 10th floor, Yun Nuoshing, Ding Mingyu, and the others rushed out. Their movements were quite slow, following behind a large group of people. Those who were extremely powerful might have already reached the 45th floor. As soon as they entered the 10th floor, Yun Nuoshing and the others were stunned because the 10th floor was different from the previous ones. It was no longer a simple underground world. Although it was still underground, it was very bright. Large pieces of crystals were inlaid on the 1,000-feet-high stone walls, making it as bright as day. There were also original lakes, forests, hills, and basins. The area was also much larger. Without the complex passages that extended in all directions, It was just like a small world. After the fifth floor, there were some arrays operating slowly, but they were operating very slowly and didn't pose any threat to them. Even the 10th floor was the same. On this floor, demigod rank powerhouses could be seen everywhere. There were also a lot of demigod rank powerhouses and demonic rank powerhouses. The number of people attracted to this maze was obvious. It's almost time to enter the 11th floor. Let's hurry up. The maze seems to be recovering on its own. Ding Minyu looked around. She felt that after entering the 10th floor, the maze showed signs of coming to life. It's almost time. I can feel that the magical arrays in this maze are recovering. The magical arrays have been operating since the 5th floor, but the operating efficiency is less than 1% of the original. Now that we're on the 10th floor, it's almost 40%. I'm thinking that the deeper we go, the faster the magical arrays will recover. Yin Nuoshing muttered to herself. Hearing this, Ding Minyu and the others' expressions turned serious. If that was the case, wouldn't the magical arrays have completely recovered by the time they entered the 16th floor? Then we have to speed up. Ding Minyu waved her hand gently. Then, the speed of the 10 of them instantly increased. They turned into a string of light and swept past the forest on the 10th floor. Yin Nuoshing suddenly froze. His eyes flickered slightly. Then he suddenly threw out a bunch of chains and tied Ding Minyu and the others up. He hurriedly reminded them, "Be careful." Ding Minyu and the others were startled. Before they could react, the chains wrapped around them suddenly pulled them back. Then a huge pillar of flames suddenly erupted from the forest in front of them. The pillar of flames was green in color. The extremely high temperature set the nearby forest ablaze. The space was slightly distorted because of the high temperature. If they had rushed in just now, not many of them would have survived. There's a volcano below. Yin Nuoshing looked down. There was a huge volcano in the dense forest. However, what surprised him was that the volcano didn't erupt naturally. It was triggered by a magical array. There's something. Mei Mao glanced at the volcano. There was a huge magical array in the magma below the volcano. At the top of the volcano's crater, there was a dark red ball. However, upon closer inspection, it wasn't a ball but a round, dark red fruit. There was also a stalk of yellow grass on the rock wall. The ball was hanging from the stalk of the grass. Spiritual flame fruit. Seeing this, Lin Sheng also turned his gaze. He saw that the round, dark red ball was also extending and flickering slightly. The dark red ball swaying at the crater of the volcano has absorbed an endless amount of fire elemental energy. It's indeed a spiritual flame fruit. If a fire elemental controller eats it, the fire elemental energy will be filled with spiritual energy and increase its power. Yin Nuoshing also looked at the crater below. Then he smiled and said, "Why, do you want to go and get it?" However, the magical array below will probably erupt once every 3 minutes. If you get sucked in, even a beginner god will be roasted. When they heard these half-serious and half-threatening words, Lin Sheng and the rest broke out in cold sweat. Yin Nuoshing chuckled. His figure flashed as he descended towards the mouth of the volcano. After taking a glance at the volcano, he jumped in. Although the temperature here was high, it did not affect him at all. In a few breaths' time, he had landed 10 meters above the magma when he saw the spirit flame fruit hanging on the rock wall. He chuckled and reached out to pluck it. Buzz! However, just as he plucked the spiritual flame fruit, a soft buzzing sound suddenly came from the volcano. Then, the 100-feet wide crater of the volcano was suddenly covered by a transparent energy barrier. Careful! This sudden change caused Ding Minyu to freeze for a moment. Her delicate body flashed, and she dived towards the mouth of the volcano. With a wave of her jade-like hand, 1,000 feet large energy light beam shot out and collided with the transparent energy film, after which it was shaken until it scattered. What? Lin Sheng and the rest were also stunned. Soon after, they immediately entered battle mode. Their eyes were slightly cold as they looked at the forest below. They could see figures flashing over from the forest within the volcano. There were actually around 30 people. They swiftly rushed out from the forest and landed at the mouth of the volcano. This group of people were holding blades and swords in their hands. Their eyes were filled with ridicule, and from the fierce aura between their brows, one could tell that they weren't kind people. Perhaps they had walked on the tip of the blade for many years. At the head of the group was a man in his 30s or 40s. His eyes were filled with a savage and cunning glint. What's that saying again? The 30 over people swept their gazes over Ding Mingyu, Xian, Jun Luo Yi, and the other girls. The leader chuckled and said, "This is a blatant robbery. If you don't want that little beauty below to be burned to a crisp, obediently hand over your valuables, it will be beneficial to all of us." Chuan Mu and Lin Kuei stared at this group of people in an unfriendly manner. Lin Sheng also turned his gaze and frowned slightly. This group was not weak. The leader was a demigod-level expert, while the rest were at the 7th or 8th devil level. 2 of them were even at the peak of the devil level. It would be rather troublesome for them to deal with such a lineup. Without mentioning the fact that one of them was trapped below, there were also 2 burdens here. I'm afraid that you guys have used this method many times, because you don't dare to go down to pluck the spiritual flame fruit. You guys have surrounded the crater of the volcano and forced the companions of those who go down to pluck the fruit to hand over their valuables. Only then will the barrier be opened. Lin Sheng glanced at them. He crossed his arms and said in an indifferent voice, "What a good plan. But didn't anyone tell you that you should pick the soft persimmons?" Lin Sheng's eyes turned cold. He could not be bothered to waste his breath on them. He stomped his foot on the ground, and in the void, a huge azure formation slowly appeared. It quickly took shape, and waves of terrifying lightning energy wreaked havoc in the formation. The formation, which was 100 feet in size, enveloped the sky above the crater of the volcano and enveloped the 2 groups of people. Either you open the barrier, or you guys can try the power of this 10,000 thunder prison. When Chuan Mu and the rest saw the formation that contained rolling lightning energy, their cheeks trembled slightly. A few days ago, Lin Sheng had used this formation to fight with Bai Ya. In the end, both sides had suffered great losses. After not seeing him for a few days, his control of this formation had become even more exquisite. Lin Sheng's eyes turned cold. He had secretly prepared this formation when this group of people came out. It contained the true lightning energy of heaven and earth. Back when he was cultivating, Yun Nuoxing had even brought him into the thunderclouds to strike for half a day. "Brat, how dare you?" The middle-aged man, who was the leader, also felt the terrifying power of this formation. His eyes narrowed slightly, and he looked coldly at Lin Sheng. He sneered and said, "Then let's try it. Unless we open this barrier ourselves, even a godchild can't destroy it. Let's also try to see if we can last longer in the formation, or if that little girl will turn into ashes first." He could naturally see the strength of Ding Mingyu and the rest. They were just a group of demon-rank boys and girls. Even if the formation was powerful, it could only hold them back for a while. If they really wanted to fight, he did not think that this group of delicate guys would be able to do anything. "What are you guys playing at?" Mu Chen's eyes turned completely cold. Just as he was about to take action, a puzzled voice came from behind. Everyone was stunned, and they quickly turned their heads. they saw that on the light screen at the crater of the volcano, there was an additional girl with colorful hair. She was staring at the large group of people with her bright eyes, and there was doubt and curiosity in her eyes. Ding Mingyu and the rest were stunned. The middle-aged man, who was the leader of the group, was also stunned. Immediately, a trace of ferocity surged into his eyes. "Let's go. I found a shortcut." Yun Nuoxing did not even look at the group of uninvited guests. She waved her hand and threw out a few chains, which wrapped around Ding Mingyu, Lin Sheng, Xian, and the rest. She then smiled and, under their stunned gazes, pulled them through the light screen at the crater of the volcano and jumped into the volcano. When the group saw that Yun Nuoxing and the rest had jumped in, their eyes widened in shock. For a moment, they forgot how the girl had passed through the barrier, and they hurriedly ran to the crater of the volcano. Boom! However, before they could look down, a huge green pillar of fire suddenly shot up into the sky. Those who were close to it were directly burned by the high temperature. They didn't even have the chance to scream before they were turned into ashes. Seeing this, the leader's gaze hardened. With a wave of his large hand, he pulled back those people who did not have the time to stop. However, among those people who were pulled back, there were still a portion of them who were infected by the green flames. They stuck to their clothes like maggots, causing them to be so shocked that they hurriedly rolled on the ground. After a moment, when the fire pillar disappeared, the leader frowned and walked to the crater of the volcano. When he looked down, he could no longer see the shadows of Yun Nuoxing and the rest. Immediately, a trace of gloominess flashed across his eyes, and he said in a low voice, "We will not let this matter rest." He didn't think that those guys would be suicidal. Go to the lower levels." As his words faded, that person waved his large hand and led the remaining murderous-looking troops away from the volcano and hurriedly headed into the distance. After losing the spirit flame fruit, there was no longer any value in camping here. Moreover, they had even lost some men this time. It was truly a case of trying to steal a chicken only to end up losing the rice used to lure it. Chapter 675. At that moment, Yun Nuoxing, who was in the magma, naturally did not know what had happened above. If she knew, she might have directly activated the magical formation in the volcano and bombarded the group of people indiscriminately to save herself some trouble. After being dragged into the volcano, Ding Mingyu, Lin Sheng, and the others really wanted to ask her if she was crazy. It was only when they saw that the group of people had safely passed through the huge magical formation and entered the magma that they stared blankly at the figure in front of them. However, as soon as they entered the magma, the magical formation behind them suddenly exploded. The earth-shattering energy caused the magma to boil, causing Lin Sheng and the others to jump in fright. Then they looked at Yun Nuoxing in confusion. Wasn't this too much of a coincidence? I took control of the magical formation for a short period of time and delayed its explosion by 1 minute. Just as we arrived, the time was up. Sensing the many doubtful gazes behind her, Yun Nuoxing knew what they wanted to ask and chuckled softly. Ding Mingyu and the others had strange expressions when they heard how relaxed she sounded. It seemed that they knew too little about this junior. Every time they sensed that he was extraordinary, it was only the tip of the iceberg, or even a small part of that tip. This person was like an ice field that was immersed in the eternal ice sea. They could not see his full appearance. Where are we going now? Ding Mingyu shook her head lightly and shook off those thoughts. Her delicate body moved lightly, and she walked side by side with Yun Nuoxing. Mei Mao looked at the red magma world and asked, "The level below. I just saw that the flow of fire elements at the bottom of the magma is a little strange. It is flowing down like a funnel. There should be an exit below. If I'm not wrong, we should be able to go to the next few levels." Yin Nuoxing pointed below and smiled. It would be best if we can go directly to the 16th level. Hearing this, Ding Mingyu nodded gently and did not say anything else. She followed closely at the side. As the group ventured deeper, the red magma world slowly turned green. The temperature here was also frighteningly high. Huge pieces of solidified magma rocks were suspended in the viscous magma. They contained an extremely large amount of fire elemental energy. Lin Sheng even carefully collected 1 or 2 pieces. When he was collecting them, he was almost scalded by the temperature of the magma rocks. Be careful. The temperature here is not a joke. Looking at Lin Sheng, who was waving his hand, Yin Nuoxing said faintly. Then, with a thought, the purple fire circle outside the magma expanded. He was also worried that someone would accidentally pass through the circle of fire and be swallowed by the sticky green magma. They shuttled through the magma. With the protection of the purple fire circle, they did not encounter any obstacles. However, as they went deeper and deeper, they saw the color of the magma change from green to light purple to blue and finally to yellow. After passing through each magma region, they could only feel that the temperature of the magma was getting more and more terrifying. In the end, they even felt that low-level gods would be burned alive in the yellow magma. Approximately 4 hours later, a drop of sweat appeared on Yun Nuoxing's forehead. It was merely a drop, but it caused Ziyan's heart to be slightly alarmed. Her pretty eyes anxiously looked at her surroundings, and she carefully released her spiritual strength. Just as it passed through the purple fire circle, she felt an extremely hot feeling being transmitted back, causing her heart to be alarmed. She hurriedly cut off the connection with that wisp of spiritual strength. At this moment, the magma had already turned black. The black magma made everyone a little anxious, but they were still relatively calm. However, when they inadvertently looked at Yun Nuoxing, they were stunned. They saw that the latter was frowning. At the same time, they were startled, but at the same time, they also felt a little uneasy. They had never seen the latter with such an expression. He had always been calm and composed. "Brother Yun." Lin Sheng could not help but call out, making Yun Nuoxing turn his head. When he saw the worried faces of Lin Sheng, Ding Mingyu, and the others, Yun Nuoxing smiled and shook his head. He said, "I'm fine. I just feel a little familiar, but a little unfamiliar. Maybe it's just an illusion. Hold on a little longer. We should be able to get out in another hour. I'll increase my speed. Hold on tight to the chains. Don't fall behind." Yin Nuoxing smiled and waved his hand. Then his body moved. Faint golden particles swept out of the fire circle. They were very dazzling in the black magma. After an hour, everyone felt that something was wrong. The magma around them seemed to flow much faster. It was as if there was a gap in the magma world, and a large amount of magma was escaping from it. Sensing this abnormality, Lin Sheng and the rest were slightly delighted. There was no need for them to say anything. Yun Nuoxing raised his speed to the maximum and quickly passed through the sea of magma. Then, at an unknown depth below, he saw a spot of light. It was a gap that was 100 feet wide. Endless black magma was flowing out from there. When the latter saw this, his body moved and pulled everyone out of the gap at an extremely fast speed. In a cave that flickered with a faint light, thick black magma that was 1,000 feet tall flowed out from the top. It piled up into a huge magma lake that was 10,000 feet wide at the bottom of the cave. At this moment, a cluster of lava suddenly exploded from within the lava waterfall. A cluster of dense, pale purple flames shot out from within and swiftly rushed to the shore. A moment later, the flames slowly dissipated, revealing 10 figures within. They involuntarily smacked their lips as they looked at the slightly glowing cave entrance in front of them and the lava waterfall that stretched across the sky behind them. I wonder what level this is. Yun Nuoshing gave a long yawn, stretched, and said lazily, "We have walked down vertically in the magma sea for 4.5 hours. This should be at least the 15th or 16th level." Ding Mingyu said hesitantly, "I have never been to such a deep level. In the past, when I was on a mission, I went to the 8th or 9th level at most. I feel that the mission this time is a little harsh. Let's go out and take a look first." Lin Sheng smiled and waved his hand. Yun Nuoshing and the others nodded. Then they walked out of the cave in front of them closely. After walking out of the cave, they saw that the outside was shrouded in clouds and mist. A tall mountain stood before them like a giant pillar that supported the sky. The bright light made one suspect that this was not the underground world, but the outside world. Yun Nuoshing and the others were stunned as they looked at the bright mountain range. They looked at each other. Then they jumped up and landed on the mountain peak, after which they saw that the mountains were filled with people. Even further away, there were countless people rushing out from the 100,000 feet tall cave at the edge of the world. That lineup was extremely spectacular. There are actually so many people here. I did not expect that we would not be able to surpass them by much even after taking a shortcut. Chuan Mu could not help but smack his lips. From the looks of it, there were probably hundreds of thousands of people. Moreover, the auras of those who flew past were unusually powerful, causing them to feel uncomfortable all over. The spiritual strength merged into the void like water ripples. Then it was carried by the light elements and rapidly spread out. Soon, Yun Nuoshing heard the information she wanted to hear from the feedback of the spiritual strength. Then her face trembled violently. "What's wrong?" Seeing her reaction, Lin Sheng and the others were also a little stunned and quickly asked, "This is the 18th level. Some people have already barged in since the maze became silent the day before yesterday. They have only arrived here now. However, it seems that they have not reached the end yet." Yun Nuoshing laughed dryly and shook her head. Hearing this, Ding Mingyu and the others also knew why his expression was so strange just now. They didn't expect that when they jumped from the magma, they were already at the 18th level. In just 5 hours, they had directly passed through the 8th level, which made them a little speechless. Yun Nuoshing turned her gaze to Ding Mingyu and asked softly, "Let's be careful. Among this group of people, there are many beginner-level gods. On the contrary, there are very few demon-level experts. I reckon that those who came in with us might still be advancing on the upper levels. Should we follow them to the 19th level, or—" Ding Mingyu hesitated for a moment when she heard this. She looked at the many human figures that flashed past in front of her and thought for a moment. Then she sighed softly and spoke in a faint voice. "Actually, our mission has already been completed at this point. However, we should still follow them and take a look. I am also very curious as to where the end of this maze is. Just what exactly is hidden there that caused so many experts to rush over like a flock of ducks?" Yun Nuoshing smiled and nodded. His palm touched the ring without leaving a trace. Even if they did not go, he had to go. The body of the Sword of Time might be at the bottom. After making up their minds, everyone sat down and rested for a while. Yun Nuoshing even gave everyone an elixir. It was said that it could conceal one's aura. Lin Sheng and the others did not suspect anything and swallowed it in one bite. Then they were shocked to discover that if they were to detect the aura now, they would think that this was a group of godly emperor experts. I have not eaten it either. Just as everyone was about to ask what the elixir was, Yun Nuoshing said something that made everyone speechless. after recuperating for a moment, Yun Nuoxing and the rest headed towards the huge human flow. Just as they entered the human flow, a noisy noise followed. Everyone glanced at this group of people. When they saw the faces of Ding Mingyu and the other girls, they were slightly stunned. However, when they sensed the aura of this group of people, their expressions turned solemn. Soon after, those gazes hurriedly swept past them. Seeing this, Ding Mingyu and the others were a little surprised. These people were all beginner god-level experts, but they could clearly see the fear in their eyes. They could not help but snicker in their hearts. Who would have thought that this group of young men and women who looked like godly emperors on the surface were actually a group of demon and immortal level experts? As they hurried along, Yun Nuoxing pinched his nose and made use of the advantage of his face. Under the strange looks of Xian and the others, he talked and laughed. He even spent a little money to buy a map. The map showed the maze from the 15th to the 18th level, and there were many markings. Therefore, their mission was easily completed. Well, this mission is completely completed. Ding Mingyu received the map and could not help smiling bitterly. Chuan Mu and the others also nodded. They already had the map as proof, and it was a map from the 15th level onwards. Now, they could safely return home and reap more than 10 million energy points. However, they had already said that they would go down and take a look. Then, they would go deeper to take a look. In the large group, Yun Nuoxing and the others saw a group of familiar figures. They could not help but turn their eyes. There were dozens of figures in similar clothes there. It's the group of people from the Xianin sect. Yun Nuoxing looked at the front. Among the group of people, the white-clothed young man he had seen at the auction was among them. The middle-aged man beside him was still flying with his arms crossed. The dozens of figures behind him were all dressed in white robes. The white robes were embroidered with some sinister ghosts and monsters. They looked very terrifying. Yun Nuoxing swept his gaze across the dozens of figures and frowned slightly. These people were not weak. The weakest ones were at the 7th or 8th seal of the devil rank, while the strongest ones were shockingly a few Son of God experts. That sinister energy fluctuation gathered together, causing the surrounding people to fearfully make way for a large area. The 7 Luminaries Palace and the yellow-robed man are also here. Yun Nuoxing looked at another area and immediately discovered Qi Yao and the yellow-robed old man. Clearly, the 3 of them had also found a shortcut that allowed them to reach the 18th level so quickly. The 3 groups of people were very far away from them and were very far ahead. Therefore, they did not discover them. Ding Mingyu and the others also took a glance, then gradually retracted their gazes and looked at the huge black hole in front of them. It was the entrance to the next level. At this moment, there was a crowd of people swarming in like a swarm of ants. Yun Nuoxing frowned slightly as he looked at the black hole. He felt that something was not right. After the probing spiritual power entered the hole, there was no sign of it. It was as if it was a black hole that swallowed everything. Bang! An extremely abrupt sound suddenly came from his soul, causing his pupils to shrink slightly. His hand could not help but clench his chest. This feeling is coming again. Yun Nuoxing muttered in her heart. She then called out softly, "Ziyi, I don't know. Don't ask me. Go in and take a look." Ziyi could not help but roll her eyes when she heard Yun Nuoxing's voice. She had even knocked over her teacup because of the tremor in her soul just now. Yun Nuoxing smiled bitterly and nodded. He pulled Xian and the 2 girls to his side, then nodded at Ding Mingyu and the others and plunged into the huge black hole. Chapter 676. Within the pitch-black void, one couldn't even see their own fingers if they stretched out their hands. It was as though they were in a whirlpool. Streams of pressure pushed against their bodies. Yun Nuoshing hugged the three people in his arms tightly as astral energy gushed out, enveloping his entire body. In the midst of the chaos, he also felt a few small hands tightly hugging his body, causing him to involuntarily let out a laugh. The strange squeezing force kept pushing Yun Nuoshing and the others, causing them to spin in a large circle. It was as if they were being pushed into the center of a whirlpool. If not for the fact that he didn't feel any danger, he probably would have taken out the Netherworld ruins soared long ago. However, this kind of spinning motion made him a little dizzy. Just as he was about to struggle free, the force on his body suddenly disappeared. Soon after, the bodies of the four people were thrown out of the hole like garbage. A ray of light shone on his eyelids, causing Yun Nuoshing to furrow his eyebrows. He hurriedly stabilized his body and slowly opened his eyes, taking in a deep breath of cool air. As Yun Nuoshing expected, they were teleported away. There were chaotic spatial fluctuations in the black hole. At that moment, they were at the top of a mountain. At that moment, there were flashes of light on the top of the mountain, and silhouettes appeared one after another. Looking around, Yun Nuoshing frowned. He didn't see Ding Mingyu and the others here. Obviously, they had been separated in the hole. Xian and Little Moon were tightly hugged by him, so they hadn't been separated. Sky! Yun Nuoshing raised his head, and a flash of astonishment quickly surged into his eyes. Then, he couldn't help but shake his head with a bitter smile. The 19th level was clearly underground, but there was a sky. It was obvious that this was a self-contained world. The person who had such means, the person who had left the maze, was obviously a high-level god, and at the same time, a great master of magic arrays. Yun Nuoshing was slightly stunned, but she wasn't too worried about Lin Sheng and the others. Because of the medicinal effect, they looked like a group of divine emperors. No one would be so bored as to provoke them. Moreover, Lin Sheng wasn't a simple person. As long as they didn't encounter any special trouble, they should be safe. As for themselves, there was no danger at all. Xian and the other two also slowly extricated themselves from his arms. Then they looked at the self-created world with a sky and couldn't help but gasp in amazement. Xian Mei Mao looked around the world and was stunned for a moment. She tugged at Yun Nuoshing's sleeve and pointed into the distance, causing Yun Nuoshing to look over as well. Where Xianxian's jade-like finger was pointing, there was an extremely huge square crystal. It was far away on the horizon, and it was at least several 100,000 feet tall. It was like a giant pillar that held up the sky. Under the illumination of the sun, it flashed with extremely beautiful colors, and those colors seemed to be flowing within the crystal. Crystal pillar. The Oracle Crystal Pillar. It's the Oracle Crystal Pillar, mentioned on the 14th level. Rumor has it that if you comprehend the Tao under the Oracle Crystal Pillar, you can step into that legendary level. At this time, the surrounding people also noticed the crystal pillar that reached into the sky. Cries of surprise rang out one after another. These cries of surprise also alarmed those who had just appeared. Then, those people turned their gazes over in unison. Like a chain reaction, the cries of surprise suddenly became very loud. Countless cries of surprise rang in Yun Nuoshing's ears, causing her to feel a little dizzy. However, she still managed to capture some useful information. The Oracle Crystal Pillar? I didn't expect it to be here too. When you heard those voices, she also curled her cherry lips in surprise. Hearing those voices, Yun Nuoshing also lowered his head. He noticed the two words, also. Could it be that it was also in the demon world? Feeling a soft hand caressing her beautiful hair, Yu raised her head. The mischievous Mei Mao glanced at Yun Nuoshing and grinned. She transmitted her voice with a smile. Brother Yun, there's also a crystal pillar like this in the demon world. Even the name is the same. What Tao enlightenment can allow one to enter the demon god level? It's all a lie. Those demon emperor powerhouses have cultivated under the oracle crystal pillar for years, thousands of years, and countless tens of thousands of years. In the end, they are still demon emperors. Hearing this, Ziyin also softly said, "In the end, it depends on one's luck. It's impossible for everyone to be able to endure that comprehension. This comprehension should be prepared for a special person." Yu nodded her little head, then smiled and said, "Brother Yun, why don't you give it a try?" In history, there have been a few demon gods who have indeed attained enlightenment under the oracle crystal pillar before stepping into the demon god level. Yun Nuoshing shook his head with a bitter smile and said, "Forget about me. I don't have that kind of ambition. I can't even cross the demon realm. Go, you won't lose a piece of meat even if you go." Yu pursed her lips and hugged his arm without any explanation, pulling him forward. When Little Moon saw this, she also pushed him from behind with a smile, causing Yun Nuoshing to smile even more bitterly. He nodded helplessly. When they saw him nodding, the two little girls laughed and high-fived, leaving him and Ziyin speechless. So it was the two of them who wanted to go. Yun Nuoshing sighed, helplessly. He was being held hostage by the two little girls. He smiled helplessly at Ziyin, who also laughed coquettishly. Then the four of them soared into the sky at the same time. As soon as the exclamations sounded, figures flew madly towards the huge crystal pillar. At this time, there were not many people left in the same place. This was a huge world. In the middle of it, there was a huge crystal pillar that was shining brightly. Countless figures were transported into this huge world. When Yun Nuoshing and the others moved, there were also countless figures in other parts of the world that rushed towards the huge central crystal pillar. However, there were some other figures who found other treasures at the place where they landed. They did not rush towards the crystal pillar immediately. Instead, they stayed behind to search for treasures. In a corner of this world, there was also a person who had the same idea. At this time, he was running desperately in the mountains. Behind him, there were a lot of angry roars. F***CK, I only took 1/10 of the elemental fragments. Do you have to chase after me like I'm your enemy? A figure rushed out of the forest in the mountain range. It was a handsome young man with a slightly thin figure. When he saw the energy storm behind him, cold sweat appeared on his forehead. He looked at the 10-thumb-sized red crystals in his hand and couldn't help but laugh foolishly. Then his black eyes quickly surged with coldness and his violent figure accelerated again. After passing through a mountain range, the young man heaved a sigh of relief. He raised his head and looked at the blue sky. He could not help but stop and gasp for breath. He looked at the huge crystal pillar in the distance and licked his lips. He could not help but laugh and say, "The oracle crystal pillar? I wonder if Senior Ding and Brother Yun will also go there. If they go, then it will be easier to meet up with them." This person was naturally Lin Sheng. After appearing in this world, he had also judged the current situation. In the team, apart from you, and the other two girls, he was the weakest. Even though he had the aura of a divine emperor to conceal everyone's probing, he still had to take care of himself first. Moreover, he had made a very interesting discovery. Not only could the pill disguise his aura as that of a divine emperor expert, it could also make one of his attributes reach the level of a divine emperor expert for a short period of time. For example, the strength of a divine emperor expert, the speed of a divine emperor expert, and the defense of a divine emperor expert. After resting for a while, he raised his head and scanned the mountain range. After looking for a while, just as Lin Sheng was about to rush out and head for the oracle crystal pillar, There was a sudden uproar in the forest. Lin Sheng was slightly startled when he heard those exclamations. His figure flashed and left his original spot. Soon after, he appeared on a mountain peak. Following his line of sight, he saw a 1,000-feet-tall square altar in the forest. A few drops of scarlet fresh blood were suspended on top of the altar. Boundless energy spread from the blood, causing him to be slightly startled. Essence blood? And it must be from a god. Could it be the essence blood of a high-ranking god? Looking at the few drops of blood, Lin Sheng's eyes narrowed slightly. The essence blood of a high-ranking god contained enormous power, almost to the point where it could be used as medicine. If ordinary practitioners or even low-ranking gods obtained it, it would be of great benefit to their cultivation. More importantly, condensing essence blood would cause great harm to one's vitality. Even a high-ranking god would not produce much essence blood without special circumstances. That would cause great harm to one's vitality. Lin Sheng did not expect that there would be nearly 20 drops of essence blood floating on the altar. The essence blood of an emperor god expert. When Lin Sheng recognized the drop of essence blood, the people in the forest also recognized it. They saw it more accurately than he did. Suddenly, there was a burst of exclamations. Then, countless people's eyes were filled with greed. They did not expect to see the oracle crystal pillar as soon as they entered the 19th level. Then, they saw the essence blood of an emperor god expert. Was this the 19th level where the owner of the maze stored his treasures? Lin Sheng looked at the greed in the eyes of the people in the forest, and his expression became serious. He was only a fake god king, but there were many real god experts in the forest. When he had snatched the fire element fragments, he had taken advantage of them. Those people did not want to return empty-handed, so they turned to snatch other things. That was why he had been lucky enough to snatch 10 out of the 100 fire element fragments. But now, wealth comes from danger. After a while, Lin Sheng's eyes flashed with passion. He could not let go of such a great opportunity. Just as he was about to rush out, there was a loud laugh in the forest. Then a figure rushed out and went straight to the altar. "Ha ha, if I get the essence blood of an emperor god expert, I will definitely break through to the divine king, divine underworld, and even the emperor of the underworld." The figure laughed and rushed toward the altar. When Lin Sheng saw this, his eyes narrowed slightly. After thinking for a while, he stood still and looked indifferently at the figure on the altar. That figure flashed and appeared on the altar, and then he roared with laughter as he stretched out his hand to grab the 20 drops of blood essence. However, right when he was about to grab the blood essence, an enormous black formation suddenly appeared on the altar. The formation appeared swiftly like a bolt of lightning, and then a strand of mysterious energy coiled around the figure. After that, the figure collapsed inch by inch and vanished under the horrified gazes of everyone. That figure didn't even let out a scream before it disappeared. Its body disintegrated inch by inch, as if it was being disintegrated. Lin Sheng and the others, who were about to snatch the essence blood, saw this cruel scene, and their cheeks trembled wildly. This magic array was so terrifying. A divine king expert was gone just like that. That divine king expert was too careless. This is a forbidden magic array. Even if an emperor of the underworld entered, he would be disintegrated into thin air. People around them exclaimed as if they had recognized the function of this magic array. This made Lin Sheng's eyes twitch. Disintegrating life. This magic array was indeed forbidden. Do I have to give up? Lin Sheng was slightly regretful. This magic array was not something he could deal with. No matter how much he coveted the essence blood of an emperor god expert, He could not break the magic array that could disintegrate an emperor of the underworld expert. Looking at the treasure, but not being able to take it made him feel terrible. There were also many people around who were hesitating. In the end, they cursed angrily and rushed towards the oracle crystal pillar. Obviously, they had given up. No matter how good the treasure was, they had to be alive to enjoy it. Seeing that people were leaving, the people in the forest could not stand it and left as well. Lin Sheng saw that everyone had left and could not help but laugh bitterly. There was clearly a great opportunity here, but he could not take it. Just as Lin Sheng was about to leave, he suddenly realized that the black magic array had disappeared. He was stunned, but before he could do anything, a petite figure suddenly appeared at the bottom of the altar. Lin Sheng looked at the black magic array and was about to leave when he suddenly realized that the black magic array had disappeared. He was stunned, but before he could do anything, a petite figure suddenly appeared below the altar. That petite figure looked to be no more than 12 or 13 years old. She had a head of beautiful wine-red hair, with 4 tufts of black hair hanging down from her ears, reaching her knees. She wore a purple dress, and her snow-white shoulders were exposed in the air. Although her appearance was not very clear, her petite appearance was extremely cute. However, Lin Sheng did not find her cute at all. In the next moment, he saw the little girl jump onto the altar. With a wave of her small hand, she summoned the 20 drops of essence blood into her hand. Then, she put them away in a crystal-clear jade bottle. Seeing this scene, Lin Sheng did not need to think to know that the black magic array was this little girl's masterpiece. When he thought of this, he shuddered violently. Just as Lin Sheng's heart turned slightly cold due to the strange appearance of this little girl, the little girl on the altar suddenly turned her head. Her long eyelashes fluttered slightly as her wine-red eyes saw Lin Sheng, who was 1,000 feet away. Those burgundy eyes were very beautiful. However, the indifference in them made Lin Sheng's head explode. Chapter 677. The forest in the mountain range was like a sea of trees. In this sea of trees, towering trees covered an altar that was 1,000 feet tall. At the top of the altar stood a little girl with wine-red hair. When her eyes stared at Lin Sheng, a wave of disgust surged from his heart. Without any hesitation, he turned around and tried to quickly leave this place. However, the moment he moved, the little girl with wine-red hair had already locked onto him. Her small feet took a light step forward. Buzz! Lin Sheng's body suddenly stiffened. A look of shock surged onto his face. He did not even dare to move because he saw that he was on the altar. The little girl with wine-red hair was already standing in front of him. Her wide sleeves covered both her hands. However, the slender hand hidden in her sleeves was already pressed against his heart. She kicked Lin Sheng from 1,000 feet away to the front of the altar. Then, she placed him on the stone platform of the altar, as if he was a sacrificial offering. Lin Sheng did not dare to move at all. Even his breathing was suppressed. Cold sweat rolled down his forehead. He did not have the time to care about the cold sensation of lying on the stone platform. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw that the little girl's delicate face was very cute. However, under the gaze of those wine-red eyes, he felt an incomparably strong aura of death. This was the first time he felt that death was so close to him. He did not doubt that the little hand on his heart could take his life in an instant. Even a real divine emperor would not be able to struggle, let alone a fake divine emperor. She was someone who could destroy the existence of a divine emperor. Furthermore, there was only a merciless coldness in those wine-red eyes. Lin Sheng looked over with some difficulty. At this moment, he could see clearly that her skin was extremely fair. Her little face was like 1,000 years of frost. However, there was no expression on her face. She looked exceptionally exquisite. Her petite figure was covered by a purple dress. If he had met her at any other time, he would have felt relaxed and happy. He would even have had the time to admire her. However, at this moment his mind was spinning furiously. He wanted to find the slightest possibility that he could escape. The little girl looked at Lin Sheng quietly. After a long while, her long eyelashes suddenly twitched. Then she lifted the little hand that was covering his heart and raised it into the air. Then an extremely terrifying black energy rapidly condensed on her sleeve. The black energy that condensed made Lin Sheng feel the aura of death surging towards him like a tide. "Am I done for?" Upon seeing this, Lin Sheng's face abruptly turned deathly pale. He felt somewhat bitter in his heart. Previously, he had accidentally peeked at Yun Nua's star. At that time, the latter had already said that it was not a good habit. However, no one could be certain when it came to curiosity. He did not expect that he would actually fall for it this time around. Even if the Farlight Academy found out about such an expert, they would not be able to avenge him. Damn it, I don't want to die meaninglessly like this. What can I do? What can I do? I still have things that I must do. Qing Lian is still waiting for me. A ferocious look surged into his eyes. However, Lin Sheng was shocked to find that the space around him and all of his power had been sealed. He could not even sense his own power. It was as if he was just an ordinary person without any power at this moment. This little girl's power was frighteningly terrifying. Lin Sheng closed his eyes in despair as he watched the sleeve that was filled with a monstrous amount of death energy descend. There was no other way. Looks like this is the end of my life. I'm sorry, Qing Lian. I can't fulfill my promise to you. At the last moment, figures appeared in his mind. His father, his mother, Yi Qing Lian, and some of his brothers and sisters. The last scene was a colorful figure. As if he had caught on to an unrealistic hope, Lin Sheng flipped his wrist and took out the token that Yun Nuoxing had given him that was hidden in his sleeve. Just as he was about to use all his strength to crush it, he felt that the terrifying power that overflowed into the heavens suddenly dissipated. Furthermore, he heard a startled cry of surprise. This is a familiar aura. The instant the frightening power disappeared, Lin Sheng opened his eyes in astonishment. Soon after, he saw that the little girl with the wine-red eyes had some doubt on her exquisite face. However, from the looks of it, she had canceled her attack. This caused Lin Sheng to violently pant. Cold sweat soaked his clothes, causing them to stick to his body. The little girl looked Lin Sheng up and down in confusion. She then fixed her gaze on his palm. Her eyes narrowed slightly. Without any explanation, she took the colorful token from his hand and looked at it. She then raised it in front of him and said, "Where did you get this token?" Her voice was very pleasant to the ears. There was a hint of immaturity and maturity to it. These two feelings clashed with each other, and there was even a hint of magnetism to it. It was very pleasant to the ears. However, Lin Sheng did not have the time to care about this. He was currently gasping for breath. He had been too close to death, and his memories were replaying like a revolving lantern. He did not expect to inexplicably survive in the end. No matter what, he had to catch his breath first. As if sensing that his mind was about to collapse, the little girl did not rush him. She sat down cross-legged and looked at the colorful token in her hand with her wine-red eyes. Nostalgia and memories flashed across her eyes. After a long while, the little girl stood up when she heard the panting on the altar calm down. Her voice did not waver in the slightest as she asked again. Lin Sheng wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. His eyes were blurry as he looked at the colorful token. His voice was weak as he said, "That was given to me by my friend." There is a trace of his spiritual energy in it. He said that if I burn it, I can inform him. After speaking, Lin Sheng laughed bitterly. No matter how great and mysterious Yun Nuoxing's background was, he would not be able to deal with such a powerful person in such a short period of time. Furthermore, the little girl seemed to have sensed Yun Nuoxing's aura. He did not know if this was a good or bad thing, or if it would be better if she did not cause trouble for him. Thinking of this, Lin Sheng gritted his teeth fiercely and sat up abruptly. He snatched the token back without any explanation. Then he smashed it fiercely and lay down on the altar. He shouted sternly, "If you want to kill me, do whatever you want. I won't let you cause trouble for him." After speaking, he gritted his teeth tightly, as if waiting for the aura of death to come. "It seems that you really want to try dying a second time." Unexpectedly, there was some emotion in the little girl's voice, causing Lin Sheng to be slightly stunned. He turned his head, only to see the little girl's frail back. He could not help but be stunned. What did this mean? However, before Lin Sheng could figure out what was going on, he saw a scarlet drop of blood the size of a thumb fall in front of him. The terrifying energy fluctuations caused him to be slightly shocked. He carefully turned his head to look at the little girl, but the latter still only had a cold back view. This caused him to laugh bitterly. After thinking for a while, he realized that she seemed to know Yun Nuoxing. Lin Sheng nervously put away the drop of God Emperor's blood essence and sat up on the altar. He cupped his hands at the little girl and said hesitantly, "Thank you. Take me to him." The little girl turned her head and glanced at Lin Sheng indifferently, causing him to be stunned. Just as he was about to refuse, he saw that her eyes were no longer cold and indifferent. There was even a hint of a smile on her face. This caused him to be stunned again and again. After a long while, he nodded hesitantly. "That, although I shouldn't ask too much, but what is your relationship with Brother Yun?" Lin Sheng asked hesitantly. "You know his name?" The little girl raised her eyes slightly, glanced at him, and asked meaningfully. Lin Sheng was stunned when he heard this. Then he shook his head with a bitter smile. Yun Nuoxing's name had always been a mystery. It was better to say that the latter had never told them. Even his name was not on the devil ranking. This made Lin Sheng very curious. However, the latter kept him in suspense and kept saying that he would find out one day. Gradually, he stopped asking. "You just need to know that I know." The little girl glanced at him. Then, a sweet smile appeared on her expressionless face. Lin Sheng was also stunned. He sighed softly and said, "That I still have companions who are lost in this world. I have to find them. Brother Yun and the others will also find them. If you want me to be your hired thug and help you reap benefits, then be more straightforward." Before he could finish, the little girl glanced at him, causing Lin Sheng to embarrassingly laugh. He did have such thoughts. The little girl glanced at him and said indifferently, "It's not a problem to help you 2 or 3 times. After all, I'm looking for someone. It's all your fault for breaking the token just now." Lin Sheng scratched his head. "At that time, I didn't know about the relationship between the two of you. I was just afraid that you would harm him." Lin Sheng waved his hand and soared into the sky. The little girl behind him took a step forward and easily followed beside him. He hesitated for a moment, but still carefully asked, "What's your name?" The little girl narrowed her eyes, as if she was just taking a leisurely stroll. After a long while, she replied softly, "Yishi." When Lin Sheng heard this name, he was slightly stunned. Then, the memories in his mind started to churn. However, after rummaging for a while, he still could not find any information related to this name. However, The little girl closed her eyes tightly and ignored him. Immediately, he could only laugh bitterly. Although he could not figure out the origins of this mysterious little girl, he originally wanted to find out more about her relationship with Yun Nuashing. Then, he would consider whether he should bring her over. However, it seemed that he could not get any information out of her. Moreover, there was one thing that was undeniable. She had extremely terrifying power. That kind of power might be very powerful even among the high-level gods. Naturally, Lin Sheng was 100% cautious and fearful of her. However, looking at the current situation, it seemed that she would not give up until she found Yun Nuashing. Lin Sheng did not dare to object to this. He had just taken a stroll through the gates of hell, and his clothes were still drenched in sweat. If he angered her, he was afraid that he would have to die again. After leaving the forest, it took about half an hour to leave the mountain range and arrive at the plains. In front of him, there was a continuous stretch of huge palaces. At this moment, many people were rushing into the palaces like bandits, plundering everything that could possibly be found inside. It seems that not everyone will rush to the Oracle Crystal Pillar immediately. Seeing the chaotic situation here, Lin Sheng sighed in his heart. He glanced around and lost interest. This place was still very far from the Oracle Crystal Pillar. According to his estimation, the Crystal Pillar should be at the center of this world. At this moment, he was still in the outer region. Looking at Yi Shi beside him, Lin Sheng thought for a moment. Then his body moved and directly rushed into the palace. He rushed straight into the depths of the palace. Occasionally, there were people with fierce eyes who came forward to stop him. Before he could signal them, Yi Shi slapped those people and the palace away. When some people saw the palace disappear in an instant, they swallowed hard. They did not dare to act recklessly and allowed the two people to pass through. After flying rapidly in the chaotic palace for more than 10 minutes, Lin Sheng did not get distracted and headed straight into the depths. Occasionally, he would look into the courtyard and see that this direction seemed to lead to the Crystal Pillar. This place seemed to be a huge palace complex. After another 10 minutes, the Lin Sheng duo's figures flashed past corridor after corridor and stone room after stone room. They did not stop at all. Not long after, they charged into a huge palace. Looking at its size, it seemed to be the main hall. Moreover, a large hole had already been blasted open at the main door. Lin Sheng stopped and looked inside the palace. He could see the chaotic situation inside. Originally, he wanted to leave immediately. However, when he saw the situation inside, he was stunned. In the palace, there were 3 people rushing towards the door. Behind them, there was a large group of people who looked like wolves and tigers. Their eyes were so red that they were almost purple. They seemed to be extremely furious. Looking at their posture, they seemed to be chasing after the 3 people in front of them. Lin Sheng was not interested in this. It was very normal to snatch things in this place. He did not have the time to care about it. However, Lin Sheng recognized the 3 people who were being chased. They were Senior Chuan Mu and the other 2, Chapter 678. The spacious hall was extremely grand. The black walls had traces of the passage of time. Those huge stone pillars had collapsed in disorder, lying across the path of the hall. They were broken and decayed. Cracks covered the walls and the stone pillars that were still standing. It was as if the hall would collapse at any moment. The hall was filled with many figures. At this moment, they were like a pack of wolves chasing after the entrance of the hall with red eyes. The 3 fleeing figures at the front of the large hall were 2 men and a woman. The woman had a tall and sexy figure. Her face was cold and elegant. At this moment, there was some excitement and joy on her ice-cold, pretty face. The clothes on her body were somewhat tattered, and she appeared to be in a somewhat miserable state. As for the other two men, one was as gentle as a scholar, while the other was as strong as a metal tower. Their faces were half panicked and half excited. They could not help but laugh out loud as they flew toward the entrance of the large hall. Upon hearing the furious roars of the people behind them, numerous energy light pillars shot out and landed beside the three of them like arrows. A series of explosions sounded, causing the three of them to appear even more miserable. The three people being chased were naturally Lin Kuang, Chuan Mu, and Zhong Songling. At this moment, they looked very happy. Bastard, hand over the things, or we'll keep you here. Among that group of people, the group at the front seemed to be from the same team. One of them roared furiously, and the energy he released became even more violent, bombarding the hall indiscriminately. Bah, I got it with my own ability. Take it back if you dare. Ha ha ha. Chuan Mu spat. Then his thunderous laughter resounded in the hall. The eyes of the people behind him were burning with anger. The three of them were emitting the aura of divine emperors. However, it was not only that. Their single attribute could be raised to the level of a divine emperor in a short time. For example, their speed was already the speed of a divine emperor expert. The effect of the elixir was amazing. If they wanted to, they could join forces and attack with the full strength of 3 divine emperors. However, there were too many people behind them. They had no choice but to run away. Although there were many divine emperors behind them, the distance between them was increasing. Stay! Among the group of people, a man suddenly roared. With a wave of his arm, he raised a red bow that was 3 meters long. He placed a crimson arrow on the bowstring, pulled the bowstring to a full moon, and then released the arrow. The sound of the arrows tearing through the air caused Chuan Mu and the other 2 to freeze for a moment. The 3 of them looked at each other, then turned their heads in unison. Their speed instantly decreased, and at the same time, their strength increased explosively. The 3 of them simultaneously struck out with their palms. Boom! 3 palms against 1 arrow, and a muffled sound of impact rang out. The red arrow was stopped by the power of the 3 palms, but the huge force behind the arrow caused Chuan Mu and the other 2 to tremble slightly, and a stream of blood flowed out from the corner of their mouths. During the chase, the red arrow had brought them a lot of trouble. Every time the arrow was shot, it would slow them down, and the people behind them would catch up. Lin Meng grabbed the red arrow and put it away. Then Chuan Mu laughed and said, "Haha, this is the 9th spiritual arrow. Let's see how many more you can shoot." Zhong Songling gritted her teeth, and her jade-like hand took out a huge golden bell. The surface of the golden bell was engraved with many golden lumps, and there were also strange beasts. When the bell appeared, an extremely terrifying force rolled out, and one could faintly see countless beasts howling at the sky. The people chasing behind them looked at the appearance of the huge bell, and their eyes could not help but drool. Then their eyes turned red and crazy. This huge bell had been placed on the stone platform at the innermost part of the hall, and it was motionless like a sculpture. However, Lin Meng was the first to discover the problem with this sculpture, and with a palm, she shattered the dust and dirt on it. As the dust and dirt dispersed, a rolling energy was emitted, and golden light shone brightly. Vaguely, one could hear the howls of thousands of demonic beasts. That terrifying power must be a divine weapon, and its level was not low. It should be a middle-grade divine weapon, which was a level 8 weapon. The words middle-rank divine weapon were enough to drive many people crazy. In the Golden Jade Palace, a low-rank divine weapon was worth billions. Normally, few people would take it out for auction. Now that a middle-rank divine weapon was seen here, the shock it caused was obviously not small. While many people were still in a daze, Lin Kuei and the other two suddenly picked up the 10,000 beast bell and started running. When the crowd came back to their senses, they were already halfway through the hall. Then, a group of howls and roars rang out. "I'll use you to test the power of this middle-grade divine weapon." Zhong Songling's voice was cold. Her jade-like hand shook the huge bell, and the power in the hall crazily gathered towards the mouth of the bell, causing the space to tremble slightly. "Be careful. Defend with all your strength." The power of a middle-grade divine weapon in the hands of a divine emperor is enough to display the power of a divine underworld expert. Everyone's eyes narrowed slightly when they saw the terrifying energy being born. The person at the front who had pulled the bow fiercely roared. Soon after, he was the first to condense an energy barrier. When the people behind him saw this, they also roared in unison. Soon after, a gorgeous energy barrier condensed in front of them, blocking the front. Looking at the crowd's defense, Zhong Songling's pretty face darkened. She hesitated for a while, and suddenly a force came from the two hands that were on her shoulders. She gritted her teeth and wanted to activate the myriad beast's bell, which she was not familiar with yet. However, a familiar, playful voice suddenly rang out, causing the three of them to be slightly stunned. "Ha! You're bullying me with numbers. Aren't you embarrassed?" That voice quickly resounded throughout the large hall. At the same time, an extremely frightening energy ripple was emitted. Under that energy, everyone's expressions became a little clearer. Soon after, their swiftly charging bodies seemed to have collectively stepped into a swamp as they suddenly froze. In the end, some people stopped too quickly. Before those behind them could react, they collided head-on with each other. Immediately, numerous figures in the large hall collided together. The force of the collision caused the people who were caught in the middle to suddenly spit out a mouthful of blood. The crowd in the large hall also swayed left and right, causing the originally chaotic hall to become even more chaotic. "Ah, damn it! You bumped into me. My waist. It's flashing." Awoo! When he saw the scene of people bumping into each other, Lin Sheng touched his face in astonishment. He glanced at the little girl beside him, and without thinking, he shouted at Chuan Mu and the other two, "Let's go!" After he finished speaking, he suddenly rushed out of the hall. Chuan Mu and the other two also howled like wolves. Taking advantage of the chaos, they hurriedly rushed out and disappeared in a flash, leaving behind a group of people in the hall who were wailing incessantly. "Ah, that bastard brat. Bastard, bastard. A middle tier, divine artifact. He flew away just like that." Lin Sheng and the rest did not even turn their heads as they rushed towards the depths of the corridor. Along the way, they collectively sent those who tried to block them flying with a slap. When they saw these people rushing forward, everyone was so shocked that they hurriedly dodged. They did not dare to stop them, and allowed the 5 people to rush out of the hall. On the flat ground outside the palace, Lin Sheng and the other 3 lay sprawled out on the grass, panting heavily. Although they were very tired, they also felt very excited. It was like lying down on the grass after running with all their might. It was quite comfortable. After Lin Sheng and the other 2 rested for a while, they all sat up and looked at each other. Then they could not help but laugh. Chuan Mu reached out and patted Lin Sheng on the shoulder, laughing, "Not bad, Junior. You did well." Lin Sheng smiled bitterly and waved his hand. This had nothing to do with him. He was not the one who released that energy. At this time, Zhong Songling also saw Yishi, who was standing silently at the side. Mei Mao paused for a moment. She could feel the terrifying power coming from the latter. She was also slightly surprised and said, "Junior, who is she?" Speaking of which, it's as long as a bolt of cloth. Lin Sheng smiled helplessly and explained, the matter briefly. He did not tell her everything, such as what happened at the altar. She's looking for Junior. I don't know why such a strong person is looking for him. Lin Rant's eyes narrowed. Many thoughts flashed through his mind in an instant, but he did not dare to say them out loud. Lin Sheng also shook his head. He did not ask in detail. He was worried that if he accidentally angered this god, she would get angry and send him flying with a slap. If you've rested well, let's go take a look at the Oracle Crystal. I've been thinking about it for a long time. Junior, Ding Mingyu, and the others might have already rushed over. Chuanmu scratched his head and smiled. Lin Sheng nodded. Now, he was also very interested in the Oracle Crystal Pillar. He had just entered the 19th level, but he had already obtained the elemental fragments, the Divine Emperor's blood essence, and the 10,000 beast spell. Although Lin Sheng did not see how strong it was, he could sense that it was about to be activated. Moreover, it was a mid-tier divine artifact. He just did not know how powerful the Oracle Crystal Pillar placed in the center of this world was. Could it really be as powerful as the rumors said? Could anyone who comprehended the way under the Crystal Pillar step into that legendary level? The 5 of them did not delay for long. After resting for a while, they determined the route and pushed their speed to the limit, flying towards the Oracle Crystal Pillar. Along the way, the plains became mountains, the mountains became basins, and the basins became seas. The 5 of them flew over countless terrains and terrains. Along the way, they saw many palaces and caves. Intense sounds of fighting could be heard from those places. However, this time, the 5 of them did not stop. They did not stop along the way. Even so, after 2 hours, they still had not reached the Crystal Pillar. Although they were a little closer, they were still at the end of the horizon. This made Lin Sheng and the rest speechless. This world seemed to be very big. In the sky, they could vaguely see some light flashing past, flying towards the Crystal Pillar as fast as lightning. Lin Sheng, Chuan Mu, and the other 2 looked at each other. They also pushed their speed to the level of divine emperors and rushed towards the center. After another 2 hours, they began to slow down. This was because in the distance beyond the mountains, there was a vast grassy plain that was about 100,000 feet wide. The plain was already filled with countless figures, as many as the sand in the sea. Waves of terrifying energy rippled out, causing the power of the heavens and the earth to boil. Countless experts had already gathered here. Lin Sheng could not help but be surprised when he saw the terrifying number of people in front of him. Did these guys come for the Oracle Crystal Pillar as soon as they entered? Lin Sheng and the others swept across the sky and scanned the plain below. As they got closer, they could clearly see the appearance of the huge Crystal Pillar. The bottom of the Crystal Pillar was extremely thick, and the higher it was, the thinner it became. It was at least 100,000 feet tall, and it was a square crystal pillar. The energy in the crystal pillar seemed to have solidified and flowed slowly. Its surface was as smooth as a mirror, and it exuded a strange aura. On the huge plain, there were many crystal pillars that were thousands of feet tall. However, compared to the crystal pillar in the center, the energy was more mottled. Some of them were even broken. However, the strange aura was just as strong. This strange aura made Lin Sheng feel slightly uneasy. He kept feeling that something was wrong. I see the Oracle Crystal Pillar. So this is what it is. Yi Shi, who had been silent all this while, approached the crystal pillar. Her eyes trembled slightly, and she came to a sudden realization. Lin Sheng and the others looked at her, but they only saw her smile. That smile seemed to be mocking them. She looked at the sea of people below, as if she was laughing at everyone below. Lin Sheng looked at her strangely. Although he was puzzled, he did not ask anything. He scanned the area below, and was slightly stunned. This place was very calm. Everyone was cultivating with their eyes closed. They were also very careless. In a place with so many people, they were not afraid of being ambushed. Furthermore, he did not know if it was an illusion, but he felt that the closer one was to the crystal pillar, the stronger one was. Could this also be a classification? Perhaps the closer one is to the crystal pillar, the more one can feel the strange energy. Chuanmu scratched his head and guessed, "Let's go down and cultivate. Let's see if we can get lucky." Lin Ming smiled and nodded at Lin Sheng. He was about to descend. "If you want to die, sit down and cultivate. I have already reminded you." However, before they could descend, a faint laughter caused their bodies to suddenly freeze. A gust of cold wind blew, causing their bodies to turn cold. Chapter 679. The enormous crystal pillars emitted the light of energy. They appeared incomparably brilliant and beautiful. Many 10,000-foot-tall crystal pillars stood on the crystal pillar plains. Every crystal pillar was surrounded by people. However, no one had set foot in the area of 100,000 feet in front of the enormous crystal pillar. It was as though that area was a forbidden zone. At the edge of the plain, in midair, Lin Sheng, Chuanmu, and Yi Shi felt a chill run down their spines. They looked at Yi Shi in confusion, not understanding what she meant. "If you want to die, just sit down and cultivate." Wouldn't that mean that the hundreds of thousands of people on the plain were all seeking death? That wasn't possible. There were many strong gods here, and they were real gods. They weren't fake divine emperors like them who used pills to temporarily raise their attributes to the divine emperor level. Among the many people below, there were a few crystal pillars that were thousands of feet tall near the huge crystal pillars. Lin Sheng saw Qi Yao, whom he had met at the auction, and the group of people from the Xianin sect. It seemed that they were all immersed in cultivation. If he could trick them now, even if they had strong gods, they would be injured or dead. However, this place was too quiet, as if everyone couldn't wait to cultivate. "What do you mean?" Chuanmu couldn't help but scratch his head with his palms. He looked at Yi Shi in confusion, not knowing what she was talking about. Whoosh! Before Yi Shi could answer, there was a burst of wind in the distance, causing Lin Sheng and the rest to be slightly stunned. However, when they saw who it was, they relaxed their vigilance. Not far away, a woman in a silver dress walked over slowly. Her silver eyes were very bright, and there was a gentle and charming girl beside her. Mengyu. Zhong Songling saw the two people and was slightly happy. When she saw that they were unharmed, she was even more relieved. Almost everyone had gathered. The two who appeared were naturally Ding Mengyu and Jun Luo Yi. They seemed to have arrived a long time ago, but they hadn't cultivated. They were observing the surroundings. When Jun Luo Yi saw Yi Shi, she couldn't help but be stunned. Mei Mao's eyes flashed. When the latter saw Jun Luo Yi, her eyes also flickered slightly. Then she lightly nodded and didn't say anything. Jun Luo Yi also lightly smiled and nodded. Although Ding Mengyu and Lin Sheng didn't know who Yi Shi was, Jun Luo Yi had already seen Yi Shi in the Xianlong continent. When Ding Mengyu saw Lin Sheng and the others, she nodded slightly. Then Mei Mao scanned the surroundings and paused for a moment on Yi Shi. However, when she saw Lin Sheng giving her a look, she quickly turned her gaze away. When she did not see Yun Nu washing, she could not help but frown and ask, "Where are Junior and the others?" "Let's burn the tokens and inform Junior Brother and the others to gather." Chuanmu smiled and took out a colorful token. After taking a look at it, he clenched his hand. A flame rose and quickly enveloped the token. In a few seconds, the token was burned to ashes. Ding Mengyu nodded. Then she looked at the crystal pillar plains below. Her eyebrows slightly knitted together as she said in a solemn voice, "There's something strange here. Let's not go down." Then she pointed at the edge of the surroundings. Lin Sheng and the others also looked over. They discovered that there were quite a few people standing in the air at the edge. Their hands were crossed in front of their chests. Their gazes were as if they were watching a good show as they watched the people cultivating on the crystal pillar plains. There are still some people among you who are vigilant. When Yishi heard this, her wine-red eyes glanced at Lin Sheng and the others. She couldn't help but ridicule them, causing them to be speechless. Is there a problem with the crystal pillars? Or is there a problem with the energy here? However, so many divine experts have gone to cultivate. It's impossible that they can't sense it. Chuanmu frowned. He couldn't understand. If there was a problem, why were so many people cultivating? Yishi glanced at him. A gentle breeze blew her black hair, and her pleated skirt swayed slightly. Then she sighed softly. She looked down with a complicated gaze and said, "On the central stone tablet of the 14th floor of the maze, there is information about the oracle crystal pillar inscribed. The most moving part is the sentence, 'Those who comprehend the way can advance to the later stages of the divine level.'" How comical! A divine expert is actually confused by a sentence and can't even see such a thing. Of course, we can't rule out such a possibility. However, if one can advance to the later stages of the divine level just by comprehending the way, wouldn't that be child's play? Now, in the divine realm, all the ancient later stages of the divine level have gone into hibernation. They basically don't exist. There are countless emperor gods, but no new later stages of the divine level have been born. How can one advance to the later stages of the divine level just because they want to? Looking at the people below who were seizing the time to cultivate, Yishi couldn't help but sneer. Then she said, "You who haven't advanced to the early stages of the divine level don't understand. Every time a beginner divine expert advances a realm, they need time to accumulate. You will understand this when you advance to the early stages of the divine level. Those who sit down to cultivate will also understand this. However, it's because of this understanding that they have an excessive desire for power, an excessive desire for that legendary level. It can even be said that they are obsessed with it, which led to this scene, hundreds of thousands of divine experts cultivating together." At this point, Yishi flicked her wide sleeves and curled her lips in disdain. She sneered and said, "How ridiculous! Only those who are too weak or too strong can clearly feel that something is wrong and don't sit down to cultivate." When Ding Mingyu and the others heard this, they also looked at the people who didn't sit down. Then, they felt that those people were mostly demigod-level and demon-level experts. There were also some divine experts, but there weren't many of them. It seemed to confirm the statement of too weak or too strong. Her wine-red eyes scanned the crowd below indifferently. Her small mouth opened and closed as if she was silently counting something. Then she waved her hand lightly as if she was calculating. After a moment, she sighed softly and said, "If I'm not wrong, swoosh." Before she finished speaking, there was a sound of wind breaking in the distance. Ding Mingyu and the others turned their gazes and saw a brilliant, colorful figure appear. There were 3 people following behind her. Only then did they heave a sigh of relief. It seemed that everyone was fine. The brilliant, colorful figure just came to their side and brought the 3 of them to stand firm. Before they could say anything, the petite, wine-red figure turned into a light shadow and pounced toward Yun Nuoshing. Lin Sheng and the others were shocked. "Big Brother Nuo." However, before they could react, an extremely attached voice shocked them. "Big Brother Nuo? What's going on?" Ding Mingyu, Lin Sheng, and the others were stunned when they saw Yishi pounce into Yun Nuoshing's arms like a child. They couldn't help but be startled. They turned their gazes and looked at the latter strangely. Jun Luo wasn't surprised at all. She even chuckled. She knew that the relationship between the two of them wasn't ordinary back in the mystic dragon continent. At that time, when Yun Nuoshing was subduing the Yin spirit fire, Yishi was sitting beside the heaven pit, waiting for her without sleep or rest. Little Shi, why are you here? Yun Nuoshing saw Yishi before she arrived. At this moment, she was bumped into by her. Then she smiled and hugged her. She rubbed her hair and smiled gently. You and the others said that you were wandering around Xiaoguang City. Did you come to this underground maze? I've already stayed on the 19th floor for half a month. I still haven't found the way to the last floor, the 20th floor. I'm bored to death walking around here. Yishi giggled. Her delicate face gently rubbed against Yun Nuoshing's beautiful face. Then she suddenly raised her head and looked at the latter strangely. She asked curiously, how did Big Brother Nuo become Big Sister Nuo? Yun Nuoshing seemed to have suffered a heavy blow. Her face darkened. She shook her head with a bitter smile. It was really hard to explain. Xiaoguang City isn't the only maze that leads to the underground maze. I jumped down from a hole in the center of the barren land. It leads directly to the 15th floor. It's just that my head hurts. Yishi rubbed her forehead and muttered. Then she began to laugh mischievously. Yun Nuoshing was speechless. He had come across a volcanic crater by chance, and it took him a long time to reach the 18th floor from the 10th floor. In the end, Yishi found a hole and jumped directly to the 15th floor. Wasn't this leap a little too impressive? Lin Sheng saw Yishi curled up in Yun Nuoshing's arms like a child, whispering to each other like a child, kissing his cheeks from time to time, and giggling from time to time. He was instantly dumbfounded. Where was that mysterious expert who disintegrated a godson with an array, forced him to the brink of death, and suppressed him completely with one hand? She scared everyone with her strength alone. If he hadn't seen this scene with his own eyes, he definitely wouldn't have thought that the Yishi in these two images was the same person. Your strength. Yun Nuoshing temporarily didn't have the time to care about the dumbfounded Lin Sheng and the others. She smiled at them and looked at Yishi with her colorful eyes. At this moment, she actually couldn't sense her strength. I recovered. I found a bottle of pills in the maze that allowed me to recover to the peak of the underworld monarch realm without any side effects. I even improved a little. When the time is right, I will try to break through to the god emperor realm. Yishi giggled. Then she glanced at her face proudly and said, Hurry up and praise me. Yes, little Shi is the best. Yun Nuoshing smiled and rubbed her head. Then he was stunned for a moment and blinked. He couldn't help but laugh bitterly and said, I thought you would abandon me after you recovered your strength. It seems like I thought too much. Brother Nuo, is little Shi that kind of person? Hearing this, Yishi pouted and looked at Yun Nuoshing's wine-red eyes with some displeasure. After all, you were once a high and mighty underworld monarch realm expert. Yun Nuoshing shrugged. He was actually mentally prepared for this. A underworld monarch realm expert who had lost her strength and followed him in humiliation. If she recovered her strength, the first thing she would do would be to kill him. Moreover, he was the main culprit who caused her strength to decline. Yishi seemed to know what Yun Nuoshing was thinking. She lowered her head slightly and her eyes flickered. Then she leaned on his shoulder and murmured, What happened in the past is in the past. Even if you hate me, you can't hate me anymore. From now on, I am Yishi. Didn't I say so, Brother Nuo? And in Brother Nuo's eyes, there's nothing to be proud of about being an underworld monarch realm expert. Yun Nuoshing smiled and rubbed her head. He said, "It's my fault. I shouldn't have doubted you." You saw that the two of them were talking endlessly. She puffed up her cheeks and tugged at Yun Nuoshing's sleeve. She said, "Brother Yun, don't dawdle. Now is not the time to dawdle. If you have something to say, it's not too late to go back and say it." Hearing this, Yun Nuoshing and Yishi laughed embarrassedly. The latter looked at him strangely and wanted to see what he wanted to say. Yun Nuoshing nodded and walked closer to Ding Mingyu and the others. However, when he saw their strange gazes, he couldn't help but laugh bitterly. He waved his hand and said in a serious voice, "There's a situation." Chapter 680. Is there a problem? Lin Sheng and the others' faces darkened when they heard this. Just now, they kept saying that there was a problem. Could it be that Yun Nuoshing nodded? He turned around and looked at the huge oracle crystal pillar. Actually, he only noticed it when he got closer. Combined with what you said about the demon world, he was even more certain that there was a problem with this so-called oracle crystal pillar that could let people reach the god rank. The oracle crystal pillar in the demon realm had disappeared for a period of time, together with the region where the oracle crystal pillar was located. No, instead of saying that it disappeared, it's better to say that it was blocked, because there was nothing happening in that region for a period of time. It was even locked up. There were several big forces in that region, all of which were ranked in the top 20 in the demon realm. After 1 year, it was reopened, leaving nothing inside except for hundreds of dead cities. After that, after a long time, that region recovered its vitality and gave birth to a demon god. That demon god said that he had comprehended something in the oracle crystal pillar. So he reached the heavens in a single bound. Ur's words were still echoing in his mind. The more he thought about it, the more serious he felt. He felt that something was very wrong, especially when he saw so many people cultivating. And what Yishi said just now, "Little Shi, are you sure that this underground maze has 20 floors? Yun Nuoshing asked. Yes, it was written on the steel on the 14th floor. The 19th floor is the guide, and the 20th floor is the destination. It hides the biggest secret of the God world. This is also the reason why everyone is fighting to come to the 19th floor. However, I didn't find the path to the 20th floor on the 19th floor. This is a sealed world. There isn't even an exit." Yishi nodded gloomily. After she came to the 15th floor, she took the wrong path to the 14th floor. After she saw the information recorded on the steel, she came to the 19th floor. She was trapped here until today, unable to get out. We've also used the space teleportation array, but the space here. Yishi shook her head, then said in a serious voice, "This place is like a prison. It's completely sealed off. We can enter, but we can't exit." Yun Nuoshing's expression turned a little grave when he heard this. He waved his hand, and the star map appeared in his hand. Specks of light flickered as silver blue energy flowed along his arm and into the star map. However, his expression changed a moment later. "The star map is no longer useful. Does this count as being trapped here? It's like greedy adventurers falling into a trap for their own greed." Little Moon couldn't help but sigh. Even the two strongest people in her heart said that they couldn't get out, so she also thought that they couldn't get out. How could this be? Ding Mingyu, Lin Sheng, and the others were stunned when they heard this. However, their temperament was still very good. They did not panic, but they found it hard to believe. If one could enter the 19th level, but not exit, then what did the owner of this maze design the 19th level for? Why did he make an oracle crystal pillar here? No, there is an exit. Or, rather, it's the only exit that I think, at that moment, Yun Nuoshing sighed. He looked into the distance and raised his head. When everyone saw this, they also raised their heads, and looked at the huge oracle crystal pillar. Could it be that he was talking about this? Maybe there's an answer there, but I've already tried just now. The area in front of the oracle crystal pillar is a forbidden area. I can't get in either. There's a very, very hard barrier. Yun Nuoxing sighed. That's the only thing worth mentioning in this 19th level. However, I still don't quite understand what it's for. I have a guess, but I don't know if it's accurate. Yi Shi was also stunned when she heard this. She whispered, "You can't even break the Nether Void sword." Yun Nuoxing shook his head gently. In fact, he had already used all the means at his disposal, but he couldn't get close to the oracle crystal pillar. It was as if something was protecting the oracle crystal pillar. I have a bad premonition. Yun Nuoxing turned around and looked at the huge crystal pillar plane with a serious expression. His chest felt a little stuffy. Every time he had such a reaction, nothing good would come of it. However, he had no idea what form the so-called danger would take. Ding Mingyu glanced at him, and then at Jun Luo Yi. She lowered her head slightly. Then, as if she had thought of something, she said, "There might be clues somewhere. Let's go and take a look." Yun Nuoxing nodded. When he heard this, Lin Sheng and the others didn't have any objections. Ding Mingyu also nodded when she saw this. Then, with a wave of her jade-like hand, her delicate body shot out, heading away from the oracle crystal pillar. Lin Sheng and the others quickly followed. Yun Nuoxing turned back to look at the oracle crystal pillar one last time. He frowned, then hurriedly followed with Yi Shi in his arms. When Yun Nuoxing and the others left the oracle crystal pillar, many people also flew towards the oracle crystal pillar from the outer regions. When he flew past everyone, he could see the impatience in their eyes. He couldn't help but sigh. He couldn't blame these people. The temptation of the latter divine stage was too great. As long as they could reach that level, it wouldn't be a pity no matter what price they had to pay. Only people like Yun Nuoxing and the others could still maintain their rationality. After flying along a very strange mountain range for an hour, Ding Mingyu constantly looked around, trying to determine the direction. A moment later, she made a slight turn and flew in another direction. Yun Nuoxing and the others also moved and followed. After flying over the sea of trees for another 10 minutes, everyone gradually slowed down. After passing through layers of mountain ranges, what appeared in front of them was a huge basin. Above the basin, there was a huge energy barrier that covered them like an inverted curve. Black runes flowed on the surface of the energy barrier. The nearby heaven and earth energy and elemental energy crazily surged towards the energy barrier of the black runes. The surging energy formed a long river of energy in the sky. The terrifying energy caused the expressions of Ding Mingyu and the others to change slightly. This is... Yun Nuoxing looked at the huge energy barrier with a grave expression. The terrifying energy emitted from it already required him to use a divine artifact to resist it. When we were teleported to the 19th level, Luo Yi and I appeared here. However, there were not many people gathered here. We weren't the only ones who saw this situation. Many people also tried to break through the energy barrier, but without exception, they were all seriously injured. Ding Mingyu looked ahead and frowned slightly. That huge black rune energy shield covered the center of the basin, and she couldn't see what was going on inside. She also saw a few strong practitioners of gods being torn to shreds by the black runes. Oh, it could be the residence of the owner of this maze, or the place where he died. Yi Shi's small face also frowned. She could feel extremely terrifying energy fluctuations from the energy barrier. The energy was even stronger than hers. If she tried to break it by force, it might cause a rebound. With that level of energy rebound, She was afraid that she would die without a doubt. The owner of this maze might be an extremely powerful emperor god expert. Moreover, his attainments in formations are comparable to a great grandmaster or even a demigod master. Yishi took a light breath and exhaled in a serious tone. Magic array masters at the 8th level of the divine level were great grandmasters. Magic array masters above the divine level were the legendary divine array masters. Although she had seen the methods of Emperor Wanfa, he was far from reaching the level of a demigod master. However, the methods of the owner of the maze seemed to be stronger than the latter. If she was not wrong, he should have reached the level of a demigod master. Emperor God, expert. Chuanmu and the others sucked in a breath of cold air. To them, an expert of that level was an existence that they could not hope to reach. They were experts at the top of the pyramid in the myriad god realm, and they had never even seen an expert of that level before. It seems that the good things in this maze aren't as easy to obtain as we thought, Lin Sheng said with a bitter smile. They had run to the 19th level and already had a small harvest. They thought that they had already taken advantage of it. However, it was obvious that the more precious things were isolated. There are no signs of life within a radius of 10,000 miles. Yishi suddenly laughed softly. Then she raised her head and poked Yun Nuoxing's face with her small hand. She smiled and said, "Xiao Shi, I can't deal with that thing either. What does Brother Nuo plan to do?" Yun Nuoxing rolled his eyes. If it were any other time, he would have taken out the netherworld ruins, sword, and destroyed the energy shield in front of him. However, at this moment, he turned around and looked at Lin Sheng and the rest beside him. He could not help but sigh. This was not a good idea. Let's go in and take a look. We're already at the entrance. Moreover, we can't get out now. We can only find our own way out, right? Yun Nuoxing sighed softly. Forget it. Sometimes he could not care less about his identity being exposed. But that energy shield. Chuan Nuoxing was stunned. He had originally wanted to retreat. However, when he heard Chuan Nuoxing's words, he was also stunned. However, before he could say anything, he saw Yun Nuoxing put Yishi down and suddenly charge out. Ding Mingyu also could not react for a moment. When she came back to her senses, she saw that Yun Nuoxing had already charged out like a flying eagle. A giant purplish-black sword that was 10 feet long appeared in his hand. He grabbed it with all his might and rushed to the front of the energy shield. Then, he suddenly slashed down with the sword. Chi! The sound of paper being torn apart resounded in the sky. Then, Ding Mingyu and the rest were stunned to see that the energy shield, which was surging with black runes, had been torn open. Yun Nuoxing was holding the giant sword and looking back at them. "Come in quickly. This energy shield will repair itself." Yun Nuoxing waved at Ding Mingyu, Lin Sheng, and the rest as he said. As soon as his soft voice sounded, Xian and the rest hurriedly landed below the energy shield and burrowed into it. When Lin Sheng and the rest saw this, they hurriedly followed. They did not have the time to think about how he had been able to slash open the energy shield so easily. As everyone entered, the giant hole slowly closed up at a speed visible to the naked eye. Yun Nuoxing saw that it had completely closed up. Only then did he nod his head. His wrist, that was holding the netherworld ruins, sword turned slightly. Then he cast his gaze towards the center of the energy shield. Lin Sheng and the rest also swept their gazes across the slightly dark center of the huge basin. Then they narrowed their eyes and looked in front of them. In front of them, where the black fog lingered, black crystal pillars could be faintly seen. The crystal pillars looked no different from the crystal pillars on the crystal pillar plane. The only difference was that the crystal pillars here were black. From afar, They looked like dark daggers, causing fear to rise in people's hearts. On the contrary, it was very calm inside the energy shield. There was no energy flowing. However, Yun Nuoxing's expression was still slightly serious and vigilant. He nodded at Yi Shi. The latter also understood. She stood in front of Ding Mingyu and the rest and said to them, "Don't stray too far from me." Lin Sheng nodded. He also knew that this place was not a joke. Yi Shi was a god expert. It would naturally be much safer to stay by her side. Yun Nuoxing's gaze swept across. His 6-colored wings slowly spread out. His gaze was serious as he looked at the centermost position. There was a huge black crystal pillar that was tens of thousands of feet tall. It just happened to be at the top of the energy shield. Yun Nuoxing's gaze slowly swept across. Finally, it focused on the huge crystal pillar in front of them. A strong sense of vigilance welled up in his heart. His footsteps also slowly came to a halt. He stared at the crystal pillar that was less than 10 meters away. Suddenly, some dark energy surged up from the black crystal pillar. Then, suddenly, some cracks appeared on the crystal pillar and slowly spread across the entire crystal pillar. "Be careful!" Yun Nuoxing's eyes narrowed slightly. He waved his hand, and a gentle force pushed Xian and the rest back a little. Then he stomped his feet on the ground. Bang! Just as Yun Nuoxing stomped his feet, the crystal pillar that was full of cracks suddenly burst open. A black, mist-like palm suddenly stretched out from within and slammed towards Yun Nuoxing. Terrifying black energy swept out like a storm, causing Lin Sheng and the rest to feel their breathing become sluggish. The energy in their bodies even stopped circulating. However, just as this feeling was born, Yi Shi gently exhaled. A similar black energy surged out from her petite body. Although it was also black, it appeared very gentle. Lin Sheng and the rest heaved a sigh of relief. The suffocating feeling also dissipated. Qi La. When the huge black palm stretched out, Yun Nuoxing's body had already shot out like a long arrow. The netherworld ruins sword suddenly drew a perfect half-moon arc in front of him. A terrifying sword aura swept past in front of him with a loud explosion. The area of 1,000 feet in front of him was flattened by this sword. Even the crystal pillars exploded. Bang! Bang! The huge crystal pillars continued to explode. Black figures stepped out of the crystal pillars like a stream of air. The hundreds and thousands of crystal pillars all exploded at the same time. Only the huge crystal pillar in the center did not react. The black figures in the shape of a stream of air struggled to step out of the crystal pillars. Their scarlet eyes were extremely ferocious and sinister. A monstrous baleful aura continuously surged out. Extremely shocking energy fluctuations surged around these black creatures. Every one of them exceeded the range of his detection,